Futures back to the upside here once again this morning as we get going on a holiday week and a holiday shortened Monday morning. That's looking a little bit more positive right now. It was initial move to the downside, you can see as far as the futures are concerned, but holding some of the levels we saw hold after the market closed on Friday. Thanksgiving holiday coming up on Thursday. Markets are closed half day then on Friday this week. We will see economic data in between now and then. Overall volume expected to be a little bit on the light side as it is typically heading into this holiday. A few catalysts to deal with as far as individual names are concerned so far this morning. We'll touch on coming up here. Tesla with yet another robotaxi license, which should benefit them. Last time we were touching a little bit on the Arizona side. Now it's Nevada. So expanding very quickly. Happy Monday.
Here we are in our new home at our new start time, and same old stories here for this market, that's for sure. Yeah, the Nevada aspect with Tesla is interesting. What's also interesting is the story we had last week with Nvidia with regards to apparently the Trump administration, quote, internally floating the idea of these Nvidia chips to be sold to China. Now, Nvidia actually responded to the report, more or less saying that who cares if this is real? We're doing fine without China. Yeah, interesting stuff here. A lot of these same catalysts are going to be showing up, especially with a holiday shortened week. There are a lot of earnings. Pretty much all of the ones of note are going to be tomorrow.
Lutnick was on Bloomberg this morning. I was listening to a little bit of that, and he was from Europe, by the way. So he was actually physically in Europe talking about the China story. And basically, he said a lot of things, didn't really say a lot of things. He basically said it's going to be up to Trump. Trump will decide whether or not, they go with the H20 or they go with anything higher than that when it comes to being able to sell into China, Nvidia, that is. But praise Jensen, as they have been very, very over the past. But yes, brand new start time. Hope everyone has or had a great weekend and is again a holiday shortened Monday here, a holiday shortened week coming up. Michael Moss coming up this morning. He'll join us probably in about 30 minutes. And, some technical side of things going into the holiday coming up on Thursday. Stick around for that. Stick around for more talk, more charts, more in-depth news as well, guys. Happy Monday.
Yes, happy. Everybody, see Brandon's got the new fade for the new time.
Oh, does he? He always looks so sharp. I never know if he has a new.
It's like he comes there every day.
Yeah, every other day.
Oh yeah, maybe every other day. But welcome everybody. There's obviously a lot to get to, but I feel like a little more relaxed. Have a sip of your coffee. Make sure you get that coffee or whatever it is locked and loaded, because we got all-time highs bit to talk about, potential Bitcoin bounce as we speak, the odds of our cut in December increased, it seems, and then you have all the healthcare names, as Brendan mentioned. Oscar was up 19. Let me double check that first.
Yeah,
19% for Oscar in health here, and then some small cappers moving around. ENEL seemingly moving. ICLT, as some people in the chat have mentioned. So there's always going to be a lot to cover, but now we have more time to ease into it, prepare for all the stocks we want to look at. And look, I can see right now, Oscar number 1, DVLT number 2 on our list. I'm assuming that's Micron right there. Yeah, number 3.
Yeah.
No Tesla.
Yeah, I'm on Bob. I'm on Google today. Welcome, everybody. Yeah, it's nice to be here at 8 o'clock now, starting a little earlier. We've gotten rid of the 4 o'clock show, a little bit more before the market, right? And so we'll be back doing the review shows when there's major earnings or major to be talked about. But yeah, welcome back. Look, the Nasdaq's up almost 1% here right now, so that's nice move happening. Google was up 8% last week, just going right now. Like what a move, back up through $310 right now. I mean, who would have thought that was happening? We do have Novo Nordisk news here. Great news coming out of Novo with their Alzheimer's drug, all the way now down 11% and kicking lower. So yeah, it's not all the same here. Novo v. Eli Lilly, I mean, a little different. But when you put out a drug and it doesn't perform up to expectations, you go the other way. So Novo going one way here, Eli Lilly just kind of hovering. It's still down 1% though, going the other way. And then yeah, man, it's Nvidia. Brennan sort of touched on that a little bit there. 180. We'll see if that can battle back. Palantir's still 156. So although the Nasdaq's up, some of these names don't continue to be super solid here today. I mean, the thing is, now that we start a little bit earlier, it's like an hour and a half now until the market opens. So it's tough to talk about like some complete early levels, but I still think I'm still looking a little short here on AMD underneath 220. We'll see, you know, what that happens if we can get some, you know, price action around 200. I feel like right now it's cooking to the upside, so I'm not sure we'll get 200 again, but this should be interesting to look at as well. Yeah, look, Packers got it done yesterday against the Vikings, who suck anyways, and then both the Bears and the Lions like win in overtime, so that sucks for the NFC North. But I saw the Patriots won, so that's not going to be good. And then
all the upsets,
City won, and Baltimore won, and
I was sitting there, I'm like, every one of those teams that I want after the Bills lost, every one of those teams that I wanted to lose, they were all losing. They were all losing, and then I guess you had a few comebacks. It is what it is. But you know, the other thing that we get to do with an early start is maybe go over a few things that we don't always, right? Like in the morning, just quick note, right? We're back under 25 in the VIX. So that, I mean, that's usually that's a bit of a positive sign. Like one of the things that had been lingering last week, and certainly throughout, you saw this on Friday, is every time we got back into 25, you were like the VIX was bouncing. So you were finding support at that level. If I just put up like I think 3 hours is the sweet spot here. Like we'd been rejecting, the last time we completely rejected 25 and kind of rejected it, but we were holding above. And now that you're getting the consolidation below, there's just a little bit more, I guess, confidence that we can not have one of those crazy reversions. We'll keep tracking this. We're still making higher lows overall, so I don't think we're necessarily out of the woods. We're through at least all of the big earnings with a handful this week. Alibaba reports tomorrow. We get Zoom tonight. So there's a few things that are going to be out there that we'll have to watch. Certainly watching the VIX, paying attention to what's going on with Bitcoin as well with that 80,000 bounce. And then the other thing we get to do is I can hear in my ear, was it Amaze that was just going?
I have Alibaba December 12th.
I thought there were...
sorry, December 5th. I don't know, it says unconfirmed in 11 days, but that's just Benzinga. That's probably, Adara was saying, no, you guys must have heard that different. Right there, 11 days from now. I don't know, we'll have to double check that. But I think Alibaba's going to be...
I see this tomorrow.
Yeah, I think Alibaba's going to be a hot stock today for sure. It's actually stock number 2 on the sticky note already, so we're excited for that. Yeah, so people are saying it was M-A-Z-E there that you were hearing about.
It's popping.
A-M-Z-E, sorry.
Not a lot of volume, but it is
holding.
starting to...
Oh, 30 cents. Yeah, I mean, that's part of getting in here early too, right? Is to be able to see some of these names get going real early. Amaze, what used to be $11 stock. Okay, maybe this is primed for another, this looks like a reverse split, right? 50 cents, yeah, 10 to 1 at least, 20 50 cents or so up to, I don't know if it was rated in there, 750. I don't know. We'll look at this, but yeah, there's Amaze trying to go again, up 25% to start off with. Yeah, Oscar up 20% as well. People want to know about that. That's going to be on the list here today too. You know, again, a name that I'm in. We bought a little bit last week, but nothing crazy. I was at these levels down there. So this is, I bought Alibaba, I bought Uber, I bought Oscar. That was about it. Last week was a crazy week, man. Hopefully this week could be a little more calm. I don't know. NASDAQ really went for a roller coaster ride last week. It looks like it's starting to do it today again, man. It looks like a pretty good roller coaster happening right now. This is just you're going, let's see, we get to where we were Friday before we started to fall down a little bit there. So we'll wait to see where we go on the NASDAQ here, trying to get back up to 25,000. That's only 24.5. So lots to go. I think we got as high as 27,000 or something on the NASDAQ. So yeah, pretty choppy last week in intraday, but once it got going, you know, we had some good directional moves there. Yeah.
Worth noting too, back to the old school, asking in the chat, how come the stream starts early today? Because it's starting at 8 every single day. It's a new change. If you're just jumping in now, used to it at 8:30, so you might be matriculating in, but as you do, this is permanent. We're starting at 8 o'clock, getting rid of the aftermarket show so that we can bring you a little bit more action, not action, but a little more analysis and preparation, and then we can have some of the small cappers moving around as well, take you into the morning, and of course, look, just because we're not doing the aftermarket show, remember, when there's big earnings, Nvidia watch party, Apple, Meta, like those types of things, we'll still be doing a special half an hour on those particular days. So if you're just tuning in, we're doing a little bit more pre-market. And now we can like listen to all the small cappers that keep going. I see NNOX is going. It was ENEO, ENOV, I think. But one of the names that you would mention, Oscar, that entire sector, save because Novo, well, healthcare and biosciences are very different, but one stock's making 52-week lows. Novo, already on the ish list today, for me is going to be Novo Nordisk. And then you'd mentioned the futures, 25,000. The thing about we got to break 24.6. It seems real obvious, but we topped out there twice. You know what? A 15-minute is going to look better than a here. On a 15-minute, it got exactly to 24.6, both in the afternoon on Friday, and then the initial bounce and that crazy, Thursday, that reversal on Thursday was wild, but then bounced to exactly 24.6. So you have this interesting double top. Once you get through there, it's like an all systems go for tech longs. Right? Like if you're something's long on your list, like that's a breakout. So I want to be buying the dips and all the names you like. It doesn't mean, like Novo is the name that I'm like, even if we're breaking out 24.6, I'm going to be looking for fades on that stock because it made a new 52-week low. That's a pretty big level that we're going to visit very, very quickly, I think. We could see that one before the open. We could see that one literally right as we open up and break out that potential 24.6.
Yeah, the NASDAQ right here down 7%, basically from the highs, from 689 down here on here on the Qs. 640 down to 580, and now you're starting to bounce a little bit higher. So in total, about 7% taken out of the Qs there last week, and then or just from the top to bottom, not just last week, and then the SPY as well. I mean, it's not like it's trying to be into too much bear territory over here, but that was that's the same chart. Hold on a second, it changed my level too. There it is. All right, let's see how far the SPY went down. I feel like the NASDAQ was going to be a little bit worse than the SPY. Yeah, only 4% on the spiders, top to bottom. So, yeah, the NASDAQ and SPY doing a little different dances here than expected. But Bitcoin, 86,000 as well. That's trying to make a comeback here. So, talk about today. Thank you for joining us real early. Let's go back and find out what Brendan and Adara have on their mind, and then we can keep putting the names in the chat, get that visualizer going, and yeah, if anyone wants to send us coffee, you can do that as well.
Donut?
Shout out to Rivian Millionaire.
Mine is officially empty, so I second that. Yeah, lots of things we can get to here in this new first 30 minutes as well. Remember, there are a few key economic data points that do come out prior to 8:30 now and then. We'll get ADP private payrolls. It's one of those, comes out at 8:15. And it'll also give us a little more time to prep when there is a big number that comes out at 8:30 instead of just bang coming on with the number itself at 8:30. So I think it's going to be great right across the board. A couple of things moving around here as well. I just saw Meta pop up in front of me. Highs, trying to make it 2 days in a row here to the upside. Nice close anyways on Friday along with the overall market here for Meta. This story out over the weekend, kind of interesting. Apparently they squashed a internal study on the psychological effects of their social media platforms. I don't know if it got to a point where they actually saw the negative aspect of that and said, let's just throw that in a closet somewhere and pretend it never happened. But new court filing saying, yeah, it's not great, the results that they found.
And reportedly, it's part of their Project Mercury. So apparently these results showed that there were higher incidences of depression and anxiety, and specifically for people who stopped, like youth who stopped using social media, they actually would lessen their depression and anxiety. Now, apparently also employees actually vouched for the results of the study, but the company kept it hush-hush. We know there are a lot of concerns and now even a lot of lawsuits with these social media companies are impacting the health of youth. And when I say social media companies, mostly talking here about Meta and Snapchat, though I believe there have been others as well.
Yeah, I mean, overall market just kind of shrugging this off, but maybe a broader as far as Meta is concerned. But to take out the highs, though, guys, the market looking pretty good here to start things off so far.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is not news. it's not new. It's not new news, right? I think this has been made of Meta and social media for a while, right? Whether you agree or disagree, I don't necessarily think that Meta will move on this, because all anyone cares about right now is how much they're spending and whether they're going to get a return. And older concerns like this probably not going to affect it. I think if it was, the proof would be in the pudding. If it was not trading exactly, almost precisely what the Nasdaq is up. I mean, it's ticking every now and then, but 1% on Meta, 1% on the NQ. Shows you that it's essentially just moving with the market recovery. And until it can get back to some days where it's outpacing, this hasn't, sure it bounced. I mean, but everything bounced from last week. So yeah, it's up a little bit off of the 580, but I still think you're in this finding the bid from the last earnings report, and it's in a downward trend until, like, that could easily break above 605, but I think there's stronger names out there. We've mentioned Alphabet, certainly for sure, and I would put Apple and Amazon kind of in that category. So I'm not caring too much necessarily about this particular story. That said, if the market were to turn, let's say we get to this 24.6 Nasdaq and we aren't looking very good breaking it out, then Meta turns into one that maybe you prefer to the short side off of some of those highs from last week, like the 605 area would work in there. But I'll probably be focused on a little bit of chips, crypto, until proven otherwise. I mean, that's where the volatility's been, like all the chip names. And then today you're going to get healthcare as well. So Meta on the back burner, I get it. It's probably a legitimate concern. I would tend to agree with it. I don't think it's going to move the stock all that much.
Some stuff here, PFSA, I think it was. PFA. Yeah, Pro USA here. Pro F USA. Prof. To present abstract titled Monitoring Tissue Oxygen Dynamics, something yada yada. So here we go. Here's a fast one to start the day. I mean, one is absolutely sleeping, and then 2 minutes ago we start to pop up here, performing or presenting at Paris Vascular Insights 2025. So PFSA right here, a new runner for you if you're looking for some stock. So there it goes, man. Part of the reason why we're starting a little bit early here. Yeah, I'm with Neil, man. I mean, wow, social media is not good for you. Okay, wow, great study, man. I should definitely, I mean, if you're going to award something, this guy, whoever wrote that or girl, should win something. I mean, that would be absolutely amazing. It was an internal one here, apparently. Project Mercury. So they've done some studies here, finding that depression and anxiety create social media. I mean, who would have thought that, of course? But, for me, Meta has nothing to do with that. We've been talking about Meta for a long time in their overall spend. So here comes the spend, and we've seen it. And they're just going to have to show up next quarter. And if they do, then, yeah, this will all be, you'll be wishing that you had sort of bought something down here. I still think Meta has a way to go to the downside. 560, 580 doesn't seem low enough for me, right? Although 800 to 560, and again, we use this little, thank you, Randy, so much for that. We use this little calculator here. You're 4% on the ruler right now from Meta top to bottom. You are in bear territory. So to start to pick something up down here isn't horrible, right? I kind of like right now, actually, is this MAGS. You guys are asking me for some ETFs there. This pays about a 1% dividend, and see a small dividend from Google and Apple. But the MAG 7, if you're going to look, this is the MAG ETF, Roundhill ETF. I was giving this to some friends of ours in the chat there, but this is something that's also been hit. So this 7 names, and you don't necessarily have to worry about individual, and then you're getting the NASDAQ 100. So this would be a name that, obviously top to bottom has performed real well. Oh my God, it's $40 bottom up to $70 top. So this is still performing fine. You don't have to pick out single stock. So this MAGS stock, I think each stock is 14.5%. So it's divided as it should be. But here's just another stock to get involved with. Obviously, Google ditched their Google Plus, whatever they had for a while, to get into some social media. Snapchat, they've had as well, and they're falling right back in to the low side for Snapchat. This is probably worth buying at 7. Get some love down into here. I actually like Snapchat better than Meta if we can get this lower, just because you have some protection down here. I think a risk right now. Like Amazon, there's some other names that have fallen down pretty good that I trust a little bit better than a Meta, like an Amazon as well. I mean, Amazon top to bottom is something very similar to that of the Nasdaq. Some good value here. I think what would you said 6%, 9% top to bottom there on Amazon. So that's approaching a level there. So bouncing off the 200 average. So some good Mag 7 names involved. And then I just saw at the corner of my eye, Google was pushing that 312. Pushing like this up another 4%. Like, okay. I remember like last week, the only day that I Google last week was that day when Gemini 3 was like announced that it was getting some good success, and it tanked and then has been ripping the last couple of days like that. So there it goes, man. Google right now, just absolute monster. This was a $140 stock at April lows. More than double here for Google. Yeah, another day in euphoria land. I mean, Nasdaq's up 0.9. What's going to bring the market down? We don't have major Fed or anything too much today, right? We have something. No, we had 10:30 Fed Dallas manufacturing. We don't even have Fed speak on. They might be speaking. Have them on the docket.
Not today.
Is anything major?
There's a 2-year note auction at 1 o'clock as well. So I mean, sometimes that could move things. I think the 10 would be a bit, but you're way back up here on that December meeting. Great odds, right? Like we went from like in the 70s to a couple of days after we tagged. I think it was 72%. Like you tagged down underneath 50, and then we're right back to where we were before. And just Kalshi's always been a little bit lower, but what's interesting is Kalshi also hasn't moved as much. When the Fed watch went from like 75 into underneath like 50, Kalshi moved a fraction of that, and they're still saying 70%. I kind of feel like they're going to be the better way to in the future. Nothing wrong with the Fed watch tool, but I get the feeling the Kalshi rate is going to be the best place to look for the odds and the rate going forward, like the actual betting markets. Because the way that this flushed and recovered, or maybe crazy of a move there in Kalshi, we'll see. We'll definitely see. But I like it actually just moving to 69 as we check live. And small cap running here. ENLV, that's the one that was, because you keep hearing it in the ear, and if you're in the middle of talk, sometimes I get it wrong. But they announced a private placement to initiate world's first prediction markets digital asset treasury strategy via Refrain token accumulation. So they're back. And it's done over 30 million shares already, up 50%. What does this look like on the daily? An absolute barcode at $1 breaking away. Prior high at 120. That should be an interesting one if it can come back and hold on. And I'm sure it's probably right around where VWAP is. Yep. It always seems like on these runners, when they break out the high at this time, that the volume weighted average, where it already dipped to, ends up being that prior resistance on the daily chart. So watch out, ENLV. Very good volume so far this morning. That's one of the reasons we come on here, so we can look at all the names, see what else you guys are interested in as well. And that way, and there's no economic data at 8:30, but if we had, like on Wednesday, when we actually do have key numbers coming in at 8:30, we'll be prepped and ready and not kind of rushing into, oh my goodness, what's happening? No, we'll have kind of laid the game plan of what we're expecting and then the numbers will hit and we'll be all much better prepared. So let's get back to the desk as I'm going to take a sip of my new coffee that Ricky brought. Nice and warm. Need that.
Yeah, Tuesday, Wednesday going to be the biggest day on the economic calendar this week. Here's a look at what to expect coming up tomorrow. As I mentioned, that number coming out at 8:15, so we can bring that to you live. It doesn't typically, I mean, there are times when it can move the market, but it doesn't typically, it's not a big reaction unless it's just wildly one way or the other outside of what is expected. We'll get PPI then at 8:30. That's retail sales as well coming through at 8:30, and then some as a data at 9, consumer confidence at 10 o'clock. So, and as Neil was saying, again, Wednesday, full docket of economic reports coming through as well. So Tuesday, Wednesday going to be the big day, or biggest days. Thursday, remember Thanksgiving, obviously markets closed. Friday, absolutely nothing on the economic calendar for Friday to be aware of. I wanted to mention the yields. We saw a little bit of a sell-off early on in the yields. I lost my chart here, but both the 10-year and 30-year, we're downside initially to start things off. We're seeing a bit of a bounce back here. But market not really reacting to that, still showing strength.
Yeah, I mean, strong market. I think there's a lot of sectors guiding this as well. Overall market strength, but we also have Oscar Health and a lot of these names in that insurance space doing pretty well. We know Politico reported that the Trump admin is considering extending these ACA or Affordable Care Act subsidies, so that's going to be a really good look for that sector. And again, Oscar Health, smaller name actually leading the group, though MOH, Molina Healthcare, and one of Michael Burry's picks, actually. That one is pretty strongly to the upside on this as well, maybe more so or UNH. So some of these sector-wide moves could also push this higher. And Chinese ADR is not really a sector, but they are going to be on watch with Alibaba earnings tomorrow morning. Alibaba's Quen reaching. There's a lot of catalysts today that could push this market higher.
Yeah, China ADR is showing all kinds of strength so far this morning as well. So here we go. Here's the right now, downside still, but you can see we did bounce already this morning back to the upside, but 3 days in a row for both the curve and, I mean, 10-year anyways, trying to show a little bit of resilience here. Head back to the upside. The overall dollar is still strong. It's been that way since the beginning of October, really. We're still grinding around that 100 area for the DXY. Speaking of buying the dip, I was also reading over the weekend, guys, that Cathie Wood back into Nvidia in a pretty big way again, buying the dip, taking advantage of this pullback once again, who famously sold it way before any of this happened, or the majority of her stake way before any of this happened. I think she was long initially around dollars though, so I mean the initial move justified, but yeah, ARK back into Nvidia.
Can't quit Nvidia for long.
Okay.
That's for sure. No, I mean one of the most active, I don't know, maybe the most active money manager I think of. So if you're going to be active, well, part of being opportunistic. If you like something, you like a story, then you should be buying the dip, and that's kind of the idea. I would assume behind Nvidia, but it's interesting. We're showing 24 futures as a resistance spot, and if you look at it equivalency on Nvidia, because Nvidia has turned into just so eerily similar to the Nasdaq on a lot of days, and even the chip name that ends up moving the most for you, like you're almost better off. You're going to catch bigger moves 9 days out of 10 trading AMD or Micron or SMCI, heck, you're getting bigger moves percentage-wise in Intel a lot of days, to be honest with you. So the 185 level, I kind of look at, and if the futures tell us a guide for overall tech, then Nvidia over under 185 will tell us a guide as well. Like if we're rejecting that, then I'm not, if we get up there and we're rejecting 185, I'm going to turn to and break style trades, like these reversal type stocks, like SMCI, AMD as well. That's got like the 215 level on it if we can't get above 185. But Nvidia is going to have to lead the way for us. And when you think about this dip, from a technical standpoint, you basically dipped right into the liquidity zone. Just go back to like August. We started in August, and we haven't traded too far away from the 180 at any point. And every time we get there, it's just like you hang around a bit, and it's resistance, and then it's support. So I could easily see Nvidia in a possibly frustrating sideways pattern in here, where it just kind of trades. Maybe we see some 170s. Maybe we see that 50 period and break it a little bit. But I think we could be in a bit of a chop fest in this range, and you're going to want to use the futures for the chip market a little bit here. That's my intent today.
Yeah, look, I was thinking it was really strange that, bless you, that I think like Cathie Wood is getting back involved, or at least announcing it now. I mean, I think it's obviously way too late, as Brendan and Neil were both mentioning there about like, when to get in and sort of miss these moves. But, as a money manager, you got to manage the money that you have. And right now is probably a good time. I mean, it's better now to get involved in Nvidia than it was, 2 weeks ago. Now you're past earnings and you're down, 13%. Okay, so $12, $215, all the way down into 180 and change. That's complete top to bottom. It's probably not actually 12%. It's probably more like 10%, but nice move to the downside there for Nvidia. And again, if you like the king, you might as well grab it right now, because if you just miss this trade all summer and all fall, I mean, obviously it's November 24th right now, this is a good time to pick some up. If you are bullish about the whole space, why not pick something up right now? I mean, you know, you've seen a pretty epic fallback down in for a name like an AMD. We've seen, I mean, Oracle chip name, but that kind of leads the way to the downside there. Even Advanced Micro Devices. I'm surprised. I think you might be hearing maybe looking. We can always look up at Kathy's ARC. You can always look up what she's holding and some of the decisions that she's making. But I think AMD is a little bit of a riskier buy right here because you have this gap fill back into 160. That if things go wrong, that this is probably where we need to go back into the 200 period moving average down there. We do know that Broadcom's been also holding up quite well, and then. If you did want, you know, to really get involved, you can check out the SOXL, which is a 3 times daily ETF. And here we go for Broadcom, similar to Nvidia, where you have that complete high at 390. But this is just a pullback into 350. Very, very similar to Nvidia. So if you want to diversify a little bit, get one other than the other, you can get that. Or you can just grab them all with either the SMH, SOXL, is that an Amex name? Yes. SOXL over here on the. So this is a great, you know, 3 times if you want to trade day trading this level as well, or SMH to grab all these semiconductors. And this could be, again, another really good level here to pick these guys up as well. Just back into July, as we said, September. If you're going to go back to July, where we are for Nvidia, you got to get down to 271. So this is where we may want to pick up some better value with Nvidia rather than the whole market. Like the SMH is actually holding out pretty well. Well, remember we just showed you Nvidia's back to July levels. So that would put SMH down here at 260. So there's something, I think, with Nvidia and getting a little bit of value down there. You know, forward PE just around 40. I don't think it's unbelievable, the valuation here. You're going to pay a market premium for the best name. So I feel like that's okay, but only up 1% is the NASDAQ is up 1%. Only up 0.7 is Nvidia. So there's definitely stronger pockets here today, including obviously Google. I want to check out what Apple is doing here today. 272, so that's going to be a banger today too, like above that 270, definitely catching a bid here off of those lows. Like it's, I don't know, feel a little bit better this week than we did last week, that is for sure. So yeah. Grinder, did I just hear something? Oh, you know what I wanted to, oh yeah, they're pushing back against their take private. I just wanted to check in here at PFSA, so that's another one that Prof USA presenting in Paris has come back in as well. So Heisenberg was up 25% or so. These are some names that we want to check out early because if we start to hear anything moving around, keep it in the chat and keep us, you know, prize of all of these moves. Data Vault as well, DVLT, we talked about that last week. That's moving a little bit here. And of course, the biggest name that may be held by you guys is Oscar. Oscar got hit, obviously, on the Affordable Care Act, and we talked about that a little bit there with Brendan and Adara, but this name continues to rock a little bit right there, breaking back above the 200 period moving average, and we bought some of this last week. We had first bought it near and around these levels too, right down here a little bit lower. So get an opportunity to buy it. I think we got it at 14 or so before that final move down, and now a little bit of a bump up there. UNH also starting to go. So look there, and if you want to get the XLV, which is the healthcare ETF, you know, this will probably go today. And some people always ask us, like, what is, you know, where can you sort of get away from single stock risk? Here, the XLV definitely having that bump up off of better UNH movements as of late. So there you go, man. It seems like there's lots to talk about today. It's not just all tech-related names, although and to be always leading the way here. Micron, yeah, we had some people say on the watch, it was like Google, Oscar, Micron, some UNH, always so Nvidia.
It's the thing about Micron is like what goes up must come down, but like it's just been outpacing some of the regular chip names just in terms of volatility alone. Like 3% today when Nvidia is a half of 1 point and the Nasdaq's up 1. Whether it's this or SNDK or WDC, like this has been where it's at. Like this even seems like a 212. I might have written this one down and not put it on the note. 212, which was a couple of sessions. I mean, if the Nasdaq hasn't broken through the similar resistance last couple of beneath 185, and Micron kind of already blowing through, so you have some relative strength there. And then I saw in the chat, yikes. It was a question of why is Oracle so weak? Because it's you things into different buckets. And right now,
I have to buy some of that.
yeah, right now Oracle is just getting overly punished as like the top, the top of the AI market is all Oracle's fault, and they're not going to be able to meet these targets, and they have the most risk if OpenAI is going to flutter, is going to be unable to meet their obligations, is the best way to put it, a nice way to put it, I suppose. And you just lost the 200 period moving average on Friday was the real loss of that level. So there's not a heck of a lot that you've got except for Friday. Friday's low is literally the December high, the January high in these low 190s. So that's a big one. Oh, and we've got a super chat in here already. So we can throw that one up there. Get Results Fitness. All about getting those results, for sure.
C-Jet?
C-Jet, can you go over the C-Jet news and what it means? You, Sean. Here, I'll
okay.
I'm gonna
yeah, this means a lot to me, this C-Jet news. It means it's a make or break story for me. No, I have no idea what this is. Earnings, this says even unconfirmed 11 days. The same thing that I said for Alibaba there, but we've already confirmed that looks like that's tomorrow. $1 billion here. Edge AI tokens set to acquire them. They have a deal here today with Edge AI Frontier Technology to buy up to $1 billion in Edge AI tokens. Okay, strategic partnership with Edge AI. So attention Adara, C-Jet with a little news story. Adara's pretty good at parsing through these, but if we want to look at the CJET, yeah, again, thank you for the super chat and bringing it to all of our attention. Again, this is what we're trying to do here every day is look at news stories, and this is one that I didn't catch. There's the news right at 7:18, as we brought to you there by Benzinga Pro. Edge AI, I don't know enough about that, man, but, you know, looks like that was a reverse split again, 7 cents, way up to $4 or $5. You know, split again. Like, see, so it splits here, right? And then splits again. So like this split right here from 30 up to $7. So that's already gonna, you know, dilute the shares 20 to 1. Then you just diluted the shares 20 to 1 again. So if you bought this back in June of 13, you're now diluted at least 40, 50 times at least. So this stock is dead. And I would not trade this or hold this in the long-term portfolio at all. But as far as a day trade today, I mean, this looks like a decent little level right here. What is that, $3? Yeah. So for me, man, $3 looks like a good breaking spot there for C-Jet. So thank you again for the super chat. And before I go over to Joe, let me just quickly see what the short flow was, because I had the stock up and meant to talk about it and didn't. Short flow percentage, I have never seen anything like this in my life.
Well, that's...
so it's either right or it's wrong. And now I've zoomed in and I... So let me zoom.
It says 900, but that's probably...
Yeah, it says 907.
It's a mistake.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Take it off my screen. We have now zoomed in way too far and have no idea what we're doing. But it said 900%.
Let me just check a second.
C-Jet right there on the short float. So, yeah, very, very risky.
I see 7.5% at 50.
Yeah, okay. So that's why.
Call it 7.5% short flow. That makes more sense.
Here it is here. I got it.
They probably didn't adjust for the split.
Yeah, there it is right there. 907% short float. But that's because they didn't adjust for this, I guess, right? The split. But anyways, thanks for the super chat. We do have somebody who very low short float because no one's shorting this guy.
That's right.
You know. It's Joe. Was that okay, Joe? That was all right, right? Joe with upgrades and downgrades and possibly some option talk?
Go options first here, and then we'll get back to a little upgrades and downgrades later, because I mean, we're now. So let's get right into it, guys. Happy Monday. And a lot of activity, actually. So we're going to start it off here with healthcare. UNH, we've seen this name start to climb a little bit higher, guys, and at that 330 strike price expired this week, there was some activity. Considering it's a $330 name, we're sitting around 2,000 contracts still currently open, but with that volume being substantially, relatively speaking, on the call side, so around 4,000 on that specific strike price, guys, and that's going to be expiring on Friday. And now as for Uber, starting to get a little bit of a recovery here as well to open interest light, but the volume relatively decent, relatively speaking, once again at that $86 strike price, expiring this Friday with 2,500 on the volume and 1,910 there. For Walmart, kind of going oppo the overall market, and this is exactly what we wanted to see. The open interest high, but this doesn't expire until December 19th, so there's still quite some time, but I think that $115 can be in the works, especially if it continues to kind of go the opposite direction in which we're experiencing in some of the tech names, volume around 3,730 at that specific $115 level. Now let's head over and take a look at an individual call that I like in particularly, but one thing to note, so we're going to start this off with Apple. And that's going to be expiring this week as well too, guys. But the open interest around 14,600 at that 275 strike with volume around 19,400. But I want us to pay attention to the bid and the ask. That's relatively wide for a very liquid name underlying in which Apple tends to trade. And we've seen it with an example in Nvidia last week where our spread was $1 opposed to now, this will tighten up come the open and as more liquidity steps in, but that's something to keep an eye out on. The delta relatively cool as well, considering we are at an out-the-money strike. And then our gamma is our gamma as well too, guys. Not too bad. And at the money IV, 22.1%. We've seen cooler. I'm not going to complain whatsoever about that implied volatility on Apple, because if it's in the 60s or 70s, that's when you're going to increase premium. So you can classify this as somewhat as a discount, guys.
Yeah, okay. We just got actually a story. Thanks, Joe, for all that. I mean, Apple's in pretty interesting area there. I really like Apple at that 270, so that call is an interesting play there. So here's Bitmine, sorry, finally announcing. This is BMNR, right? Yeah, so here's BMNR just announcing what their holdings are. So I don't know if Michael's coming on to talk about crypto or not, but I know that sometimes he can. Oh, he is, perfect. So here's Bitmine right now announcing this is their total holding. Quite a nice number there. 11.2 billion in crypto. And I don't know how much cash that is. I guess I could probably find that out in here. But look at this, man. 3.6 million Ethereum tokens.
Out of the money.
At an average price. Yeah, I was going to ask you, what is the price?
2824.
2824.
So they're out of the money.
Okay, so just out. So there we go, man. We have MSTR right now, and now we have Bitmine. We know exactly their price. So that's good. I mean, you know, we can sit here and talk about BMNR and Tom Lee and destruction of what's been happening over there, but you know, at least now we get that number, and it's good to hear, right? Like we thought that MSTR, their pressure point was somewhere around 74,000. Maybe Michael might know a little bit more about this as well, but MSTR, huge move to the downside. Bitmine, as if they were brothers in arms, following with a complete collapse as well in the crypto space. And I don't want to call it a complete collapse. It's down 30%, and again, Michael's coming on to talk about this, so we'll have more chart-related stories, I'm sure, about the crypto space. So without further ado, let's go back. I can see Brendan's waiting and Dara's ready to go. We're ready to go. Thank you for joining us early today and every day moving forward now.
Every day.
The energy don't stop, but the time gets a little bit earlier.
More coffee.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, Michael, not crypto, but wants to talk stimmies, guys, and what that could do for the crypto market as a whole. Let's bring them right in and get a take on what we should look for as far as Bitcoin is concerned, and as far as maybe, as you mentioned in your tweet here, Michael Noss, happy Monday, maybe the Robin Hoods of the world as well could be huge beneficiaries of this, potentially, anyway.
Yeah, I don't know if this is a brilliant idea or if I was just memeing a little too hard and I can convince myself. So everyone just bear with me here for a second. But yes, this is the tweet I put out last night. It was actually just a funny, someone was interviewing Bassent and basically just said, hey, will these $2,000 checks be inflationary? And he said, well, maybe we'll convince people. And I laughed. And I think anyone who was trading around in 2020 would probably laugh as well, because we knew almost on time with every stimulus check that went out there, you had speculative assets just rip, and the most sensible ones. You know, we're talking pictures of rocks and monkeys trading for millions of dollars, and it just kind of made me think. So I went and I looked up and I looked at the date of every stimulus check that period of time and what happened to Bitcoin 30 days later, and that's what the next chart is here. And, you know, it's only 3 instances, so it's not like this like a huge data set that we should be super interested in. But first stimulus check, we had a 35% rip, then we had 20%, and then we had another 5% after that. So it seems like a lot of people, I wouldn't say most, but I think a lot of people will buy some speculative assets. That's why my joke was maybe just deposit the money right into Robinhood and cut out the middleman here. So if that's going to be the case, could be maybe the catalyst to get crypto going again, because it's obviously been hurt here for a period of time. But it's starting to get a little bit oversold. So, you know, that's either just hilarious or actually a good idea. And we'll find out if and when these stimulus checks ever hit. But from a technical point of view, if we take a look at the next chart here on Bitcoin, this is the first time, and this is a pretty just bog standard indicator that use, which is just a 14 period RSI. I think it comes default on a lot of charts that you open, but you know, it's just showing the amount of the speed of the move is the best way to put it, right? Momentum, how fast is the move going? And I've highlighted the 3 times in the last year or so that Bitcoin has become oversold. And yeah, you can see them there with those vertical yellow lines, and not always the bottom, but the last 3 times pretty close to it. And it kind of leads to a bit of a larger conversation that I wanted to have about this is how I think Bitcoin from now on. I think we need to unprogram ourselves from, you know, Bitcoin breaks and it just rips a couple hundred or 1,000%. And, you know, I think me and Neil have been talking about this as well. And I think we're in agreement on this, that the more an asset gets institutionalized and the more it gets part of everyone's investment, the less volatility you're going to get in that instrument, because if people are rebalancing their portfolio, then when it gets lower, they'll buy, and when it gets higher, they'll sell as a way to rebalance. So I might be looking a little bit more at the cryptocurrency space, doing this kind of mean reversion and, you know, buying dips and selling rips, and not looking for a breakout to 250,000 or a million or any of these crazy moves that we got in the past. But this may be a more tactical way for me to trade around my kind of core crypto position by adding when we get oversold, and then, you know, subtracting some when we get overbought, and rinse and repeat based off these 3 kind of ideas, or these 3 instances of, you know, Bitcoin getting oversold. I highlighted just to show this is the area we were chopping around in the beginning of 2025. There could be some support there, that kind of thing. And if I'm right on all of this kind of crazy thing, I feel like that Always Sunny meme with all the lines on the wall, but it could be Robinhood. And that's the last chart I have here, where, you know, we're down. I'm hearing this talk of a bubble, and then I'm seeing stocks like this, and I'm seeing tons of QCOM down 7%, and this is down about 50% from its highs, and quantum computers are decimated. And I'm just starting to wonder that if we start to see a low in Bitcoin, and we know that there's quite a bit of Robinhood crypto correlation because it's where a lot of people trade it, that this could be an interesting area. We have the psychological whole number of $100. People are kind of tied to that. I've highlighted this box just to show, you know, July through September is where we kind of spend in this zone as well. So this could be a way for people who potentially aren't interested in the crypto side of things, but, you know, believe that crypto might be near a bottom, to be able to invest in a company that actually makes money and that type of thing, in order to potentially get a push higher. So, you know, that's I know, a long series of craziness, but if we are getting these stimulus checks and it's going to go into crypto the way it did before, you know, on some Bitcoin or some Robinhood.
I saw a couple people talking about, not specifically this, from a technical standpoint, kind of what you were hinting at there, specifically at the end. And let's double click on that a little bit here. Zoom out and look at the overall market, or look at any of these individual names specifically. Talk a little bit about the, you know, the size of the move that we've had down from the highs. You mentioned a few individual names there that are standing out as far as that go. And then specifically what needs to happen technically to not necessarily recover from this, but maybe digest the move down. I think a lot of people, because of what happened in April, you know, that instant kind of bounce back, and then it was just straight higher, might have the urge to front run this a little bit. The same thing could happen, but it's not always the case.
No, and it's important to separate the K-shaped market, I guess people are calling it now, where we do have the average stock, and I'm just here looking at the RSP, that has gone absolutely nowhere since July. We're at the same price of the RSP. So again, for those who don't know, the RSP is just the equal weight of the S&P 500. So it does a better job of saying, what's the average large cap stock doing? And perfect. You can see we not only have we gone nowhere since July. If you zoom a little bit further where you have that, that's last year, right? So the before we're at the same price we were last year. So we've essentially changed nothing in most stocks. So I think it becomes a real question of yes, the AI trade and Nvidia and all these things have been doing phenomenally, but the average company still hasn't gotten that move. And this is why I brought you guys things like healthcare that's been doing amazing, and energy, which I think might go next, but I'm not too sure. And I think it's important they look at this and they start to hear bubble talk and things being overdone, and maybe the bubble's going to talk. They a little bit and say, well, the average stock has done nothing this year. I came into the year saying, hey, it's year 3 of a bull market, and we might chop around sideways. Did not expect, that occurred. But in the grand scheme of things, most stocks have done nothing, and a lot are in bear markets already, or even worse, are in massive correction territories, down 50%. So the question I think we all need to ask is that, are we going to see a benefit from AI to the bottom line of these other companies? And if so, start to pick your targets of what you think that might be. Again, I'm heavily invested in healthcare for this reason, and some of these other names. But yeah, it's a bifurcated market. Some stocks look like they're in a bubble and they're about to pop, and then we've got kind of the rest of the world that's just trying desperately to kind of catch up.
And then if you go full circle on this, stimmies to come that could benefit the fart coins of the world and crypto in general, right across the board. Michael Noss, great stuff. Thanks for this.
And anytime. Talk to you soon.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. And apparently there's like a Doge coin ETF, which is supposed to debut this week, believe it or not. Which I'm sure, at this point, I'm sure we all believe it, to be honest with you. But I like the Robinhood thing. And just to a point, it was a guy from work, not a guy from work here, saying what stocks are 60% down. And I think this is sort of, it goes to Michael's point. If you're down that much, those are your quantum names pull back. I mean, maybe not all of them, but a bunch of quantum names pull back that far. You're not making any money nuclear names pulled back that far. So you had like the overall super excesses in the market maybe pull back that far. Not everything has had that kind of a dip, but Robinhood does feel like it's the kind of pullback. I mean, double tap 150 and it has 100 as a key level. You make the argument that bounce already happened. Where like 102 double bottom, that's close enough. And it's a mini rounded bottom here on Robinhood. No, this actually looks pretty good. The one concern I would have is, okay, well, what if we lose 85 again on Bitcoin? Like I'm treating 5 level on Bitcoin the same way I'm looking at the futures at that 24.6. Okay, well, not above it. That's a major resistance, and I'm going to favor those long plays. But the last, especially last week, no matter how good you felt about things running higher, you had to be careful for reversions. And ultimately, when we lost shelves, sometimes it was pretty nasty when you lose a shelf. So I look at something like that 85, and if we lose 85 today, then it doesn't matter how good of a rounded bottom this does look on Robinhood for a potential breakaway today. It's a huge gap. It's easy to look at that move down from Thursday, and very enticing gaps to be filled on a wealth of names. I think Robinhood out is one of the better ones as well. So this one has to be on your radar. Just keep a close eye on crypto. If we lose that 85 again, none of this is going to matter.
Look, I mean, I think it's kind of an obvious play. Obviously, we were talking about this all last week, that if you don't like crypto, then you shouldn't be into Robinhood. They don't trade. I mean, this was according to their report. They don't trade too much equity. A lot of crypto talk there. And as I was saying, if they're going to be a lot of their, accounts are going to be holding on to crypto, and right now it's in a big drawdown. So same as Robinhood here. And I like what Michael's talking about. We had called a 9 handle on this. We got to 101 and change. So yeah, maybe that's as low as we go. And if you're playing the long, you definitely want to use $100 now as your springboard. So if you break through it, watch out. But you know, that could launch us back up to the upside, especially if we do get some more positivity in the space. But okay, we teased the upgrades and downgrades before, but now it's the real deal. So let's go over to Joe and figure out which stocks this morning have been upgraded and downgraded.
Real deal. Correct. All right, guys, let's get right into this and take a look at some of the upgrades and downgrades. At the top of the list here, we have Bear by Citigroup going from a neutral to a buy, but raising that price target to $48. We're up almost 3% on the session, 2 and 8/10 there roughly. And then we also as well, guys, going from a neutral to an overweight by JP Morgan, lifting that price target to $188. You're up 3.7% in the pre-market session. Now, Carvana, Wedbush as well too, guys. Going from a neutral to an outperform, you're up 3.5%. The morning session as well too, but no specific price target there. And then we have MP Materials by BMO Capital, getting that price target raised to $75. You're up 3.5%. And that's also going from a market perform to an outperform as well too. So not too bad of a look on the upgrades and downgrades now, or sorry, the upgrades. Now, as for the downgrades, Exact Sciences going from a buy to a hold by Benchmark, no specific target on that one and no percentage metric just yet. And then Jazz Pharmaceuticals, once again, going from a buy to a neutral, so a neutral weight, sorry. So that is going to be a downgrade by UBS Group. And then Kimbell Royalty Partners by KeyCorp going from, let's see, a buy to a neutral weight and then also a sector weight as well too. Down 0.5%. And then Arrow by BTIG Research getting that target lowered to $19.
Yes, sir. MP sort of this week, but you know, don't get too fooled by the next bounce if we can't get through 65, specifically on MP Materials here. And you know, we talk about upgrades and downgrades as the potential catalyst for certain moves in the market. Maybe they're already happening, but just to give an idea of how big a deal that 65 was, it's not just where we fell on Thursday and the high from Wednesday. Go back, and you've had multiple rejections of the same price area in the last couple of weeks. So I think, look, can MP make the round trip again from 55 to 65? I think he can do it this week. It's certainly possible. Whether or not the upgrade or downgrade has anything to do with, I just feel like this is one where if somehow today it gets there, it's a fade. I kind of feel like that's unlikely. Go $8 on an upgrade? Probably not. But if we do get to that 65, I think that's a place to, you know, if you're short term, ring the register a little bit. If you're a day trader, that's a spot to look for a reversion or a short, because it's been pretty distinct about where it can't seem, at least particularly with this name. So I like me some MP. I mean, for the long term, I think they can be a win. But you know, this week, I'm selling in front of 65.
Yeah, Baidu, good little upgrade there as well. I mean, came into pretty close to the 200 period moving average, about $10 away there at 100. So, you know, we came into 108 or so, down into there. That would have been real nice to get Baidu down there. But, you know, for me, we have listed today on our note, and we're going to probably go over Alibaba and some of the Chinese names as well. But I have Alibaba written down on here between 155 to 156 long. The sticky note is now, and go find that. So for me on China, I'll be looking at, and I only made we had 3 trades, names that were all traded there on Friday, and we actually were able to go 3 for 3. Let's just wait to see what happens here with Alibaba today. There's the 200 period moving average, still slowly starting to creep up right now, up that 4% as they get 10+ million downloads on their Qwen new app there. So that was to what Gemini 3 is doing for Google stock. We'll hope to see if Alibaba gets a similar bump there as China goes bump in the night last night. So yeah, Nasdaq still up 0.8, sorry, as we go, and the ES right now up 0.4 as some of the banks starting to hopefully creep up a little bit here, breaking through 300. We'll see where that can go here for JP Morgan up 0.25. And then, you know, as opposed to Robinhood, I much prefer SoFi, and SoFi right there, 25 and change, another name that's on the sticky note. You can go find that at Trader TV. Sean and join 55,000 over there as well. Good little level here, man. 25.50 or so for SoFi. Yeah, good one, man. Lots of names looking good today as a market, and the Nasdaq trying to battle back. Although the last half hour we've dripped back in just a little bit here. So we've now been live for an hour. So now, as per regularly scheduled programming, it is now 9 o'clock, and we're now live at 8 o'clock every single day. So make sure you do join us at that point. What's up to Mike P. Ryder, Hamster, everybody, Rivian Millionaire, all the usuals in the chat. If you want to become a member, just hit the subscribe, and then you could join our chat. So it's very, very easy and completely free. So also our watch list is also available in the description. You can get that, and we're going to run through our watch list sometime around now.
Nowish.
Yeah, let's go. Lots to cover here this morning and throughout the week this week. So make sure you do jump down to the description and grab that. Absolutely free every single day. It comes right to your inbox. All you need is your email address. Top link below in the description will get you to that sign up page. Let's talk Tesla to kick things off. We touched on this very briefly off the top this morning. Yeah, 8 o'clock now. Make sure you come join us at 8 o'clock every single morning. Tesla Robotaxi clearing certification hurdle in Nevada. We had basically the exact same announcement going back to last week for Arizona as well. We're right back to basically the top end of the range here, hovering just below 400 here this morning for Tesla.
The tough thing here with these certifications is you can't just get one, Brandon. You have to have a whole series in order to operate these self-driving vehicles, right? So right now, apparently, they have the self-certification process for robotaxis that allows them to deploy these AVs on the roads within the state. However, they would still actually have to receive regulatory approval from the Nevada Transport Authority in order to operate these commercially. So they've completed step one. They still have to complete step two. But I mean, it's a good step. And as Brendan mentioned, a lot of these states now are starting to have the Tesla file for these permits. So it'll be interesting to see how and when they actually expand these a little bit further.
Yeah, looking good here so far, guys. Tesla, a little bit of relative strength maybe this morning.
Oh, for sure. This needs to somehow get through 402. Like, I don't know, like, how many times did we reject 402 on Friday? Half a dozen. Like, 6 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times the stock got to and broke $402, and each time was at least whether it was at the open, rejection, obviously a little bit worse later on, getting to VWAP and through later on as well for Tesla. So suffice to say, through 400, not just 402, I venture you got to break 403 today. Just get above that high, and then you've got some room to rally on Tesla. So it's a little bit diddling in the middle here. If we don't break 403, I just don't see like where to get bullish. 390, the 380s have been where it's at. So if we're heading to the downside, I don't know if I like this thing until we get down to 380. It's got to be holding the bid above that 403 level. But the way I look at it, I was bullish on Google yesterday, and like the breakouts, reversions were king in yesterday's trade, or Friday's trade, I should say. And breakouts weren't necessarily the jam because we had a weekday. So I'd rather be playing dips into VWAP into that 403 if we can hold the open range there on Tesla. And then when you start to think about the higher time frame, yeah, we can go rallying from here, and maybe you get 420, but you're still very much in this chop consolidation under the 50 period. So even if we get bullish, same pattern is forming down here as we had when this was from 80. So until proven otherwise, I think we're trading inside of the range. So you're looking for longs into 420, and then you're looking for rejections of 420 at some point over there on Tesla. But it should be on watch today. We get through that 403. It's got some room to rally till it gets to 420.
Yeah, I don't have it. Tesla's been one of the names that over this month has treated me really, really well at these levels. So I just didn't write it down today. I don't know. Up 2%, you know, still waiting for it to get into this 370. I'm not sure it does. I mean, these little bottom wicks there, that 380, were really bought up into this level here back November, December, January levels, right? And so we held those and didn't get into here, and it's not that it's that far away, but I really thought that we were going to be coming into the 200 period moving average. Now, you know, you get some talk about Waymo, and Waymo we heard is over $200,000 per vehicle is costing Google to put those on the road. That's not going to fly if the numbers from Tesla are what we hear. So I would, yeah, this 402, I mean, quite an obvious level over the last day or so. But then you got this 408 up here. I don't know. I'd rather just play the dips in Google. So if we can get something, I don't think it happens today. Oh, man. Is this a 1 minute? What do I, yeah, I maxed out the 1 minute chart here. Okay, so the 200 period, 397, but that to me doesn't really jive that well. Yeah, this is why I didn't write it down. I'm not really feeling so great because this is 402 right here, which is just too choppy up in these levels. I really think 410, 412. Yeah, like somewhere up here, I think is where Tesla probably sits today. Look at it a little stronger tomorrow for me. So not really on the radar there today for me is Tesla. If anything, we saw Rivian have a decent recovery. Was it Friday or yeah, just kind of, I guess, kind of like all mid last week, we really did do nicely bouncing off 14 and a quarter. So this to me is a much better area. Something up. So what about that? What about Rivian between 14 to 1450? You know, if that can drip down a little bit. So something happening right here. So we'll look for, I would much rather play Rivian dip into better support right now for me than Tesla anyways. So yeah, not on the list today, but doesn't mean we won't trade it. 905 right now, NASDAQ trying to bounce a little bit up about 0.1 since we last looked. So, all right, crypto sell-off. Yeah, I still think it's on, but 6,000, not necessarily a healthy level, but let's go find out the stories here about crypto. Michael talked about it, and now we're going to get the main stories, and we'll discuss some IBITs and BMNR and whatnot.
Yeah, the BMNR, the interesting one, I think, throughout this week. Here's IBIT so far this morning, sitting basically at the top of where we saw some resistance going back to Friday, but holding on to that same number now as support instead. Yeah, if you were with us in the first hour, remember, 8 o'clock starting going forward here every single day, guys. They're touching on it with Michael Noss. He was mentioning the simple fact that these $2,000 checks could be another catalyst here back to the upside for Bitcoin.
Yeah, that was an interesting one, and I was kind of looking at you off camera, like that's impressive that he did all of the work at that. So yeah, certainly something to watch here. What's also worth watching, Brendan, is that we're actually poised for a 5-week losing streak on BTC. So there's been a lot of weakness. One pattern that I've also noticed is that crypto names are not necessarily all following Bitcoin to the downside. In fact, we actually have some of them gapping up this morning, at least as of a couple of hours ago. And B, they're kind of moving in tandem against some of these crypto tickers. So there was a while where they were moving with Bitcoin and or kind of on their own. Now they're all kind of moving together. So I think that watching the patterns here with how these equities related to crypto perform in relation itself is worth noting. And I think right now it's a little bit staggered.
I was just scanning through Kathy's ARC.com, looking at some of the trades that they made last week. A lot of them, as we mentioned, Nvidia on the buy side. One of them, interesting, she was actually selling AMD as you were talking about. But the rest were all crypto-based. Circle, Coinbase on there, everything else outside Bitcoin itself. On the buy side, on the individual names as well. Robinhood was another one she was dipping her toe back into. So yeah, as you were saying, the individual names might be interesting here.
AMD, huh? Something in common there, Kathy. But no, actually, look, I think 85 matters. I don't think there's any way past that. Unfortunately, ultimately, you've had a decent bounce, but as Sarah mentioned, you've been trend down for a while. So when you're trend down, you should be at least a little bit cautious. All kinds of support and once we held the 85, but we got to 85 to 88, and then we're not just sort of resting on that support line. Like so much, like if the first thing that happens is we lose that support line, then you kind of go back to what we were doing before, which was just dropping. And it's easy to look at the highs on Friday, which is 5, by the way, and say if we lose this, you're trend back down, and then I'm short Mara again, which has been the vehicle which has worked the best, at least for myself, to express the short side of the trade. You get better percentage returns. But if we're holding this, then that Robinhood breakout's going to be in play. And certainly Bitcoin itself, if we hold the open range on the 15-minute, if we hold 48.5, and I want to make sure, because it's bearish, like if you're in the trend, I want this holding that key level on the 15-minute, and if I don't see that happening, then I'm not convinced that we're long off that level. So make sure that we're holding this on the higher time frame. If with a rally day. When this trends, you're fine. It trends all day long. And on Friday, even when it was upside, you had multiple chances to buy the dip to get back into that resistance high. That 48.5 or the 85,000 level to dictate. And if we fail it, I know where I want to play short. It'll be Mara, maybe even potentially breaking through some lows, but certainly off of Friday. The thing I like about Mara is pretty much at those prices when Bitcoin's above. So Bitcoin moves below, Mara should have no trouble being weaker because it's already relatively so.
Look, I put Bitcoin in the same category as I do with Meta and Oracle and all these names that are really just falling like, uncontrollably right now. Why bother to try to catch a dip in any of these names when you could just, play it when the momentum's higher and when we get a little bit of a rally coming through on this name, right? And so for me, if 50-period moving average is obviously at 106, so we can't worry about the 50 or the 200 periods if you're going to use a daily chart. All over with. What we have to look at right now is a 5-day sort of moving average, and we here, and I'll do it for you in a minute. But if you indicators, I'll call up on our chart, but we'd like to see this at least work off of some of these levels right now. We're going to call in let's just go over to I really quickly here right now. So here's a 5-minute chart. You could use, like I was saying, you could use a 5-day. That's what Brian talks about all the time, is a 5-day moving average. But right into here, I think for IBIT, it's at $48 right. I think we'd like to get back above, clear some of this garbage out that we've already seen happen here in the NASDAQ and with this name on IBIT, and get above this $53 area. So if we can get above and take out the last sort of 4 days to the downside, then we can work against potentially a base where we have a bottom, because then we use our 50-period moving average right there, 200-period and 50 on the 5-minute chart are now starting to join. So now you're starting to get a little bit more. Now to try to get back up to the upside, we just got to hold these levels. So why bother to buy dips down here at 46, 47? I'm just talking about longer term. I mean, to day trade is going to be completely different, but I would rather, let's see if this be the bottom rather than guess that it's the bottom. So if we can break through $53 right there and play momentum back up to the upside, I think there's so much to go there on crypto. If you're going to be holding it for a while, it's not going to be that much difference between like 48, 40, 53, but at least if we get back up to the upside there, then we can say maybe we've caught the bottom and we didn't have to look for it. So we're trying to find the bottom, and we've only had 2 days now off of those lows. So there's one move, and then now here's today. So let's give it a little bit more room to breathe here. And if we can get back above this 53, 54 area, then I think it's time to push the buy key. Until then, let's just see what happens, because there could be a lot lower to go. Like the NASDAQ, as I just said, man, it's only down that 5 now. And look what we're doing right here. So maybe the market has bottomed. I'm gonna give it a second to wait, because honestly, man, crypto at 86,000, it's a little scary. I mean, we were high at 128, 127. Back a lot, and I don't think the space is necessarily that healthy. So
I was just taking a look at some of the individual tech names as well. I mean, Apple is 3% and change off all-time highs. I mean, some of these things are just up so strong. Google's another one that we'll touch on right now. More than doubled now since the April lows. Here's 4% on top of that again this morning. All kinds of strength coming back into Alphabet.
Yeah, and we have to talk about this Gemini 3, because that is very much what drove that push to the upside. We had that initial strength on Tuesday morning with the anticipated Gemini 3. Then it gets released, and the market really likes it. You know who else likes it is actually Salesforce's. He said he spent a whole bunch of time playing around with it over the weekend. Now he's saying goodbye ChatGPT, hello Google Gemini, which is quite the interesting claim. He did also say here, or not Mark Benioff, but just in general here, Google in their disclosure here for this Gemini 3 said that their Gemini 3 Pro was trained on its own TPUs, so not rented GPUs. That kind of shows maybe a change in that what we call the AI renting cycle, right? And also less reliance on Nvidia, which is a good look for Google.
And maybe not great for AI going forward as well. So here's free air up here, guys, right now for Alphabet.
That's a new one. Free air, blue sky setup, you know, parting of the Red Sea, whatever you want to call it. It's all happening right now for Alphabet. But you go back to, I think say Thursday is the day where, we're looking like the previous day was so strong, and you were gapped up, and then at the open it was like a freak out, and then that big reversal. So I look at those types of highs, 306, and then the high that got made after that, like 303. And if for some reason we can't hold VWAP, those are pretty hefty to try to come back into for dips. Right now, it's just cruising above the volume weighted average price. So the notion of like the prior high, meaning too much of anything, not a deal, right? So I want to look to VWAP first, because if you're holding in an upward trend, I think you're good to go, especially with something making an all-time high. I want the buyers to show me if they can hold on to VWAP. If they do that, then you trend longs. And it wasn't clean that way on Friday. It was a bit of a chop fest, but it's Friday. You expect that. The level is going to maybe chop you up a little bit like that. But now we're clear of the 300 level, hopefully for the good, a little bit. And right now, these guys are in favor, meaning Alphabet. And I like Gemini. I think it's fantastic. I tend to not be as loyal to any one of these more than the others, but I can tell you that sentiment matters. From right now, they seem to be in the lead. And to the extent that that's true, let's see if we can hold on to 310 here at the open. Because if we don't, a lot of patience is required. Because if we lose VWAP, and I want to be, I really have to wait until it gets to that prior high.
Look, I mean, we've been hot fire recently with some of these picks, and I'm going to just keep on doing what I'm doing, and that is looking for some of these levels. And there's Google, my number one trade on the sticky note. I just was saying basically here that we have a big range to come back into 305 to 307, but I do think that's possible, especially with the way the NASDAQ is going. The strength is so obvious, need to be bought up, and we're at new all-time highs. So that's what I'm writing down here for Google, and it's just making easy, right? It's not about like getting in and out quickly or anything like that. It's trying to figure out that Google is going to be a top stock moving forward here, especially if you're going to look at a NASDAQ rebound, which we're currently having. This has been led, man. Last week, Google was, and looks like it wants to continue going higher here right now. I'm playing this back. I just told you the levels, man, 305 to 307, so right into here. And the reason why we wrote that down is we're starting a little bit earlier today, so I did the work and where this 200 period moving average would be, and now it looks like it's up more near 307. So let's wait to see if we get a pullback into 307. Again, this is why I wrote it down, these highs right into here. So any love in this area, man, for Google, we would take that. So that's what we're waiting for. Let's see if we can get it. It's Google. It's an absolute. This is such a decent part of the portfolio. We've been talking about it for a while, and I hope that you guys have been able to at least trade this to the long side in your own accounts. So there goes Google, another all-time high, and just cranking. It's already done 3 million shares. We don't have any imbalances yet on the NASDAQ, so there's nothing to see here. At 925, they'll be populated, but this is what they look like so far. BBAI with a small bid. Circle, we talked about crypto names. They've still been getting crushed, but a little bit better today, up 2%. MSTY, I don't know about that name. And there's Alibaba, one. Lots to go. And on that note about Alibaba, let's go back to the desk. Chinese strength that we're seeing in the market today.
Yeah, ahead of earnings coming up tomorrow, as we were mentioning for Bob, I was just reading a note here. Paramount's guidance not moving on this, but President Trump reportedly pushing Paramount to make another rush hour, according to Semaphore. No, right?
Back to that.
It's been a long time since the Rush Hour franchise, but it's so random. Yeah, exactly. Let's go to a few other things. I mean, to talk about this morning, China across the board has been pretty good. We've had earnings, again, BABA coming up tomorrow, NIO coming up tomorrow as well. I just saw before the market opens, so we'll get an indication maybe on the EV side of things as well. Yeah,
that should be an interesting look. And then we get the final Chinese EV earnings release for the quarter on Wednesday. With already got XPeng last Monday, so Li and Neo are the laggards here. I do want to talk as well about Baidu, Brendan, because Baidu got a pretty hefty upgrade from JP Morgan. They raised their rating on the stock to overrate from neutral, but the bigger thing here is the price from 110 all the way up to 188. Basically, they're arguing that the case for Baidu is less of its legacy advertising business. Now it's going to be towards monetizing, you guessed it, AI and cloud. So because of that, they Speaking of AI and Chinese ADRs, Alibaba also on watch. Their Quen app apparently reaching 10 million already. So that'll be a really interesting earnings report tomorrow.
And will they or won't they get access to the top of the line Nvidia GPUs coming up? We'll see as the negotiations between the US and China continue. Yeah, I mean, Alibaba looks absolutely fantastic here, about to new day highs here in the pre-market, guys.
Yeah, but do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? That's what I want to know. You can't just, this rush hour out of nowhere, so we'll be rebooting it? I'll talk about that a little bit later on. Because it'd be interesting if they're rebooting it, if they're, because you can't be Jackie. Jackie Chan's too that. I don't know who would play. I don't know who you'd get, but you'd have to do it right. Huge fan of those. Look, Alibaba, whether you're looking at this, I think there's a couple of other names. I'll get to one other one, actually, in particular, in a quick little second. But the up. We have yet to break trend in BABA, but the 150, pull back in a high, held 150. You need to get through 162, right? If you get through 162, you're in breakout mode in Alibaba, but it's been a chop fest in this zone, 58 into about 61 and a half. So my gut was telling me you might get into that and have trouble coming out of it. The other name that'll be on watch, well, out of the Chinese stocks, I shouldn't say in China, but out of the Chinese stocks, is a little something potentially in the other direction. Because JD is going back into prior lows, which is that 30 level, 29.7, and it could retest that today. So that same kind of area where you had BABA in there between 158, 162, JD, the 30 level for resistance, if it has trouble getting through that. And JD's just built differently. Hasn't gotten off the schneid. JD recently made a 52-week low, so very different from Alibaba. If that one's distance and we don't push through there, JD feels like an obvious short at 30.
Yeah, so for me, I just, same old here. I mean, the number 2 stock for me today will be Alibaba, 155 to 156 long. Quen, 10 million plus downloads. It's going to be a hot thing there in China. It obviously already is. So there's 156 right now coming. So just looking at that, why I like that trade. Coming back into sort of where we were. I mean, that could be a good bottom rate, 750. So let's just give this a little bit of a look. When I write this sticky note down, it's an hour ago. No real, or even earlier, so no real guidance on where the price could be at open. But this level, back to last week, we started from and bounced. Then we couldn't hold 157 and went to the downside. We hold until we don't, and now we gap through. So yeah, between like 155 to 157, basically. I know it's a $2 worth of range there, but trade it with lighter shares, and it does fall back in. I think this will be a nice trade to have into your lap. I really like Alibaba. I did this last week, and a name that's on my shopping list 100%. I averaged up into Alibaba, so that's how much I like this name. So so far so good, man. I mean, up 1% here in the Nasdaq, up 0.6 in the ES. Crypto's coming back in a little bit, but the Nasdaq right here looking pretty healthy to start the day. And China names would be real great to continue that to the upside. And if you were nervous about all the different names, FXI continues to work here today and getting higher as we go. And this again, look, rinsed out a little bit on some of the worries about AI and just the overall chip space. While Trump came in and said, hey, man, we'll sell Nvidia and so on and so forth, and now rush hour and all this positivity coming out of China, yet no deal announced. We'll see. About the deals, but the CHIP Act, we're going to have to figure that all out. And when that gets going, then I think FXI even goes even higher than that. And BABA can win regardless of this whole situation. I think they can win standalone. They don't need help, I don't think, anyways, but we'll see. Singles Day is huge. We know what Amazon does around here on Prime. But today up 4.5%. 156, 157, I guess, is an area to look at. That's on my radar here and taking up a space on my level 2.
Thing as well, when it comes to China, do they even want old Nvidia chips versus, a lot of people have been talking about Huawei as something that could be available as soon as early 2026. So yeah, good point. Let's go to NOVO, to pretty big way here so far this morning. A lot of reports on the potential upside of these weight loss drugs in other uses. One was thought to be Alzheimer's or potential treatment for Alzheimer's. This one, though, definitely not the case.
Kind of scary because, this is one of the biggest potential use cases that we have discussed with regards to these GLP. And even going into this trial, it seemed like Novo Nordisk had pretty low expectations. They actually referred to this trial as, quote unquote, a lottery ticket. Well, it looks like they lost money on said. Let's talk about these results. The goal of the trial was to see if semaglutide, which is the active ingredient in Ozempic and Wegovy, would actually help slow progression of Alzheimer's disease. Now, apparently, the treatment with semaglutide actually resulted in some improvement of these biomarkers related to Alzheimer's, actually slow down disease progression. So certainly not what we were looking for. Novo Nordisk has had a little bit of trouble as of late. They actually of Pfizer for Metsera, and of course Metsera actually preferred Novo Nordisk for that deal, and of course Pfizer ends up getting the Metsera deal. So Novo Nordisk lost out there despite being really set up for acquisition. Now their lottery trial ends up failing.
Yeah, better part of 10% at the lows here for Novo. Back to 43 right now, guys, on an uptick. Thoughts here?
Yeah, the good news is it has an out to open 10% down because it's just a tick back to 9.5. But double bottom gets broken on this news. I just care about the side of it. 45 once and twice, and obviously broken here with a little bit of gusto. So it's going to get above VWAP. Only 4 minutes to go till the open. Maybe there's even because it's spiking a little bit here, but the 45 level is the big key. So on Novo, want to be patient, sort of waiting for that to come in. Check, but if we have locates on it, I don't know why I thought that might be a name we didn't. But if it's above VWAP, then waiting for 45 to fill in that gap chart is where I'll be looking on Novo. And maybe they get a bottoming tail event here. And this is like, okay, well, this is the bad news, is the last thing that hits them, and you could catch a bottom. But until proven otherwise, looks like this, I'm going to look for short steps, even if it means being patient and waiting for that 45 level. Actually, so it wasn't on the imbalance locator. That spike was just for reasons unknown. That's an ETF. SHR, that's OSRH, that's a penny stock. So really not much of anything. BITF and BBAI are on here for like 300,000 shares. One's a sell, BBAI is a buy, NEO's very small. Roblox is for Roblox, that's maybe not that bad of a sell, 200,000 shares, but really this morning.
Yeah, no, I was just, on that note there, I'm not quite on the sticky note today. By Oscar, OSCR, I suppose maybe I misspelled that, but Oscar there, $14 to $15, $50 to $15. We're now up a little bit more than, when we sort of started looking at this, but it is coming back just a little bit. Again, on the Affordable Care Act, health continues to get a little bit higher with only 2.5 minutes left. Let me just quickly show you. I think Oscar can work because there is a short float associated with this, so everybody betting against the Affordable Care Act or that there was going to be major changes, which we know there is, which is why we started to go to the, what? I don't think this is reloaded, OSCR. Okay, now there's something going on with Benzinga here because it's not a 907, nor is this the market cap of them or anything like that. So I'm going to have to maybe refresh this system. But it was about 20 to 30% short float or so on and they've really come in. So I like this name. Again, relatively decent mover. What do you have for it? 16. Okay, I'll have to reset my program then. A decent mover to the upside there, Oscar. Let's see if it can perform well today. And we were talking about the imbalance locator. I did see it. Yeah, there it was. So it's small buy, 125,000. So there's not there, as Neil already sort of went through this, there's not much on here at all, like BITF for Bitcoin, but there's not much on here. But I really like Oscar. 7 million shares today, man. Any kind of a dip into 1550, I think needs to be bought. That's the 50 period, that's the 200 period moving average, and coming right into here, that's 15. Kind of a level that breaks that, I think we're in trouble, but anything that supports it, I like. So if we can fall back in, that is great. And I just did see, we did get an email there. For me, it's purple, which is up here. It's just kind of like purpley blue. That's going to be VWAP. And then this pink is going to be the 50 period moving average. And then 200 period is green. So it's green is 200, VWAP is purpley blue, and then pink is the 50. And that's true for me on all my charts, right? And so try to keep them standard with whatever you guys are using as well. Sometimes when you change the time frames, you know, you want to keep it consistent with what you're looking at. But here we go, man, only 30 seconds left. So the first trade on my mind will be any for Google if we can get that. So it looks like it is trying to come in just a little bit now with only 30 seconds left before we ring. For joining us early. It was a lot of fun. Now we've been talking for only an hour and a half.
That's it.
I'm already tired of my own voice. I hope you guys are not. Now we have 10 seconds left to start the... There it is. All right, so there it goes, man. Now we are ready to rock and roll. And of course, make sure you hit the like and the subscribe. And get ready for some wild trades going to be appearing at the bottom. And we are now open. So welcome everybody to this shortened week. Of course, Thursday being a day off and Friday a half day. It's funny how they make us come. Okay, Joe, it's all good. It's funny how they make us come in for the half day on Friday.
Haters.
You know, it's like, what's up with that? You're supposed to spend all this time with your family and then just come in all hungover and mashed up on Friday. Seems a little bit strange to that one, but we'll be here on Friday for sure.
Mashed up's a word.
Yeah, mashed up. It's a word, Randy. Come on,
up.
man. What is that? Is that not hot in your neck of the woods there, Randy? All right, so. Yeah, Google's making a move down a little bit here.
Yeah, Nvidia's dipping. Nvidia just went red, so this is why we can't have nice things, because that's already heading to the downside. IBIT not doing much. Oscar bouncing off of VWAP, so that's holding on to some strength. OSCR, oh man, I'm going to keep typing that one wrong in the level 2 every time. So bouncing off of VWAP and heading higher is Oscar, at least for now. Google dipping, and then Tesla. Get entered too fast. Tesla already, it broke the you-know-what out of that 402 level here. Whoops, there you go. It broke the heck out of that 402 level. Tesla looks like it's a strong one early, heading for that 410. Adara?
Yeah, it's interesting. We actually had some not so negative Nvidia news right before the bell. I did put it on our screen if you could see it on the position board, but in case you missed it, I do want to remind you guys, Howard Lutnick, U.S. Commerce Secretary, saying that Trump is considering advanced chips from Nvidia to China. So again, Howard Lutnick echoing this report we had from Bloomberg last week, suggesting that Trump admin is considering sending advanced AI chips to China. That Nvidia, again, though, just pushing lower this morning, guys. Back to you.
Okay, thanks, Adara.
Micron. Go ahead.
Micron. I was thinking about this Oscar breaking through 17. I mean, it's on a nice little run here. I think 17 is pretty high. But to get through this 1675 and then using that as our out, if it breaks 17. So I'm going to go long 17 on Oscar if that goes. The other name was SoFi that I was looking at here today. And everything that we're looking at is off, right? Because we are looking for longs and they're all just real early right now. And there goes Google. I mean, it looks like it wants to take that 314 too. So with this market continuously going higher here, what about a Google break of 314? It's new. High levels coming into play now for Google. So I don't know, man. Not much is dipping right here. The NASDAQ is really off. I mean, off to the races. Like Apple, look at Apple. Apple's straight up $4 now, 271, 275, looking to break out for Apple. The all-time high for Apple is 277. So we're getting pretty close for that one as well. Wow, man. Things are going real well right now in the market. So shout out to anybody long. I'm not into any
209, pretty much everything is absolutely flying in here. Nvidia is finally catching, but it's interesting because when you had that headline, Nvidia just gets back to VWAP and could be fading a little bit here. So the other thing to keep in mind is the NASDAQ just powered through that 24.6. That was resistance Friday and Thursday and Friday. So we're breaking out on the, we're flat out just breaking out on the NASDAQ. No fans or buts about it. But AMD looks to be a little bit stronger. It hasn't broken 210, so you know what? This isn't even a chase up here. Still got to wait for up and be a bit more patient. Novo, I liked for a fade at 45. That's at least trying to get there. Maybe not. Maybe not just yet. Not doing too much of anything either. So let's, again, we're breaking out heavy on the NASDAQ here, and I'm not chasing this Google.
I have a new position right now. Nvidia right there. Go, go, go. Okay, so hopefully we can have this one, man. As Neil had mentioned there, we are short into this name, not sitting on my phone. Not really sure why we want to go long here yet. I mean, the market is really ripping, and this stock is not having themselves a great morning so far. It doesn't mean it can't turn itself around, but let's give it to 180.25 right now. Just a new position, trying to give it a little bit of love. You know, we nailed last week. We nailed some big trades last week. Let's just see if this one, and again, it's we're in about 1.5 units, almost 2 units here, so wouldn't mind if this can start to go, but not super aggressive on the longs, on the short side of things here. We're just going to give it a go underneath 180, and just to see what winds up happening here. Because if the next goes down, could you imagine what's going to happen to Nvidia? I mean, AMD is the one right now. We've seen these names go opposite and go in the same direction. So I'm a little nervous when the chip space is doing this, and I'm sitting there short the king. We can have a quick look at SMH as well. Yeah, so everything's moving, but not Nvidia. So this is the surprising sort of the spot for me. We started it pretty small at 179.50. We get much better there at 179.25. So now we're hovering around flat on this trade. We've already only taken out 15%. Here it goes. So here's the catch-up trade. If this breaks 180.25, we're out of Nvidia, and we'll take a hit, a small hit actually, to start the day, which is pretty good. But here goes Nvidia testing the highs, and if it breaks it, we are out. We are not fighting this one. That is for sure. A break, and there it is, and we're out. So there it goes, man. 0 for 1 right there. We'll flush ourselves down the toilet for that Nvidia, but for me, worth it. Hold those levels, and now going back to the upside, as we already know that what's her name's in this, right? Kathy Wood. So
Tesla's gone.
Yeah, Tesla's gone. I'm gonna try to long here on Nvidia.
Alphabet is gone. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. No, I just went 0 for 1 there. I'm gonna retry it over here at 180 just to see if that is that over/under level for us here on Nvidia.
And Bitcoin just broke the high of the day. So I guess it's going to be one of those days. Wanted to see if it held the opening range. I'm sitting VWAP on Google until, but IBIT, whoops. Make sure I type it correctly.
No, don't be right and then wrong.
IBIT just broke. Concerns. I mean, we're in a bit of an upward trend here. We held on to 48.5 early, so I'm going to play this one back into VWAP. And if VWAP can hold, great. If VWAP doesn't hold, I wait at 48.5. So first look in IBIT for me. Not quite there in Novo. This is the name I liked short, but we just got to 44 in our curling. My gut's telling me this could be a turn on Novo. Just kind of looking at the tape here, I might take a shot to do a quick reversion and take a couple of smacks at this. 44, again, I probably just jump out of that short and wait for 45. But for now, with checking up at the first even dollar, so I'm going to try to get short that while long into VWAP here on IBIT.
All right, man, market is really blasting, man. NASDAQ now up 1%. Congratulations to everybody hitting some of those longs. We get a little piece out at 180.50 for this, only for 20 cents, but we're flat on this trade right now. I'm sort of that low that was made right there. Honestly, a break of 178. I know that sounds like it's pretty low right there, but let's just see if Nvidia does want to go. We just got through 180. Sorry, we just got through 180.50 again and stopped. Maybe there's something there. Like I don't mind 181s. That's where my next offer is. So if that can go, then. But I realize this is a little bit of a shot here on Nvidia. Just to give that a little bit of a go there. Oscar's pulling back now to 18%, so still nice level. We had looked at that 17. I'm going to cancel that 17 break. I think early might be something we want to look at, but now with the market potentially seeing a top there, I don't know the right play at this level, but we will look at it a little bit lower. Like we had said, I had written down 15, right? So $14.50 into $15 here for Oscar. That would be a good little level. $15.50. Obviously, where the 200 period is, could be a decent reload there as well. And then, you know, one trade that I had written down was Google long, and that just came to VWAP. Normally, we take that 200 period and play today for us. So, unfortunately, Google down there at the 200 was a little bit too early and just didn't get there. So 308 now on Google, I think is decent. Maybe even 310. Like, let's just buy 310 if. That I don't think that will come through, but here we go. Finally, there goes Nvidia. We'll make back a little bit of what we lost. Well, we got to get out first. Oh man, it just went to 181 and we missed it. Oh, that's too bad. All right, Nvidia, nice move. Look at that, 180. We're at 90s. It went to 180.85 right there on Nvidia. So yeah, good strength here in this name. We heard ARC was in there buying. We see AMD is really starting to rip to the high side. So we might have just missed that. That's why you got to be. I am there, but Oh, well. We'll see if it comes back in. Look at that, right down $1 off of that last
big turn.
Let's put a little bit more on now.
Yeah, big turn just happened. We lost VWAP on IBIT, so I'm jumping out of it. If we hold VWAP, great early on, but we haven't, so wait for 48.5. I've reloaded into Novo Nordisk. They had a bad trial. Really, ultimately, that ends up being the story, but they're 52-week low. What is going on with this chart? Now let's try to recenter it for you.
Here we go.
So short of the 44 level, looking for VWAP here at 43.25. Already scalped and reloaded once, but want price to 44 even, as 43.10 is going to be that high. Still nothing going on for Google, or Alphabet at VWAP, I should say. Trying to be real patient with this. It just doesn't want to try. Like, we had one dip in a 313, VWAP sitting at 12.5. Like that, it was $1 back to the upside. They bounced this thing. There was almost no bid down there. You just kind of flashed it and now heading higher. So really not much of anything to be able to sink your teeth into over there at Alphabet. And we're not trying to ignore everything, other names out here for you guys. I see Amazon in the chat from Big Eye Gallagher. Just make sure you put in $. $AMZN. That way we can have it on our visualizer as a name that people are interested in. It's outpacing the overall market, but watch out. Look at that topping tail candle at 225. Seen a few things kind of reject up here.
Darn, guys. We had this Nvidia short to begin with, man, and then we switched it and went long. Oh, man, too bad. So long and then short, and then now out. So I think we might as well, we probably have a much better read on something like an AMD than we do on an Nvidia today. I mean, Nvidia's coming back in quite nicely there. And I don't know, I guess I'm just punishing Kathy, I think. Like, she's in there buying today. And we're completely wrong on that one because Nvidia just continuously going lower here. Momentarily. There it is, man.
Bitcoin LOD.
Yeah, Bitcoin. Yeah, I think Bitcoin's cooked for a while. But yeah, down there to, is this the buy now? I don't know. No point in focusing on this here. I didn't want to give it all the way to the very bottom, stop out on a 179 break, but there it goes, man. So as last week we talked about the winners we had early, today we got a loser on early, and that is Nvidia. So I'm not trading similarly at all to AMD as we just showed you. AMD, nice top side. Even 212 doesn't look like that wants to stop either there on AMD. So I'm waiting for maybe Nvidia to battle back. Let's go back over to Alibaba to see what's going on there. So again, VWAP, but pretty flat on the day. If anything, maybe waiting for some strength to come back into Google on any kind of a dip. So if we could dip back in there, then we can play momentum strong again. It just touched, I wasn't even VWAP, but we just touched a little low there at 312 and change. So yeah, I think AMD short might be the play, but it's, looks like Nvidia right now is continuously going a little lower here, just bouncing off 178.30. That might be the low to look at there for Nvidia at some point, 178. AMD is cooking higher though. AMD just like
AMD is an absolute
212.
It's just a rocket ship, but AMD is not alone. It's not just them. Sorry, I just had to reload my chart there. It just crashed. But Micron is up 7.
Oh yeah. That one.
7% for Micron. SNDK is up. Spoiler alert. See the suspense in there. 9.5%. This feels a little bit much. Stop me if I'm not chasing a single one of those chip names while Nvidia is barely green and holding underneath VWAP. I don't know. That seems a little bit. That just seems a little bit crazy to me. Novo's trying to head back into the volume weighted average price. I've got a couple of legs out, but it hasn't extended all the way through. Can't do much about the scaling because Novo dropped $7 this morning, so it is what it is. So it makes the dollar look like it's absolutely nothing in here. But reloading 44 is looking for that volume weighted average price. But these chip names are going absolutely ham. And if I think it's not a chase, I'm looking at what is an obvious rejection of the high on Intel. Can't break 35. Put this and SMCI in my, and this one cannot break this 35 high. So I'm shorting this one into said high.
All right, finally, man, we got another. Just went and said, I was saying, like, I want to think about AMD here, and we finally got it, man. So it's a multiple right here coming back in. We just covered at 210. We actually took 2 shorts there against that top wick. 12, and I just should have left AMD. I just should have left Nvidia alone after that first time. But I think I think we were right about that short. Did a little too far, man. And when you're short underneath 180 and it breaks 180, I give it 25 cents or so, and then just get out, right? And then I thought those thought the long was been hot, but obviously not. So we got to switch up our gears a little bit and go over to another name. So with that being said, it's AMD. I choose you. So right now, $1.25 in the money here as we make back that Nvidia trade. And that's, I mean, sometimes you're going to put on some of those L's. It just wasn't too familiar with it last week, but today we put one on early and then we put another dub on right now as this one trying to get it back. And, you know, again, thanks everybody in the chat. Basically leave Nvidia alone right there. It was a little bit too random right there off the open. So we just wait and we pick our points. Okay, here. Getting out of too many shares here. Like if this really wants to fall, it means put another piece at 75. And there it is. Yes, sir. There it is. Yes. $70 now in the money on AMD as this comes back in. And we do a little bit better now and don't have to worry too much about that Nvidia hit. But there it goes. Meta also on. Can we get $2 early? That would be nice if we can get that on AMD, but we'll wait for that. Some of the nuclear plays, Gettys of the world, the quantum plays. SMR had a nice rebound day on Friday, or was it Thursday, where we got up back up there to $22, and then just went whoops again down to 18 and change as this name correct. Not today, it's up today actually, but you know, not a great day for SMR and all those names, especially.
My goodness.
Rigetti, is Google like at $500 yet?
317.
That's
counting.
A good one right now, yeah. So what do we have on? You have Novo and Intel. I don't think either one of us took Google, did you?
Nope.
Yeah, see.
No, it came so close to VWAP.
Yeah,
Look at this thing. It's an absolute ride. Alphabet is a home run right now. 6% to the upside, all-time highs.
Whoa, here comes AMD.
Pretty much everything. What more can you say about it? But they're not alone. You mentioned Meta's through $600 as well, so that's a big one. But the shorts, the only short that is consistently working, Novo, because they had bad news, but went for Intel off VWAP. Said I'll short this one at VWAP, and if it breaks out the high, I'll jump out. So it did get in the money, like, I don't know, like 7 or 8 cents, but you know, not really looking for that. Was looking for the low of the day. Now this is joining out as well. So the long is starting to come in, and even as I say that, Novo might actually wick the volume weighted average price itself. So if traded all the way down 44 into like 43 VWAP, if it can continue, just looking for not the pre-market low, but 42.5 in here where it was right before the open. So if we get that, great. It's the only thing which is trending down the way that I would like to see it that isn't Nvidia. Like Nvidia is built very differently today compared to pretty much every other chip name. Really slow this morning. I didn't restart my PC over the weekend, which was pretty silly. I have to do because this is taking forever, but I'll just show you my black chart. This is Nvidia. You just broke low, continuing to flounder here.
Broke lows? Oh,
yeah,
man.
Breaking the low, continuing to go lower. Like, why another chip name if it's going to be this? SMCI, because I like that at 33. We got to check this out.
Man.
Yeah, it's well under 33 is SMCI. This was the other. This chart won't load either. 32.5 this is trading at. If this ever loads, I like it under 33. And the other chip names seem like they're a little bit too strong right now. Switch to something else because otherwise it'll take forever to load up my SMCI chart here for you guys. So Novo working, but pretty much everything else not because the market's booming.
Way as you here trying to figure out what exactly is going to work and what's not. But we just shorted against that 212 again right here. But this is like such a this is jumping up and down like 30, 40 cents per time. Okay, there it is. So I was going to say like get out if this breaks. We actually did pretty good shorting in our last little short there. We got some more out there, but here we go even higher. Wow. Yeah, so that was working out for a scalp. So AMD is fine, but work out great there as it kept on going higher. Wow, what a good rebound day for the NASDAQ. Absolutely fantastic. So we wrote down 1550. Oscar. Oh no, sorry. 1450 to 15. We basically came right into this area here and bought 1580, but there goes Oscar. Maybe 17 is in play. Wow, AMD is now 212. And I mean, Google's going to be, there is going to be a turnaround trade here at some point for Google because is it like it's 6% and still going? We maybe have seen a top here around 318. I don't know. What do we think, guys? Do we really want to short this? Right now, I'll give it a little bit of work there up. The high is this 318. So we're coming into it right now like crazy. So pause. to maybe get hurt again on a short, especially if it takes out. I mean, everyone's going to be waiting for 318. So 318 there on a break, I think, is something to get out. So we'll short it against that 318, and then out at that 318 quarter, then we'll get out. So let's just try Google here, getting super excited. Up another 6%, add on 8% last week. That just seems like it's a little too much. We'll see about a short little play here. Back in for Google. There it is. So at least we're taking some out here. Good trade back in for Google. We're now 70 cents on that one, as now maybe we get a downside push here for Google. So glad we just sort of talked about that through. These are the levels that we're bouncing off of, so we'll get some more out. We're already out of half of this one for 50 cents. Let's put on another bid if we can break through 50s. There, we're putting a bid now at 52s. Maybe we get, will be the shelf break that we're looking for, if and though we can get it, I don't know. But right now, short Google, 7 money. We just bounced off that level, but we've been covering right here, so not too bad. Let's wait at the 60s again and see if we can get something else. I think I'm bidding 70s and then 50s, and then we'll see about a break here on Google. And hey, if we can get the 21 period, which would be 315.50, that's good enough for me, man. Here it comes in. Go, 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 go. Yeah, man. There it is again, Neil. Another dollar club right there. Nice move downside right there. That's not dollar club. This is dollar club. As there we go. Yes. Good job there for Google making its way back in.
Yeah, the market making its way back in. We're back underneath that 24.6. If you're watching the markets and looking for moves, extended moves like 3x daily, and you're in Canada, then check out Beta Pro by Globe. Provider of leverage, inverse, and inverse leverage ETFs has just launched 6 new triple leverage ETFs, offering 3 times bull and 3x bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60, semiconductors, and U.S. Treasuries. On top of that, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st, 2025. Plus, the U.S.-focused strategies use currency hedging, offering the potential for pure performance and exposure. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify, betapro.ca/3x daily to learn more. Scan the QR code you see out in front. As we are starting to maybe try to bounce here,
yes.
I said what didn't break the high, and underneath 33 was SMCI, didn't break out the highs. Ignore VWAP for now because that'll be a little bit off. But if we get into 32.5, I like that. Novo is attempting. We've got to watch out for that a little bit here, as it's through the volume-weighted average price. It was a scalp into VWAP, but now it's through VWAP and holding 43 even. So 43 even, kind of a psychological thing more than anything else. It's not SSR, but it is very close to getting short sell restricted. And if it bounces through 43, that's right around the point at which it would go SSR. So I have to watch out for this. Don't want it regaining that volume-weighted average price on me. At that point, I would just jump out and wait for the next available trade. Novo with a failed trial, well, poor trial result, I should say. That's the reason they're down that 9% and making 52-week lows as well. So that's one of the few things not really in this market, which is up 1 1/4 into some serious strength. But you know what's not strong? Bitcoin. We're down 85.5. We haven't lost 85. We went right into prior high. This is a downward trend until proven otherwise. So if it's going to be a downward trend, to see it break the trend to like this to the long side at any point. Like if we break the trend here, we can close above 48.5. Then we're breaking the trend to get back into the volume-weighted average price. But it's looking pretty weak over there in IBIT land. I'm still holding 85,000, which is at least a little bit good. But for now, just have to be patient with it. Google, I don't even think we're going to see VWAP at this point.
No, I mean,
I don't know what to make of this. I'm staying away from Google.
yeah, no, I should have done that with Nvidia, but it's a good thing we got into Google for myself, because that's short printed, and now we only have 20% left. So like 15% left on this one. I said if we get that 21 period moving average, we'd be happy as you know what. So that was a big clear out down there for Google. I'll try it again up here, but much closer, like 317, 318-ish, right? Giving us that. Here comes right back in. So again, we're out of 8 this trade. So that's done well for us to be able to do that. Let's give it a couple seconds though, just to make sure one more time that this is going to be the right area for us. But there it is, man. It looks like we should have, of course, shorted more. but that's okay. We're waiting at 317. That's crazy. 317.75. No, sorry, 317.85. We're waiting at. So we just missed that. That's that sort of that high right there. We missed that by 10 cents, or else well in the money on that trade, but we don't have it. So let's go back over to Tesla and have a quick look. And thank you so much. Again, we started bright and early at 8 o'clock, which is not even that early. Today, and we're going to do that moving forward. So join us every day now at that time. But Tesla's up 5%. Wow, just big congratulations and a big awesome for anybody that's believed in Tesla. This is a name that I should have bought last week. I was saying that this was going to be on the radar for dip buys, and I kind of forgot about it, to be honest with you. So if you get a move back into this 380, 390 area, I do want to put a little bit average up into the long term there and buy some Tesla on any weakness. So that's been a good little look there today for anybody on. All right, here's a little look at the market just to give us a quick idea of what's been going bump right now. Google up 6, Amazon up 2. Great day for those names. Meta having themselves a day. Wow, Broadcom, AMD, like what a bunch of names today. Here we go. Neil already. Yes, the market just tanked on me, which is beautiful, man. There goes Google. Google now making lows again, or not lows, but back into 316. That's $1.50 on that one. So not super great today. Berkshire downside, not a bank, of course, but big financial. BAC upside. Morgan and Goldman are holding, but it's JP Morgan downside. Amex, MasterCard, IBKR. There's Robinhood. We had our friend Michael Noss talking a little bit about Robinhood and potential strength in the crypto space, helping that one out. And then,
SoFi.
you know, yeah, I'll look at SoFi. I had SoFi right down at 25 bucks. Maybe we got to go over there. Procter, PM, Philip Morris, Coke, Pepsi, downside on consumer non-durables today. So, yeah, just a little bit of a rough look there. It looks like tech right now leading the way, not financials and consumer durables, not health. Finally on the pullback. And this is that look that we just got right there, which is why we're pretty happy. There's another 21 period moving average hold for us on Google, which is going to be a good friend of mine, both long-term and short-term.
Yeah, okay. Marwan just said, come on, Neil, join the Bears. Well, it's a matter of where. Join the Bears. We're all green candles on the NASDAQ, so it's only 2 on the 15 minutes. This one still hasn't even closed yet, but I'm looking at trend down on SMCI. Like, I just go through my list. If Nvidia is weak, my intention was Intel, 35, SMCI under 30. Well, Intel broke 35, so I'm out of that and looking for a place to maybe get back in, or something that has been trend down the whole way, SMCI. This is a red stock. The stock is still red on the day. That's right, you've got to wait till that gets better split adjusted, but never really broke through that Thursday resistance. I'm going to jump into this in front of the volume weighted average price, but I do have to keep an eye on, never mind. That's why you use stops. I was about to say, got to keep an eye on this VWAP 43 level on Novo, because what happened? We just bounced clean, second time off 43, so still out of it. There's your bounce off 43. There's your next candle, whatever, so I'm out of this. If we get back to 44, take a shot at it. I do like 45 was the level I liked better, but that's just from the daily chart. It was just the 52-week low on NVO was about that 45 level. So if we don't fill in the gap all the way to 45, I may take another shot at the 44 for the short trade. Kind of a clean one. It just went to the even dollar and then faded back in. Now making a little bit of a bounce play is Novo Nordisk. Coin is breaking trend. It's not a huge trend. It's a 3-minute, very slight, just for the first couple of few bars in here. It's not even 10 o'clock yet, but it is reversing a little bit. So if we do have that close above 48.5, that's prior highs. 85,000 is held as well. We're going to take a second shot here at Bitcoin to the long side. Just wanted to make sure that it looked a little bit different than just trying to hold on to VWAP in here. And I see everyone mentioning an Oscar is flying. Yeah. As you can literally see it off, like you just literally saw it pop off on the over on the board. I know Oscar has not broken 17.
Yeah,
it's
I was
close.
Looking at it.
It's close, but it has not broken yet.
Yeah, I mean, we're at $1.50 right now on Google, so I haven't been paying too much attention to Oscar. But yeah, that's 17, man. What about that break? I mean, I think we can take it. I'm going to take a 17 break just to see if anything goes on with that. Oopsies. Right there, so nice move higher there on Oscar. Just the 17 is an interesting level. I mean, we sort of looked at that again right there. I don't even dollar level is maybe why I'll take it. But, you know, if we do take it, I think our out, and this is why I liked it in the first place, back down to 71 or 72 would be a very, very interesting out for us. Okay, it's Google and it's cracking lower. So here we go. Let's see how low can we go as we finally break through now. We just touched out 115.50s. So I'll put a bid there. I'm actually at 315. Actually, I'm already here. I'm at 63s. So let's just wait for it. So again, we just got missed by literally 0 pennies. Like I was bidding 63. It went to 66 there. Okay. Thank you so much, Google. Hopefully that will come back in for us in just a minute. So hopefully that'll be something to come through for, and we'll celebrate that. But for right now, yeah, it's Oscar. And again, Oscar going up, Affordable Care Health Act apparently back on right now for giving us some sort of an extension there. So yeah, we have Oscar all trying to go. Humana probably. Oh, UNH is going to the downside actually. So what's Humana doing there in New York? That's a little strange as we see Oscar still going higher, but most other names pulling back. So OSCR, yeah, just getting some love today, up 24 plus percentage points and looking to break through 17. I mean, if you don't believe in this story, this is an absolute banger of a short too, right here. You go short now against 17. That's completely the other way around. You can flip that trade upside down as well. And if the market ever does pull back, you know, SoFi. We wrote 200 period moving average, and unfortunately just wasn't here and should have been 25.50. It's a name our note, but we miss the reload or we miss anything there as well. And then just to check on my boss's look, there was Robinhood. It's basically flat right now. Now trying to break out a little bit.
SoFi
there.
Was same chart.
Yeah, I like SoFi for sure. Yeah, my bad there, Sean, in the chat. He missed SoFi, but I mean, we had it written down, and I mean, that's why I do put out the note so you guys can have a look to see some possible trades, and hopefully SoFi was one for you. Thank you.
Thanks, brother.
So much. Randy means a lot. Tesla up. Yeah, that was a good one. Tesla was smoking, man. It was up like 5% at one point there today. Yeah, still 5.5% right there for Tesla. And because Randy's here, a quick little look at Rivian, then we got to go. So Rivian flattish, Tesla running it up to 412. We'll see if we get that magical 420 level again there, Randy. But let's go over to Adara. She's waiting patiently.
Let's take a look at what's been happening this morning and kind of tee up what we're expecting to happen for the rest of the week. Right here for the NASDAQ 100, we're now poised for our third straight, nicely green 15-minute candle here on the. Let's talk about one of the names that has been leading the entire market and the NASDAQ in particular, Nvidia, though today, of course, lagging a little bit. Nvidia, we're continuing to see these reports here and even now claim U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick suggesting that Trump and his administration are considering sending these advanced chips from Nvidia over to China. Another leader here in the NASDAQ, a name that's much stronger today, is Tesla with its Nevada approval here, at least for one aspect of potentially putting the robotaxi in the state. Take a look here at Google, GOOGL, this game continuously strong as we do have that Gemini 3 and Gemini 3 Pro release. These have been incredibly well received. Last but not least, let's talk about Chinese ADRs because Alibaba, Li Auto, and NIO are all reporting this week. And Baidu getting a nice upgrade here from JP Morgan, raising their rating from 8 and raising their price target from 110 all the way up to 188. Before we send you back, Sean and Neil, let's thank our friends at Origenics. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., but there is still no treatment. NYSE listed Origenics, OGEN, is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion in 2027, Origenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more. Schedule a meeting today. Make sure to like and make sure to subscribe as we send you back.
It's going nuts.
So young.
Thank you very much there, Adara. So the market is, the NASDAQ is back to the high.
Yeah, oh yeah.
So right back to the top here is the NASDAQ as we continue to cruise. 1.75%. I guess we want 2%. How many times have we gotten to 1.5% in either direction and not gotten to 2 in the last couple of weeks? Can't be very often. But I can't help but notice you're not breaking the high here in IBIT just yet. So running as we get to 49 on IBIT, 86.5 on Bitcoin, and oh no, BMNR. I thought because we were going higher that ETH might have gotten to 28.45. That's BMNR's price. Unfortunately for them, it's not green yet. So if we reject the high, I'm going to jump out of this one, take the profit, look for the volume weighted average price, rinse and repeat. Over right now, the story is the NASDAQ. And even Nvidia is starting to get part of this story, as we just broke through VWAP as well on it. Right, we're through VWAP, but this hasn't broken the high yet. Call it a yet on SMCI. It's up 1%. Nvidia just went green. So you drop a positive story potentially with the China chip sales, you tank it, and now Nvidia is trying to play some catch up. If Nvidia breaks out, there should not be much of anything that stops us from this 2% day. Potential 2% day. We're not there yet.
No, like, it's funny because we just get stopped out of AMD and then it pretty much works. Then it takes out the high. Made 0 errors on, but nervous about getting back into it. Normally, like a stock that we've been really hitting over and over again, we would like to keep doing that. But for me, like, I don't know why I'm so gun shy, but right here, I'm going to put another order at 317.50. I'm not gun shy about this at all. What I was going to say is I'm waiting higher. Like, I'm waiting at 85 right now for it. So it's like it's missed me the last couple times. Why is I want to be specific about this 318 because I think we break it if we see it, and then I wonder about it flashing back down. So I'm giving it to 318.25. Don't necessarily want to be chopped. There it is. I don't want to be chopped up like in this. Okay, here it comes right now. So good. So we just took a little, very, very small piece there just because of what I was just talking about. And we'll get an 85, and then here we go. So here comes Google. So we're hands off. 318.25 break. This is not as big of a position as we had the first time. So, you know, if it works, great. But we are aware of, as Neil and I and Adair, and we all keep talking about, the NASDAQ is really on something here today again. That 2% like we've seen before. So shorting a name that's up 6%, you know, we'll take our money on it and give it one more go here. But yeah, there it is. So breaking above 318. I didn't want to stop out immediately there. I think it's worth giving this another quarter here, or a quarter, which looks like it's going to stop us out. But it is having a prop. There it goes. I was going to say, that might be the, like, did I stop out of the top right there? Maybe. Let's give it one more try. 318.31s. I don't know. But look what just happened. Like, we just got stopped out there. It's crazy. So there it is again, just at the top. We may make another run for it, but if we do, then we're time on this rip. So there goes Google, man, ripping faces off right now, up to 318 and change. I only laugh because it's like, fight any of these things, man. Like, they just stopped us out at the top, then tried to make a move down. This is where, and I talk about this with Obi and with you guys too, it's like you start to feel like, okay, don't chase anything. We stepped away from, we were wrong. So now let's just stay. We'll give this one more, there it goes. We'll give this one more time to the top, and then we're out of Google, man. It's way strong. Probably has a 3 base to it today. So see ya, Google. Nice move to the upside. You're good for a short time, just not a long time right now for Google. Unless you're long, of course, then you may want to stay in this thing. But for me, I'll fight that trend one more time and then back away as it looks like we're going to take out the top one more time. But you can see, though, it is having a little bit of problems up here.
Well, Nvidia's at 180 and slowing down.
Yeah, so this is slowing down.
Although I just got wicked out of potentially on IBIT, but SMCI blew through VWAP and trying to get back to the highs. 333 was, but this one was a short early, and now looking like it's trying to break back out as Nvidia tries to test 2-set upside. IBIT I jumped out of. I put a trailing stop when it did this topping tail at 49. It literally hit my trail. It's almost like a buy program kicked in right after they ran that trend. So I want VWAP to continue back into the long here on IBIT because it's starting to go. First salvo, not really. Second one when it broke the trend. Now you're heading to the upside. Over on IBIT. You got Tesla, which is going absolutely ham, but it's not at 420 yet. And when we get to 420, I know it's, look, I understand Tesla's really strong today. And ultimately, the breakout was at 403. Right, so wait, did that work? It did, okay. So ultimately, the 403 was the breakout level. But if we get to 420 bucks, there's been huge sells up at that level for the last week or so. So I want to respect that. If we get up there, I'm looking for a reversion on Tesla, but not before. let it get to that price and then work. Novo was the only thing that was like super clean. I'm questioning how much I like it back at the same price at 44, but it trended down from 44 to 43 and is back up to 44. So this is the one level that has worked. Another shot at it. Not even sure. It did not get SSR, by the way, as well. And Farm Trader says this is a bear market. Bear markets have bounces.
Definitely right about that.
Bear markets have very good bounce days. That's a factor of a bear market. Sometimes the bounce days are better in a bear market than they are in bullish markets.
And of course, the bear market would just be your opinion. To the guy in the chat.
Yeah, we haven't technically hit a bear
it's
market.
not a bear market, but it sure does feel like that, and it's very sector specific. I think is the better way. Market right now, like we've seen many names. So we can keep talking about Meta and all that kind of stuff. There are stocks that are down at 20%, which 20% is the bear market look. Okay, so that's when Neil and I, or when anybody talks about bear market, that's supposed to be the levels that we're talking about is the 20%. You could chat GPT that one.
Or Gemini.
Yeah, or Gemini or Perplexity or whatever. I really just use Grok, to be honest with you. I do use chat GPT a little bit for the works or some of the tweets and stuff like that. But yeah, Grok is where I go for all the information. Okay, so yeah, just looking around here. So I'm still trying to go short. I still am short, getting out at 118 now because, darn it, man, I should stop, or 318. I should stop talking about it because every time I seem to be leaving it alone, it tends to go. I'm just scalping this now. So I'm out of way more than half now, just trying to take 20, 30 cents. It'll be the only green stock. Well, this and AMD slowly, but not too big of a hit, but we were short there and then long, and we got upside down on Nvidia today for sure. Like it was just probably not short. Like I liked this short there off of 180, but it's like when it didn't work, then we probably shouldn't have flipped over to the long. I was just like, okay, we're a long day. And I think we were right about the day for sure, but just stock. And we should have just gone over to this guy right here as it's trying to fall back in a little bit there. And we get a good fill near the low there on this move. We just got, what, 80s or something on this? Yeah, so we're just really just rinsing it out as we go to the downside here. And maybe we'll be able to hold for a bigger move now. Here it is. There we go. Like now we're like back into the I'm not tired of hitting this, but they're not continuing. So, this will be a big, big win today. Google for sure, but we keep on getting taken out of our bigger positions. So it's kind of like just making up for some of the hits and not putting us over the edge again. But there it is, coming in for Google, and that's now $1.20 in the money. So what a wild ride here today. A name I bought last week that's not doing anything today, which is kind of disappointing, is Uber. So this get out. Like this is similarly to where we bought it last week on this crazy move down. It did wick as low as $82, but now 83. Like if you can't, first of all, there it is. Yeah, face slapper on Google. But if you can't get going on Uber today, I don't know, man, down 0.5% and going a little bit lower. But yeah, buddy, there it is right now. It's Google and getting a little lower. See if we can get something around 316.50 or so. Austin 316.50, is that what it is? Joe? Oh, he's listening to music. I was gonna say, we have the Austin sound effect coming through there. But a couple more outs for me there on Google. Good trade alert over there. We'll figure it out.
And it has been the kind of morning or the kind of day, last couple of days, where trends have been the way to go. So I'm just going to wait for reversions here because that's what worked. VWAP didn't work on IBIT. Trend break. We just broke trend again. We ran the high. I was out when we ran the high, but now we've broken trend on the 3-minute. Let's play back into the volume weighted average price on this one. And if one of these trend breaks ends up being like then it just continues, fair enough. But until then, I'm just going to go based off the setup. When open door is up almost 10% and cracking higher as we speak, but it also looks like this. Almost kind of a third point on that trend to the upside. It's back above 7, so you have a breakout in the 7 range. It's easily forming. Once it gets to 765, or I guess, yeah, 760, 765-ish. That price area is where I would look for a little resistance on open door. No real story here. I mean, that I'm aware of. I didn't see a story on open door, but it doesn't need. Looks like maybe a technical breakout through the $7 level. And in the absence of something specific, then I'm just going to look for a curl. Either it breaks and I'm short, or it gets to 765. Ideally, it would give you a trend break at that level, but it might not happen. So that's the new one that's on my watch. But back as once this happened, wick the high, break the trend, look for the volume weighted average pricing here. As my goodness, Tesla. Yeah. Tesla might get, it's now $5 away from 420 here. What a super strong name. It almost seems as if like Tesla, when it doesn't have a super big story, the trade's even better. Doesn't even make any sense sometimes, but that's just how it is. It's like when it's not seeming like it's the one, it is. Tesla is the one today. And it just higher and higher. But that 420 level, I'll take a shot. I'll take a shot. If it gets there, I'm probably going to try to short it. We have a halt right now. Thank you for the super chat. I'm just going to quickly mention Inno Holdings just halted million shares, $1.41. Tap, actually $1.40. Tap is $1.41. And then TL Bryant.
Yeah.
Sean, we cannot win them all. Nvidia, thanks for being honest. Always loving the show. Bullseye, bullseye,
in the chat. Oh. It just does not showing it up there properly there. No, but that's what I was going to tell you guys, and I say this in the chat all the time, Neil, and I say this. You can always ask us at any time, you know, whether or not we are green or red on the day or anything like that. I mean, we to be honest with you. So that's why I just wanted to highlight that. Like that is to us the most important thing is being honest with you. We don't share our P&Ls, but we can tell you if we are green and red, and we're both comfortable doing so. Well, we've already talked about that many times. So okay, good. Thank you. There was another super. Oh yeah, by the way, there it is, man. Fire off the hot dog cannon. It's now $2 in the money, and this is what I mean. Like no matter how I'm trading, being honest in your face. Going for the next trade is really what it's all about. And here goes Google right now, you know, we're up triple on Google what we lost on AMD. We just got to make back that Nvidia. Moon days, Mondays, my friends. I love that kind of a talk. So we'll say, ride that bull today, man, if you are part of that. And thank you again for that lovely super chat. And I would agree with you, man. It is Moon Day Monday, but where's my guy Obi when I need him? Because right there, this is your reversion trade. You of the day right here is going to be, for me anyways, is right there as there it goes. You know, I'm sitting, oh no, I'm not sitting here for another bid. I want to get another piece out here on Google as well as we approach 116, 316 again right there. Maybe I'll cross up and take out another piece. So I'm at 09s. We'll take out some 25s there. I'll also add we get that fill as well. So let's see now if Google really wants to lose the top. I almost shorted the NASDAQ there, but felt some kind of ways about it. I don't know. Is something. So we just went back to the well with Google, right? So my big move would be on Google there today and just following the list. Like Google, Baba, Oscar, and so I'm going to throw back to Neil in a second, but OSCR. All right. Well, whatever, man. It didn't get low enough for us. Like it's something up 25%. Didn't really want to spike it right early, and you could see why. I mean, it got hit pretty good early, down to 15.8. Was always waiting for the 200 period moving average, and that was at 15.50. Never got in there, and never got in again. And I just told you I was thinking about 17 break, but I think I'll stay away from that because I'm not seeing the same kind of runner here in UNH or anything. So I think I'll stay away from Oscar at that 17. Feels rapish. Maybe
UNH went all the way back.
Yeah. No. UNH? Didn't? No, it's still down. I was just showing it.
Oh, it's something all the way back down.
Oh, down. Yeah. I was waiting for UNH to highs, and then I would be a little more excited about Oscar, but good point over there. And then, you know, a name that honestly, I was looking obviously at the portfolio, and this is a very, very heavy weighting still for me. So if Palantir can get back up, like I'm even thinking like anywhere 70 to 175 area, I think is a dump out for me on Palantir and get out of another 10% of what I'm holding. It's just been such a big winner. Winners until you realize them. So I want to do a little bit of that, but I don't want to shake the tree too much. I still, you know, love some of the positions. And like I just bought out about 160 flat, like literally I think my bid was 160, I think. So we were able to get that in our account. It's only up 50 cents, not worth really talking about, but you know, rotating out of a big winner like Palantir and into something like, I mean, Alibaba was also a monster winner. So I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just a trader, but there we go. We're going to have to watch out for that, and a good couple outs there. And you see when I panicked out, not only did I but I also punched out as well. We're at the 50-period moving average right now. So for me, I'm going to get another piece out on Google and be fine with it, right? Very much left. You're talking now about like under 10% of what we had at the top. We've got a lot of clear outs right here and a lot at the 50 period. So far, then BBAI, Neil, and then I'm going to throw it back just because people are talking about it. Yeah, up another 11%. So, hey, man, today, in my account, is going pretty good for some of these sort of swingy plays like Oscar and BBAI. But, you know, those also have very bad days.
Well, the market go. But a day where the market's up 2%, if we're getting a relief rally day, I feel like there's going to be some good ones. We haven't even looked at the quantum names or the nuclear energy names. We're pretty interested to see if they could be going. IBIT was the only new trade for me when it broke trend. And this feels a lot like Thursday and Friday, where for me, like, end of my winning trades have been mean reversions. So when it breaks even a short-term trend, like a short one at the open, look for long, didn't really grab it at the I missed a little bit of the move there. And then we do the same thing. Like it breaks this little upward trend, fails the high, play into VWAP. I'm bidding next at 48.7 on IBIT. Worth watching here. He's holding 28,000 as well. But if we lose VWAP and this ends up being the girl, we've seen slight upward trends get reversed heavily. Like this was a very similar trade. Like I have the exact same, almost the exact same thing on Friday. And it pulled back from 48 all the way to like 46.8. So it went more than this to the downside. But the market's strong today. So it could be a little bit of that. But for now, so far, so good. 2 wins, 2 losses will be relatively flat at this point. Just looking for that next trade. I thought it was an open door. But I want to jump to our good friend Eddie. Well, you know Google went well for you. And now you're looking at HCA, healthcare name. Obviously here. A lot of volume. Well, Eddie, this doesn't do a lot of volume, but you're an options trader, so I guess you don't really, I think you're an options trader, so you probably don't care about the fact that we couldn't touch this for a day trade. New fresh highs. You chasing this one? What's the story here, Eddie? Because I can pull up the chart and tell you the is strong, and it is strong, and there's only 370,000 in volume, so I wouldn't touch it. But blue sky setup, so hopefully you're already in this HCA tops. It is 10:20. So I know what we're supposed to do, always go to Adara when called for, and then see what's going on with some small which are usually of interest at this time of day.
Yeah, be aware here as well. I'm seeing some headlines from Abbott Labs. It's not really moving the stock at all, but apparently they've initiated a medical device correction for certain Freestyle Libre 3 and Freestyle Libre 3 Plus sensors in the US. Not really moving the stock. Let's talk about some of these small caps that are moving, though. Starting with Enlivex Therapeutics, ENLV. This one actually made top intraday, trading higher after announcing a $212 million private placement through which they're going to start a prediction market digital asset security treasury through the accumulation of the RAIN token. So crypto and prediction market type play here for ENLV, checking all the small cap boxes. Good look for this one. IVP. This one was free market, but keep an eye here on Inspire Veterinary Partners. This is that does tend to get these kind of small cap related pumps. It's rallied in the past, and IVP, it is worth noting, pretty small float here as well. Talking just under 4 million shares on a market cap of, as of this morning, $820. Let's end here with BLFY. BFLY was what I meant to look at there. Butterfly Network. Butterfly Network sets you participate at Core Healthcare Conference next week. They did announce that last Friday, but BFLY, here's the look. This one trade near day's high. Again, this is BFLY, not BLFY. Before we send you back to Sean and Neil, we'll take a moment to thank our friends at Trade the Pool, because for too long, trading meant risking your own money, but never having enough to start. The fear of losing. That's so many traders on the sidelines, but that's changing. Because Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the markets. With its limited risk trading model, traders use funded capital. Well, Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. It actually allows traders to focus on what truly matters: discipline, consistency, and growth. So when you hit the profit target, you keep 70% of the profits. No fear. Just real opportunity. This is the revolution of limited risk trading, powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now get 10% off your first evaluation. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe, and make sure to stay tuned here as we go back to Sean.
Thank you very much there, Adara. And yeah, for small cappers, well, Open Door kind of qualifies as one, I think. I'd like to call it one. Certainly, why not? But it looks like it is not going to break trend just yet. It's still trying to take that 10% to the upside, looking really strong. Oh, let me just quickly show you IBIT because I took another fill. You know what? It just held VWAP again. So another hold of weighted average price. Doesn't get any kind of a reload at 49. But this is one where if we turn under VWAP, I can add to the short underneath to look for that low of the day. So far, like the bounce long was much better than the short at the top for now. But I just don't think when it comes to Bitcoin. Call me a little bit skeptical. I saw someone in the chat talking about some technicals on 4-hour. I believe you said a 4-hour chart for bounce. Maybe it was different, but correct me if I'm wrong if that's the wrong time frame. I see it still trending down. I know we bounced off. We pull back in here. You don't break back above the 88, and now seeing this little bit of a curl, I just don't think you're automatically out of the waters just yet. So I want to keep open mind. That's why I'm only here when it breaks trend. We did get another super chat from Eddie in here. What do you got, Eddie? When Trump talks about something HCA, you know, well, he hasn't really when has he actually steered anybody wrong in a sector? Not really. I can't think of a time. And when he makes an investment, when he made that was a great buy. LAC was another example, made an investment there. U.S. government, I mean, obviously. And maybe it doesn't hold up forever, LAC. Don't at me. The chart's probably it's probably back to where it started. But no, at the moment he said it certainly was a good place to buy.
I don't know if he's saying anything about Google right now, but we are $3 in on Google. Thanks, Eddie, for that. Yeah, I mean, that's why you're seeing Oscar move to the top side. We talked about Oscar, but right now, Google, good trade. Like, honestly, it's we found the top 4 or 5 there on Google and brought this name all the way back in. So just took another piece out pretty low there, 115.50s right there, 115.75. Sorry, 115.50s is what we're not getting. Well, we are getting it as that's coming back in. So next area for concern, around 315 flat. So let's put another bid down in and around there. See if we can get that for this one coming through now, of course, Google. But it is what it is. That's just, you know, we put these trades on all the time, and it's just a matter of the right ones to hold on to and see what is working. SoFi top of 26.65. That could be a decent play as well. Mara hitting on the scanners a little bit down to. So, you know, this name breaking through VWAP right now and trying to get into the low of the day is Mara. If this name completely crushed there, we had BMNR come out and say their average price 28.60 or so for their cryptocurrency holdings, which of course is Ethereum, what we're talking about there. And Ethereum underneath or in and around 2,800 puts these guys at risk today, but for some reason they're up 7-8% right now. BMNR up nicely today, despite the average price of Ethereum being under right now what they're holding. But maybe that just means that they've been getting hit a little bit too much. And you can always 3,000 coins or something of ETH that they hold, tokens. So you could do the math and figure out.
3-minute chart for a second, if that was a 3.
This is, what?
Look.
This is a 5-minute chart.
Oh, it does either way. It's the same thing. Look at ETH right now.
Yeah, it's going Oppo right now.
ETH is Oppo. Actually holding lower as we speak, like lower highs underneath the volume weighted average price. So I took a trend, only taking trend breaks recently, the last couple of trades, just got into the open one. But looking at BMNR, like it's almost the exact opposite. It doesn't have a clean trend break, but how do you not look for a reversal somewhere here? Key level's not till 28.8, 28.85. But if ETH just keeps going down, like if ETH breaks 2,800, this has to be a short. But maybe we wait for that to break 2,800 and just be a little bit more patient with it. But that doesn't make a heck of a lot of sense to me. That being said, there is a hedge trade that we all know happens with Bitcoin and MSTR, right? It's like long one, short the other. It's entirely possible the same thing happens with BMNR and ETH. So if that's the case, then you can see this. But I think eventually at some point those things revert. So went into the trend trade, always the same rule for me. Trend, enter, break prior bar, high out. Every single time. That's what we're going to do every single time. And if we get that top, great.
Apple.
And I look over at IBIT, and it did do the trend break. And it got to VWAP, not yet either following through to the low or consolidating VWAP. Like it just got under VWAP and then immediately trying to regain it. So I want to be careful here because if it gets back to break even, then that would be breaking this mini downtrend. So I should actually put a stop in there. So it's either going to be under VWAP for me on IBIT, which I'm going to stick to, maybe put that BMNR in the back pocket until maybe lunchtime, because I think that it just doesn't make too much sense. I know the market's strong, but if ETH isn't breaking highs, I don't think the stock can break highs forever. You know, like ETH only barely trying to go here. And I'm already not a believer in it. I just sort of feel like these things are very dangerous to play. But that relationship's not going to hold throughout the entire day. There's no way.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to look at it, because why is BMNR even up today? But story from them earlier, if you want to look it up, BMNR right now on the amount of ETH they're holding, and then if you just extrapolate that out, you can potentially find out what their market cap is and adjust accordingly with current pricing. So that's what I would be doing if I was in BMNR, not in trying to get out of a lot of crypto names. Like I don't really hold any names other than the four big ones for me anyway: Solana, Ethereum, Cardano, and yeah, not been a good run for many Bitcoin names recently, or crypto space plays for sure. So, all right, just Apple, nothing to do with crypto, I don't think, but nice move up today, up to 276, and then pulling right back in. We do have Dallas Fed manufacturing just came out right now, -10 in November versus -4 in October. So this could send the markets a little bit lower. And I was actually just thinking it right now. So there it is right here. Business, I can have it. I don't know, Adara over there. Nothing going on. But there's Dallas Manufacturing Business Index, -10.4 versus -5. So nice little move to the upside there. Downside in business Fed manufacturing. Market trying to go back to the upside right now. Doesn't look like it's having any effect whatsoever. Look at TQs because this is the weapon of choice for me when trading the NASDAQ in the futures. And we're right back up to highs again. So I don't know, bouncing off the 50 period, trying to get back to highs. I think it's worth a short here for 20. You know, you get something at 50s, you try to get it to 50.14. That makes a little bit of sense today. But the market's just so hot. Like the short almost seems better making a huge run and then making that move, maybe even the second time back in and then we failed, but still a tough trade to look short right now anywhere in this market. I mean, we did feel like covering that Google where we did. I told you we had less than 5% left now, so that was a good little level there, coming back into that 315, 316, and here it goes again. I still don't mind trying this again, but it's high as 318.60. My stop is literally at 318.61. We took a 40 cents there. We took a hit early on Google. Not early, but no, actually we did it on Google. It's Nvidia. So we'll have to wait to see if we can short this again. I'm going to put an offer at like 40s. If that hits, great. And then we'll try the short for 21 cents again. And worth 21 cents. So short there, and we made about $2 and change. So again, another 10 to 1 risk to reward. So we'll one more time if we can. And I was sort of saying that Meta probably not worth doing much with, but Meta up 3%. So those of you that did attempt there, not cutting too hard today. Meta actually doing quite well. Up 3%.
Not much is cutting too hard.
No, today's been pretty good.
Outside of Nvidia. Like Nvidia would be like Nvidia is probably the one thing that's taking it the most on the chin. Novo Nordisk is a different story because of very specific news to them, like, you know, whatever. Like if you're a drug company, you have a bad trial. And there is the trend break on IBIT. So it ends up the last quarter kind of break even. It's actually a couple of pennies better than that, but we just broke. So as far as I'm concerned, like the short just not as good as the long, and we're still in a bit of an upward trend. So the scalp trade on IBIT was the next. As I said, that BMNR this BMNR ETH thing, like it's just weird to me. So BMNR is holding this high, and I've got him trying to break out. So I said if the relationship can't hold, if ETH continues this downward trend, BMNR is going to come down. But the opposite is happening. ETH is actually breaking this slight lower high trend to go higher. If it does that, BMNR actually becomes a breakout trade. I chuckle to say that. So I'm going to stay away from that one, at least for the time being. And then the next trade, if it's not going to be IBIT, Tesla's getting close to. So I said if we got to 420, that's a spot I'd start looking for the Tesla short. This does have a very clean upward trend. Maybe not perfectly drawn here, but you guys can see it. Very clean trend on the 3-minute. Either it gets to 4, breaks this trend, and I play it back into VWAP. The trend break to VWAP's like $5 on Tesla here, and I think it could easily do that. That's if we don't get to 424. Just a big level, but the trend break would be the entry that I'm looking for kind of in the next couple of minutes here. Tesla up 6.5% into 1.9 for the NASDAQ. That's saying a lot.
Yeah, same as these Googles and everything. I'm actually gonna play the other way a little bit here. Try to go short, just like some of these names, like we just mentioned, seem to be a little juicy. If potentially they lose a little bit of steam, maybe this market comes back down in, and I just think it's well worth the risk and reward. Now we're flat right now on this trade. Short rate here at $50.08. Sorry, $50.04. It was just at $50.08. So we'll see about that high of the day coming into play here again for the TQs. We'll get out of it at level, but right now just looking to average in a little bit on the upside here of the TQs. We had sort of brought this to your attention that the market had topped out a little bit here. Now, it's only 10:30. I mean, to talk about where the market's going to be even in a half hour from now tends to be pretty difficult. But another shot at this high, I just think it's well worth it. If we do retest back lower again here, you'll get well worth the risk to reward on this trade, again, for the futures. And we just talked about the weakness being led by the king. So if that ever reverses here, man, Nvidia, like if that starts to get real weak, then I think the market falls. We're underneath VWAP. We're trying to do some good there with that short. But I mean, the market is not just one stock. You're seeing Apple start to go back up to the upside. Big buoy today, obviously, with here go the TQs right now. My stop is, again, not too far away from here because we do not want to let this. We're going to stop out at 50.20. So $50.20 break. I'm actually just going to put that a little. We don't have too many shares. I'm going to go to $50.25. So $50.25 right now for. We'll just add a little bit here to it at 19s and 20s. But here it comes, taking out the top of the day right now is the NASDAQ. So we're short 10 cents. Like, honestly, I can't do much better than that. We actually have a good amount of share size right now. So we'll wait. I don't know if anything. What did you say was turning?
Tesla's turning.
Tesla's turning down? Okay, yeah. Well, that's good. That's another one here. But Tesla, not a huge part of the index, but definitely helps with sentiment for sure. So here we go, man. We're flat on this TQQ short. Giving it, I just told you where we're stopping out at $50.26. This will come out. So let's give this a little bit of a go here and see if we can pull back just a little bit. Downside is where I'm looking, see if it can hit.
Yeah, and Tesla's trying, but Nvidia also sort of very, very similar. Nvidia's getting into VWAP, and if it loses, look, I think if it loses, it drags a few things with it. But this is day where the NASDAQ and Nvidia aren't really correlated. You're being dragged up by all of the other Mag 7 names. It does seem like Amazon obviously was pretty strong. Meta is pretty strong in here. Tesla, again, not a huge index name, obviously, like the others are, but it is starting to show some signs of a turn. Needed to close. It's tested this trend multiple times, and we just continue to go higher. And as I said, this NASDAQ, it's twofold with the NASDAQ here. One, we're above that 26, and then if you think about like the gap, like it's a pretty sizable gap if this ends up being a secondary push here. Do I think we can fill in that gap? I don't really, because does anyone really think we go over today? Monday, holiday shortened week. I'm not seeing that kind of a move. So I'm looking for these reversions, and here comes Tesla. Break that 415.
Let's break it. Yeah, let's go. Are you short yet? No.
Almost.
Okay, yeah.
I'm nibbling in. It's break. The way I look at it, if it closes under, then I can have full position. As it breaks the trend line on weakness, I'm going to jump in and then nibble in here as we are starting to head a little bit underneath. It's the first time it's actually traveled under. Hasn't broken it at any point, so I'm going to try to start it up here. And then the other thing, I mentioned Novo at 45 was the level I like better. Did not reload at 44. That ended up being the right. Is now at 44.5. So Novo is getting very close to that $45 level, which was the key I waited for. 44 to 43 was good, but it was actually 45 that I liked. Just patience, because that's actually trending higher along with the market. Go figure. Even with their bad news, Novo's trying to go upside.
I'm trying to be a little patient, but I covered some down there at 6s and 5s on the TQs, but not right into there, just back-to-back 6, actually back-to-back 6s there. I don't know, might not, I'm still waiting for O's. These futures are bounced off the 50-period moving average, no more averaging in, where my stop is, and it's going to get hit right about. And this is not a very big hit. That's why we waited for this move to happen to the upside. And I don't even want to, I almost canceled that trade there. But if we're going to be wrong, we're going to be wrong. And there it is, taking us out there at $50.26. I really hope that's not the high as we wait to see. There's no volume candles here telling we just got taken out at potentially the high of the day, or no one's rushing in to do anything with this level right here. So I think it's best now just to basically calm down and wait to see if this market gives us a long back at the 50. Tried the short. To me, that was worth it. We took a little bit of profit there. We could have got it all out for winter. But, we're here for a little bit of a long time on that trade. I was hoping that it would work out downside, but Nvidia's getting strong again. Walmart weak today. Finally, a weak sector that we found. Retail downside again. Costco under that 900, I think, is a buy, and we're under there now, so this is probably a buy. I didn't even realize we were under 900. Like that level on Costco as a potential buy. Well, only 20 more minutes. We got Joe and Obi coming through. Today should be a lot of fun for you guys on the midday. I think Sharif is back on Thursday, I believe.
That'll be Friday.
Yeah, Friday. Yeah. So Joe and Obi all week, and then I think Sharif return on Friday. But okay, maybe that was the top. I don't know. But now the key down SoFi, you guys want to talk about? We got to go to Adair in a second as well. Yeah, breaking the top. Another, I definitely don't want to short SoFi. I think it can go more than 5%. The market's just interesting because it's up 2%. That's all for me on the market. But okay, Adair, what you got?
Here, guys, there's a lot of strength in tech, specifically Broadcom up almost 9%, AMD at 4%, Intel to the upside. We've got Arista Networks, Micron all to the upside. Apple, green here, and Nvidia actually slightly negative on the day. Tech services being buoyed once again here by Google up 6%, Meta pretty strong here as well, along with AppLovin and Palantir. So a lot of these tech names that maybe were beaten up a little bit last week with the stayed strong. A lot of these names that struggled last week are trying to recover this week, starting today. Health tech actually looking pretty good here once again. Merck leading this group to the upside. Producer money, a lot of strength. Tesla, you're trying to save consumer durables. The rest of the sector relatively flat, but Tesla up more than 6%. Consumer services pretty weak. Communications pretty weak. Industrial services weak. Retail trade, with the exception of Amazon, weak. And finance kind of flat today. Robinhood, worth noting, Robinhood and Coinbase both up more than 4% today. So some of these crypto-related plays within finance actually stronger than the overall sector. Make sure to subscribe, as we send you back to Sean and Neil.
Subscribe.
Yes, sir. And Christopher Ocean, absolutely correct. So if you ever see me, okay, well, no one else knows. I was talking to him in the chat. It's absolutely correct. I'll explain what I mean by that. Whenever I take a trend break on against the grain, pretty much every exit, with very few exceptions, is going to be the prior. So there's the prior bar high. So on Tesla, the risk is that it was about 15s to 17, and then first targets in here at about, it ends up being 1-to-1, but that's just how symmetry usually works in the market, and then the volume weighted average price. But I'm still looking at that same trade. We actually have not closed under the trend line yet, but we are still gliding higher. Once it closes underneath the trend line, I'm taking the same trade again. Same strategy. If it closes underneath the bar, the prior bar high is going to be my out regardless. So this is the only one that's really setting up that way. I'm looking at Novo, it's that kind of a clear trend, and it's not at that $45 level to be able to catch it yet. And if I look over at Bitcoin, if anything, is setting up here. Bitcoin sort of setting up a similar one as well, but it almost seems like this could even be a breakout on Bitcoin. So I'm going to stay away from Bitcoin and just go one at a time here. Right now, this one is what's setting up here. Tesla, and it's not at 420. I feel like if it was doing the same thing and it was at 419, I'd probably like it even better, because is a monster level there for Tesla as it just continues to go higher and higher and higher. 666, of course. Why not? And one other thing I'll show you. I meant to do this before. Now that it's breaking the highs, you can't break the trend if you're breaking the highs, so there's no point me even staring at it until we see something interesting. When I look at this, I'm not looking at my quote board from the open, or sort of from Friday. From just the open. From the open, Broadcom is up 6%. From the open, Micron is up 4%. Marvell is up 3%. 3%. Like, this is a very strong day. Like, these are all great percentages, but from the open, some of these things have just continued. When I look, there's a few names which are distinctly different. Baba was 5% up. Well, 5% up over the gap. And from the open, it's actually up almost nothing. You're seeing gold, absolutely nothing in here as well. So there are some laggards for sure in the market, but strong day. Broadcom's the one that feels like, man, we're never looking at that. For it to literally be the strongest is surprising to me on a day like today. Nvidia is barely doing anything, and Broadcom up 9%. That's a huge name to be up 9%.
Yeah, wow.
Like, it's crazy, first of all. So it doesn't feel like the kind of market where you'd get a Broadcom 9% day. So still no close under the trend line. See, I said I could look at something else, because as long as you're breaking highs, you're not going to be closing the gap on this trend just yet. But I got to wait for Tesla. Taking one shot. I'm usually willing to take 3 on a meeting in the same price area. Ideally, you shouldn't have to, but the second one's sitting up as we speak.
All right. Yeah, look, just trying to figure out short. There it goes again. But Google short is what's really been working. I'm actually thinking about this Nvidia trade again here. And it's just like, it's just finally going. And I should have been long, man. I just should have been long this name. Bottoms. Like, that 178 was holding. We could see that that was clearly happening. And I don't really want to go short this name now. A nice run up. So Nvidia finally turning green now. Which is really nice, because AMD is the one that's not doing much, but it's Nvidia that's picking it up for it. So I like to show if we do give this back here, but I don't know what Nvidia wants to do. Now the futures maybe is trying to pull back just a bit. Now we'll try it one more time here on the TQs. So far so good here. The little bit of a pullback, but nothing dramatic here, of course. So let's see if we can get something in the pullback zone here for the TQs. $50 area, but I don't know, man. Nice high being put in now, up 6%. The NASDAQ now, congratulations, man. Spend the money for those longs in NASDAQ, that's for sure. Congratulations, anybody right there that swang anything overnight or just was getting a little there on the top side today. So we'll short it, but wow, what a move there. 2% now for the NQs going higher. We haven't done this in a minute, so I know it's doing a few things, but let's just have a quick little look. Remember where the stop is on this one, high of the day on the futures, just in case that cracks while I'm doing this, because that is pretty easy to have that happen. $50.46 to stop in right there. Oopsies, we don't want to go this one. See you ad free. Yeah, Amazon, Tesla, upside. Energy, not doing great. I saw crude, I think it was $58 or so there today, but this is a nice little quadrant right here. Producer manufacturing, as you see here, Lam up, G Vernova, AMAT, JCI Controls over here as well to the upside. Just looking to see what's down. I don't know what's PNR. Pentair is down in the sector. Not much else. ITW, Illinois Tool Works, downside there as well. So a nice little sector look there. And then here's consumer. Of course, Tesla absolutely rocking, but both Ford and GM both to the upside. We saw a small upside play in Rivian earlier there. Then Home Depot was up a couple bucks on Friday, but they're back down to earth a little bit here today, down, which isn't that bad. And then Costco, like, got to get that one figured out, man. Target hit again, but still, Target's funny because it's kind of just at the price that we're in at, around $86, $87. And probably between 86 and 88. I'll double check that. More near 88, but now 86.50, down a little bit, as they all had good rebound days on Friday. But make sure you do join us, because right now we are going live every day at 8 o'clock. So if you want to talk about some, pre-market movers, we actually had that. There's Google and everybody leading the way today. Google up another 5.5%. Another big congratulations moment for everybody there. I just said a name and I can't remember what it was. Oh no, I know. PFSA, was that what it was this morning? Yes, Prof USA. Yeah, I just wanted to see this one because when I going live again at 8 o'clock, this name kind of spiked right there. Oh, hey, what's up, Rob? Spiked early up to 17 cents and really has been faded all day. So this is part of the thing, right? If we can join you guys early and try to catch some of these names.
That's when you need to catch them.
It seems even early.
Sometimes even, actually.
Data Vault today as well. Upside right around 8 o'clock, and then downside as that fade play continues to hit as well. So yeah, gold, silver, we haven't talked much about those, but look at the NASDAQ still getting going here today. Wow, up 2%. What a dip behind. NASDAQ might have been there last week, but hey man, 1 week doesn't make a market. So let's see what winds up happening here this week. I don't think there's a of numbers or anything.
Not really.
But someone that would definitely know and has something to tell you all.
Not till Wednesday.
Yeah, not till Wednesday, okay. Is Adara in behind us?
There's actually a pretty big number tomorrow, guys, PPI. We are expecting tomorrow for the month of September. That's what I'm seeing anyway. So it looks like we could be getting that PPI for September. Again, that's just what I've been seeing. Tomorrow, we're also going to be getting some house price indices and business inventory, CB consumer confidence. I think of all of the days, this is actually the largest economic calendar is going to be for what we're going to have there on Tuesday. Wednesday, we have durable goods PMI. So Wednesday is actually a little bit lighter than the action we're expected to see tomorrow. Let's talk about this US dollar, because this DXY, I've talked a lot about this uptrend. Look at things from a technical standpoint. The US dollar actually looks like it could be breaking out here. Interesting level here, that 100.3 area. We've kind of touched that of that range over the last two sessions. Let's see if we break out of it today, because that was also a previous area of resistance going back to earlier this month, Wednesday, November 5th. Now let's see me Fed Watch tool. We have to talk about this tool because, guys, we are continuing to see higher and higher odds once again of a 25 basis point rate cut coming through in December, specifically on December 10th, which is when we have the next FOMC meeting. 79.1% of participants, so nearly 80% expecting. Now, a week ago, it was 42.4%. So we've almost doubled the odds of participants expecting that rate cut in over the week. Let's see if this continues, though. I don't see any Fed speak scheduled. We're getting very close, obviously, to the blackout period. Anything or any kind of analyst notes as well with regards to these cuts, I'll certainly keep you all posted. Back.
Was posted up in there.
Thank you, Adara. Robinhood at the one of those small cappers I just saw in the chat, ENLV, and we talk about this often. The clock, that was your best bet. That was your best bet at 8 o'clock. Jumping right into this one on the long side, it's now underneath VWAP. So like it almost feels like this one could be done. Like it broke $1 and went to 180. Like you can't.
Yes.
I mean, you can ask for more than that, but I mean, you can't ask for too much more than. Now it's back underneath 130. There may be a defend of $1 on this, but just to the point of why we're coming in early, it's not just so we can go over more things, more time to prepare for that 8:30 number when they do happen. By the way, there's just a refresher at 4:15. They won't let it break Tesla 4:15. I'm going to looking for this support, which is basically 414 change. But if it's supporting there, then I'm going to try and reload this one at 16. The trend breaks, so first scalp just moves about 70 pennies or so, and we'll see if it gets to VWAP. But the whole point about these small cappers as well is not to just get them when they're making the second salvo in the middle of the day. the ones that end up strong, but also to potentially look at some ones that by the time we would have gotten to that one last week, the 840 after the markets opened, it's already pushing toward the highs. Today, we're able to bring it to you and it was literally just breaking a buck. Best chance. So hopefully this is something, we think it's a good change starting at 8 o'clock. Hopefully you guys agree. And the other thing to you is, if you guys have suggestions of things that we should cover, or hey, maybe go over this before the market opens up. Maybe we don't talk about the Asian market. I don't know if people care about that. Hey guys, you're not talking about interest rates or maybe even bond yields, whatever it might be. Just let us know, and we'll try to work it in. We have a little bit of extra time to go over things, and we're always open to suggestions. Starting early was one that we'd been hearing a lot of, so that's why we're doing it for you.
Yeah, that's why we're doing it. Okay, I was wondering why we're doing it. All right. Go over now with a segment that we've created, and it's a popular one.
Monday.
Joe's not here, so hopefully we don't have to hear here today. That's for sure. Okay, it is What's for Lunch, Joe. He has just arrived back. All right, today should be okay, man. Today, I was hoping that maybe it was going to be some little bit of a turkey action coming through. Maybe we'll get that on Wednesday. So we tend to get things heading into later on in the week. By the way, this futures trade is working out. We actually just got out of about 40% of that. Today's, you might have had some of these there today, and it's a chicken dinner winner. If you had any good longs today, for sure, and hopefully you got this back end short right now. But this might be interesting. I don't think we've ever had this before. Chicken, we've had that. With mango salsa. Give it a shot.
Mango salsa is delicious.
We got Randy's opinion there, so we'll see if this can hit. With vegetable fried rice, a little strange to have that with it, but seasoned veg, so we'll see what that is. And mixed greens, citrus dressing. Yesterday we had some nice steaks at the Katina House with roasted mini potatoes and a Caesar salad. So like that. We fancy, huh?
I have to admit, we had to alter my anniversary plans on Saturday.
Boo.
My wife she wasn't feeling well.
Oh, okay.
So I ended up doing honestly,
gonna do it again.
We're rebooking for next week, but we did chicken noodle soup and a little charcuterie board, just some easy on the stomach for. I still on the stomach. I still had a few beverages, but that's what you got to do. Yeah. First of all, mango.
Yeah, it should be good.
This is going to be really good because I think I'm pretty sure they have done it before.
Okay, well, then I'm excited for that.
Get down.
Yeah, get down, man. A good trade. We're both short right now. Short the TQs right here, making them sing to the downside. We took a couple hits for sure there when we got stopped out the first time. I don't think we got stopped out there, but we got stopped out there and then just put it back in and right back into the 50 period. Look, we've seen this so many times, hit this 50 period moving average. So silly not to get out. I mean, a lot of outs right there at the 25s, as that's been the 21 period moving average. We haven't broke that since 10:30. So maybe down goes the boogie right now. We'll see. Where's my guy Obi at right now? I mean, there's only 3 minutes to go. I don't know if he...
It's MSCI today. There's an index for balancing on Europe, and Obi wants to make some trades over there. So I'm going to keep the mic on and cover for him. So
are we not paying
Joe's
him?
over there, and I'll be on the side. I'll stick around a little bit longer here for you guys.
Yeah, okay.
And I appreciate all that. Okay, first of all, every time people talk about pineapple in here, pineapple salsa is greater than mango. I have nothing against pineapple. And you can do pineapple salsa. You can do lots of things. I only don't like pineapple on pizza. That's the distinction. Randy, thank you as well. Randy agrees with me. I love pineapple. I got Antiguan bloods. My parents are from. Both my parents are from Antigua. You literally will find the sweetest and most delicious pineapple in the island of Antigua. So I love it. It just doesn't belong on no pizza. All right? That's all it is.
Jody likes.
Who?
Jody in the chat.
I mean, okay. You would just be wrong.
There we go. La Cristobal likes
we
it.
We can all agree.
Oh, Mike P. the Rider likes it.
Oh, Mike, come on. Mike, you're trolling, Mike. I don't believe you.
Of course, man. It's Hawaiian is one of the more famous. Created here by a Greek.
Denied.
Of course, a Greek Canadian. Created Hawaiian. I like if you have has some jalapenos on it. The sweet and hot go well.
in defense of that's the only time I had pineapple on pizza and was like, I'm not disgusted by this. Was when if you have to put like a jalapeno or some kind of a really pepper on there,
for sure.
and then suddenly it's a little bit better, but it's just a taste thing anyways.
Yeah, and that's why everybody has taste buds, right? So congratulations to each.
Gotta do you.
All right, so here we go, man. Market coming back in is a good one. So I don't know. I mean, I'm still going to be red today, and that's mainly only because of Nvidia. If you take away Nvidia and you just use AMD, the short, the Google short, obviously that's still, I mean, Google, Neil, is $4 in the money right now. So, okay, we just don't have as many shares left. And then here comes the TQs. So hopefully when we come back, both these trades, then we will be green again. But, red right now for me. All right, man, I got 1 more minute left. So what's the super chat saying right now? All right, Andre, go. Sean, price target on Google. TP your Google. Total profit? Is that what you mean? I don't know.
Take profit?
Take profit? Well, yeah, so just target price. Yeah, so that's what I thought the first time was.
Yeah,
so we just got it. So, like I said, we have 5% left of this stock. We actually had 7%. We just got filled there. I wasn't considering, so I'm taking 2% tranches. So, one more here at the 200. It's a $4 banger. Thank you so much for that one. And the number one P&L stock here this morning is Google. So, thank you for asking. Next. What's your opinion for SMR buy at these levels? No. SMR is a and a hot mess. I wouldn't buy any of these nuclear names at all until we get again. But you're getting close to, if you like it, to take a possible opportunity into $15 maybe there for SMR. And then the next one is check out INHD. INHD. We'll have a quick look on this. Inno Holdings.
That's the halter.
Yeah, definitely heard about this one. Yeah, so halted right there, halted again. There goes INHD, and again, that's good little name there. But it looks like we've reverse split or had this kind of a move before. So I would say watch out for $4 or INHD. So yeah, good couple talk there a little bit. We've done good here today. Let's see what winds up happening with the TQs out at the high of the day. And after that, we done, man. So thanks. That was fun.
And there's another super chat that just came in. It was about Starbucks. It was Pack 44. So I'm going to throw that one up there. But very quickly, I have a new position that I just put on because we waited for Novo to get to 45. But it got close enough, and then you can see a pretty clear trend from the volume weighted average price broke. So I'm short, give it to the prior bar in here, and then look for the VWAP entry. And where did that super chat go? There it is. Hack 44. Is that now is on that is
Green Bay Packers?
Green Bay Packers. Let us know in the chat. I don't know who wears 44, so I have no idea.
Davenport used to, but I don't know who wears. I don't think maybe
you're a Packers fan. Thank you for the super chat. We appreciate you. But you say price target in 1 month. I mean, to give a price target, like I'm assuming you want it to be bullish. This is the issue with Starbucks right now. See what's happening here? Up around $95, 95. It's just rejection, and you got the 200 period moving average. So any upward move, it has to. You have to beat this before you can do anything better. But the moment it gets above $100, I think it's got a pretty clean shot for a bigger recovery. Your issue is the resistance level more than anything else. That's 65 zone, and then on top of that, you got to get to this 200 period moving average first before you get there. So I think, reasonably speaking, given it's been months since it was at this 95, I think your best case scenario in only 1 month would be to get $95. Just to get to here would be that'd be a win if you were there in a month, in my opinion. So I'm a little bit skeptical here in Starbucks, just because of the nature of this selling that happened around the 95. Until you get through $100, then you're in trouble. So 95 in a best case scenario, but this is downward trending. I don't like it at all. Let's get over to Joe. I'm going to stick around, like I said, until Obi's back. He's just making some European trades.
So Neil and Joe.
Myself and Joe, as we go to.
As we proceed.
The midday. And then we're back at 2 o'clock.
Yeah. See you guys.
Yo, what's going on, fellow Trader TV live traders? Man, I was just listening to some funny shorts, a lot going on. I hope everyone had a fantastic start to this session. It's been a pretty good one, and not only that, what's going on, Jody? What's going on, everybody in the chat? I hope everyone had a great weekend and we're prepared today, Monday morning, and get rocking and rolling, because we had a lot going on, and there's most definitely some big-time subjects want to touch on. But first and foremost, we're going to wait for some of you guys to continue to roll on into the chat. We dolo today, man. I could probably straight. Obviously, we're not going to be being sarcastic. Pardon me? Yeah, all day, man. I could do this all day. Maybe we'll start a new little something. But anyways, aside from that, we got in the chat. Sorry, Assassino, I didn't hear what you said there, brother. Okay, give me uno momento. All right, 9:07. What's going on? Showtime, Adam DeLuz, Jody Mills, what's going on? T, what's up, yo? What's up, yo? Dinkelberg, who do we got? Zion Lala, Jay Bronson, a couple more. Why not? What's up, Stefan B, and who else? Kron's one put. Okay, why are you looking like 70s Italian gang? Hey, man, that's it. We got that motive, brother. What's going on, everybody else? We'll do maybe a little bit more roll. I think Adara's got something important for us because Bitcoin's breaking out. A lot of names are breaking out. Talk to us, Adara.
I have some AI news here with Amazon. AMZN announcing it's going to be investing up to $50 billion to expand AI and supercomputing infrastructure for U.S. government agencies. So again, AI and supercomputing infrastructure for U.S. government agencies. I want to take a look at Palantir. Palantir actually pushing higher here on this news. Amazon actually getting to this government space, it looks like, which, of course, Palantir is known for. I do have an update here, another headline that just came through with regards to this Amazon investment. This investment here, $50 billion, is going to be adding nearly 1.3 gigawatts of compute capacity across AWS, top secret AWS Gov Cloud regions across all classification level. They're going to start breaking ground on said investment in 2026, so next year.
Good stuff. Yeah, thank you very much for that, Adara. And I hope everyone's having a fantastic morning once again. And thank you all for the love. As you can see some volume stepping in. There's some important stuff that I think that we should talk about because we look at the technicals from a day-to-day basis, and we talk about volume quite often. But when do we start actually implementing in what we use? And we try to from a point. And that's more or less from a micro standpoint. But when we look at the bigger picture, what can this tell us? And it tells, and it can tell us a lot. And that's why it led me to the quantum space. It got my eyes on Bitcoin once again and a couple other big time names because they're all the same across the board. Now, I don't want to give it away just yet. So throughout the day, we're going to build this up. I'm going to talk about it continuously. And then TI, Assassino. Listen, brother, I don't even know what else to say other than, like, let's go. And I was talking about it earlier in the morning. And what I'm going to do right now is display to you guys is from my evening analysis, I had a couple names on my radar. 4 to be exact. And which one? Well, let me show you. Aside from what Milo's got going on over here, because we know we all love Milo, right? Everybody likes a little bit of Milo. But QBTS, RGTI, QuantumScape, and Palantir. Now, what do all of these names have in common? I'll break it down a little bit later, but first, let's take a look at this chart and see how I specifically manage this one position as we're continuing to climb and higher in RGTI. And just like that, we almost hit the dollar club on a $20 name, on a $25 name. So I'm happy to be in this, just going with listening from what the technicals on a broader space are telling us. Don't make me blush now, Jody. Don't make me blush. But no, I know you're talking about Milo at the end of the day. But seriousness, guys, it's really important to correlate our daily with our intraday price action at times. But when you have all of these numbers and all of these different puzzle starting to fit together, it's just going to add more conviction into your trading and into your potential thesis and your setup. Whether it works or not is a totally different story, but the more pieces of the puzzle that you put together and the more ability in your favor that you continuously add up, allows you to put on trades from an intraday standpoint that would work substantially better than you could ever imagine. So again, when we break things down, is it good from going from a higher time frame and then breaking it down to a lower time frame and correlating all of these pieces? Absolutely. We know Obi likes to go from the monthly to the weekly to the daily to the 60 to the 30 to the 5 and to the 1 minute, and then a touchdown. Exactly. And it's a touchdown, unless you're the Bills, apparently. I'm only playing. Whoa. He's coming in. He said, watch it now. Watch it now. But no, in all seriousness, it's really important to break these things down. And sometimes we just get caught up from an intraday standpoint, looking and hyper-focused on what the lower time frames are telling us when we're not focusing on the bigger picture. So, much anticipated. I've been rambling on for about 10 minutes now. Let's get right into it, because I'm excited to display to you guys exactly what I was going over on the weekend, and something that, you know, we sway away from sometimes, but it's really important to just continue to practice, rinse and repeat. And then that's the beauty of trading, is that not every day is the same. Identical type price action that we can correlate. Too soon, says Joe. All right, Death God said it. I'm not saying it for another little while now. But other than that, guys, let's continue to look at some things. We'll take a look at the options chain. There's a lot of activity going on, but it's not that complicated. I'm going to continue to build this up because we talk on a day basis, and it starts with a 3-letter, I'm not going to say a word, but all right. As soon as I get the good to go, I'm going to leave it at that. Adara, what do you?
Keep an eye on any of these cannabis plays. Here is MSOS. You could also look at, of course, ACB, TLRY, CGC. There's a lot of different avenues to play this. Either way here, a big spike and a volume spike as well, with an outlet reporting that the Trump administration is against marijuana rescheduling through administrative action in, quote, the near future. So this story is really not saying anything different than anything we've heard with regards to these Trump administration and cannabis legalization stories. Right now, I guess it just sounds like in the near future, there could be an investment here with regards to marijuana rescheduling actions from the Trump admin. Again, kind of repeating or rehashing your old headlines, but MSOS really likes it. Back to you.
Oh, okay, yeah, we're back. Beautiful. All right, guys. So, I mean, at the end of the day, I give you just 4. And if you guys can tell me what those 4 names have in common from a daily perspective, I might be feeling generous enough to give some. I can't tell you that, though, Neil. But first, I need the right answer. I need the right answer. The question is, are you ready for this, Adara? 4 tickers. These 4 names have something in common from a daily standpoint, in which it led me to be attracted to them this morning for a potential buy. What is that one thing in common that these 4 tickers in the likes of QBTS, RGTI, QuantumScape, and Palantir have in common for me to look at these names and say, hey, are we long today, or are we going to go short? Adara was the first one. Talk to me.
Actually, I think Neil.
All right,
he was first.
Neil, what do you got?
You didn't see my hand.
I didn't see it. I didn't see the hand. I seen Adara's because she's in the back there. All right, what do you got, brother? Talk to me.
Well, well, I have 2 guesses at this. But the first one is that vastly oversold in the RSI.
Okay.
That's the first one.
Okay.
The second one, I don't know if this is going to be true, but were they all 50%? What? I don't know why I'm turning like.
Yeah, we can talk.
Were they all at least 50% from their recent highs? Was that also true?
It's very true, but I'm not saying it's necessarily a part of why.
Those are my 2 things I think had in common.
But Palantir is not down.
Oh no, Palantir is not down that much.
So that is incorrect. And we're moving on to Adara.
I think
you're out of the race now, Neil. Okay, Adara, talk to me.
So I looked at these charts. I only looked at the first 2, and I think from the first 2, I actually know the answer.
Okay.
Is it because they had massive bottoming tail candles on the daily chart on Friday?
And we have a winner. Adara is 10% correct. Now, the beauty of it is that correlating a lot of these names, we can look at it from potentially an oversold standpoint. All of them are down, but they have one thing in common from a daily perspective that we look at every day from an standpoint. Now, to add to Neil's point, off to the right, he's definitely on to the right path. A beautiful, beautiful thing is that a lot of them have been oversold. Well, now we have all of these things correlating, and if you continuously see the same thing over and over again, this is essentially what trading is. It's pattern recognition. So let's break it down. I think that was a little bit of fun. Darren nailed it completely. Take a look at all of these names. What we're going to do is we're going to slightly adjust what I'm looking at here on today's session. I'm going to include Bitcoin, guys. Bitcoin started to form a base, which is a beautiful thing. This is what we want to see in the crypto space. Now, if you're asking me, so there's RGTI. I understand why people can be fearful. There's QuantumScape. We're going to throw QuantumScape up here. And then who else do we have? We have RGTI, QBTS, and then we also have Palantir. All right, so let's get this over to a daily so we can correlate. You see where I'm getting at? You see where this is already going? We're in a couple already. Oh, what a thing of beauty. And with individuals like Gorev, Los Polios, and a bunch of individuals who are constantly looking for the slowing down, what better signal than a bottoming tail candle, in my opinion? Extremely subjective. But at the end of the day, as I'm doing my analysis over the weekend and running through options activity for you guys, I'm looking at how much from the highs some of these names are down. Not necessarily what the RSI is, but what price action is telling me and what the volume profile is also telling me as well too. And when you have all of these things correlating, I can't help myself licking my chops and saying, hey, is there a potential buy here? Are we going to look for a potential bounce when we see the likes of QuantumScape? Let's get this here. QuantumScape down 45%. Wow, that is ugly, right? We don't like that whatsoever. It's too bad we can't get this over here. And then we have Rigetti down 50%. We have Palantir down 20%. And we have QBTS down 50% as well, too. Well, at some point, we know that Wall Street doesn't likes losing too much money, even though we can classify it as a distribution. But still, a lot of quants and hedge funds still long. Institutions still long, and they don't want to see these 50% pullbacks without any form of a bounce. I don't care if it's 1%, 2%, or whatever it may be. These signals are a thing of beauty, in my opinion, and when I see correlating across the board on multiple names, I can't help myself but look for a long in the morning and in the intraday sessions. Now, let's take a look at Bitcoin, the much anticipated. Michael Knotts was talking about it this morning. The show was talking about it this morning. But let's actually break down the volume profile in which we study from a day-to-day basis. Analysis, the correlation between volume and the price, and what does it tell us? If we do it every day, but we're not utilizing the beautiful prints in which it shows us, then what are we doing? Joe, question, who is Wall Street losing money to? It's everybody. No, I did not. Anyways, so let's get this going, all right? Wall Street will lose money all the time at the end of the day. So there it is. What? That's crazy, Ramin. 9.4. Oh, at 9:40 I seen that. Oh, that's the polar opposite of how we're feeling. All right, let's get let's get this down. Let's get down to business right now, because I really big time signal here. Am I going to say we're going to turn around immediately? No, absolutely not. But has the selling started to cool down a little bit? So you should work, yeah, I should work for the shopping channel, apparently. Anyways, I want to focus on trading. Pardon me? Too good? Oh, thank you, Neil. Too good for the shopping channel. So I don't know if that was a dig at whoever said that, Carl Gruen. We'll remember that for sure as I take a sip of my tea. An English, yeah, go ahead.
just said, people are asking what's going on in the market. Is there news? My understanding of, well, whatever. It's just my opinion here. Look at what just happened to Nvidia. Nvidia was in a wedge all morning. There you go. So it's easy to see. It just broke the wedge to the upside on Nvidia. Now remember, Nvidia this morning, despite the fact the NASDAQ was going ham, was the weak it was a weak link. It's the best way to put it. So now it's starting to participate and head higher. So I think this is what's happening overall in the market. And I can quickly, this is what I'm looking at next. Hopefully that didn't break anything. The thing I'm looking for next is a possible trend break in IBIT because the market continues to break higher, and this is actually threatening to break trend. I'm only looking for trend breaks. And then I went over to which I was short off the highs, got some scalp trades in there. It did work to 15s or just underneath 15, got a reload high that worked back into 15 again, but eventually blowing out the top. And now it's headed to 420. So a couple of scalps. I mean, initially, the first loss made some of it back with their other recent shorts, but overall, this market seems to want it. But what's interesting, as I said, was it seemed like nothing was really doing until Nvidia decided to join that party. I think that's going to be the most important thing, at least in the short run here, to see if we get some continuation. All eyes on Nvidia in the AM, and it was a complete dud. Now suddenly we're looking at lunchtime with some strength. Above the prior highs, as long as we hold on to this, I'd be careful with any shorts that are going to be correlated to the NASDAQ because Nvidia is going to be leading the charge from here on in, at least for now, as Nvidia is about to break out the high one more time.
Neil, I'm going to be honest, bro. I forgot I had you here because I was just rambling on. So feel free.
Told you I was going to stick around.
Feel free to interrupt me, man. I was in the zone, regardless if it's for the shopping channel or not. All right. No, I'm being sarcastic. All right, guys, let's get right back into it and take a look at exactly what I was referring to earlier. Well, now, if we're obviously always looking at the volume in which what it's telling us, some days, like the tape, it doesn't tell you much. But when we're looking at it right now, what do we see? And I went over an example of 4 different names. Adara pinpointed it to a precise, exact reason into why I'm looking at those specific names. Now, why would that differ from Bitcoin? Has the selling stopped? I'm not going to say that necessarily. Has it cooled down? I think so. And can we get a bounce? Well, what we've learned from previous history and from pattern recognition, in which we study, I think that we might get a little bit of a bounce here in Bitcoin. Why? Because we have that bottoming tail candle with an isolated volume print. This is the largest volume print that we have seen in the past X amount of months. Do you want to get precise? Since November of 2024, so almost a year ago. This is going to be the largest volume signature that there is. Now, what does this tell us? Well, Joe, thank you very much for pointing that out, that it's just a large volume print. Well, what this can potentially tell us is that sellers are exhausted for the near term or maybe even a little bit longer duration. Right now, the exhaustion is most definitely made through that volume print because it is substantially larger. We can classify this as potentially stopping volume. Now, how deep this pullback is going to be completely different. I can't answer that. But can we see a substantial bounce considering we were over $40,000, $46,000 off of the high in Bitcoin. 46,286 if you want to go from peak to trough. Right? 36%, around 36.5%. Now, to add to Michael Noss's point, the Wall Street doesn't like seeing these hefty pullbacks, 40%, 36%, because what does that mean? You're losing money, but at the end of the day, see if this specific signal and these prints eventually come to fruition and we get a bounce into 100,000. Now, I'm not saying this is the end of it, of the selling. There might be some more, but we might see a near-term bounce in Bitcoin. But I'm not seeing the exact same thing displayed in Ethereum. Now let's take a look at ETH. Are we getting a bounce? But look at our volume. Yes, we have a little bit of a bottoming tail candle, but the volume isn't as substantial in which we've seen in Bitcoin. So that's where my head is laying in the crypto space and a couple other names, and we're continuously higher and higher, and there goes the move in Bitcoin. So if you want to talk about specific zones and through you have the pre-market high, I think that just gives you more conviction that the correlating price between volume and price action, so the volume bar and price action, can give you a solid entry point. Not necessarily an exit. You want to look for key support and resistance levels from that point. But other than that, I think you have a good opportunity for a potential bounce in some of these names. Adara, what do you got? And Neil, tell us what you got after.
What I have here is some Josh Brown excitement. Looks like he's calling out Agilent and Thermo Fisher as some of his top stocks right now. Of course, both of those in the healthcare space. Here's Agilent not doing too much, but at day's highs. We'll take a look at Thermo Fisher, TMO. This one, not at day's highs, but I mean, kind of chopping around here. So keep an eye on these stocks. Again, Josh Brown putting these on his best stock list. For the record, Agilent is actually reporting earnings later this week as well. So they're an earnings play for this week too. Back to you. Or last.
Yeah, what do you got over there, brother?
Sharif obviously is going to be off, but I halted to the upside. It's like, I don't know how many times it's halted. It's like I don't know, call it at least half a dozen times the stock is halted to set upside. 241 currently is 43 is now the tap. 240 is the current price. So it's not really indicating a crazy high open. The problem with this one is mostly that despite the good liquidity, it was a penny stock before, so it's really easy for it to halt. But good volume, good liquidity for anyone else looking at it. As well, I also saw AEHL, that just recently halted after breaking the highs up 120%. This is a habitual stepper. That is, I got to zoom way in so you can see this. It literally is halted at the 50 period on the daily, just so you have a quick look. And that's the first kind of obvious level since it broke like this 220 level as it gets to about, what is that, like 270-ish, maybe even 275. So this flushed off that price in October. So it's at a resistance point. So I think this would be better served. If I was trading it, I'd be looking for dip buys, not to buy that top, looking a little bit crazy. Earlier is always better, it feels, with these, if you can get them. But the NASDAQ is going on pretty well here. And remember I said, watch out for what Nvidia is doing? This is the NASDAQ since breaking out that 24.6. It's trying to fill this gap, which has about 100 points to go. As we get up there, there's Nvidia. There's a decent chance that as we get up there, Nvidia is going to start pressing potentially into Friday's highs. And that's a concern. Can it bust through Friday's highs? As strong as it looks right now on that last push, you are still a few bucks away from even testing that 185 zone. And if the futures fill the gap at the same moment this gets to resistance, I think you could run into at least a little bit of trouble. It would also make sense when you consider Broadcom. Like, Broadcom has absolutely, Broadcom's up 10% today. Thursday's highs, Broadcom is there right now. So this is, for me, getting a little bit top-ish. And the first place I looked over was something I traded earlier today was, Guy, what are you doing? Like, I tried shorting and breaking down. This stock is literally, I mean, it's up 2%, but you have Broadcom filling in the gap. You got Nvidia trying to fill in the gap. This stock doesn't want to do anything. Just rejected that Thursday high. So this is one I want to jump back into for the south side of the trade, just given the weakness it has. And then look at the daily chart. The daily chart speaks for itself. This is just built differently from other chip names. And if the market falters, I think this falters even more than the overall market, just because it's a weak name. So I'm going to try to pick on this one as we get to some highs. Bitcoin refusing to break trend. Clean trend line on IBIT right now. And I'm staring it down, looking for that trend break, and the trend break just isn't happening.
Honestly, I'm thinking that it might be strong for the next couple of days.
Could be.
Right?
Really could
and
be.
It kind of just goes back to my whole spiel of price with the volume, and we can see that at that lows, we have that stopping volume, which is substantially larger. This is the print in which we've seen in the span of over a year, November of 24. Right, so I'm thinking maybe we see a short duration bounce here, maybe even a little bit longer. Has enough liquidity been absorbed? I don't know, but time will tell, right? We might get that bounce. So if we continue to climb, I'll buy back my short calls and allow my 6 calls to remain to roam freely, essentially, at the end of the day. They're absolutely getting slacked. Full disclosure, I'm down like, I shouldn't say a ridiculous amount. It's not a pretty amount. Yeah, it's not good, but I mean, thank you to call writing just to mitigate it. What do you got there, brother?
Can't worry about it.
No, I'm not. Well, I mean, obviously,
Trade's a trade, bro.
Like literally, at the end of it, to say I'm not worried about it isn't true, obviously. But am I as worried about it if I didn't know how to write calls against it? Absolutely not. If I just think, oh, I don't know what to do here, blah blah, then I would be in significantly more panic mode. But considering I have a game plan, whether it works or not, I have enough confidence in it. I think we have a pretty good chance that we might see this bounce. So yeah, that's essentially what we got going on, just continuously writing. And what does that do? That helps you with mitigating your loss. I'm with you. I got in at like 98K mark. Yeah, I mean, I averaged in a little bit, so I have 6 contracts. If you want to look at it from an average price on Bitcoin from 114 to about 103 or something along those lines. And then once it snapped, I'm like, uh-oh. Sometimes it's just better to get out and get back in, because if I seen what I had right now, then I would just load the boat in the size that I had. But that was, I like the potential conviction within it. Unfortunately, it didn't come into play. So I'm like, all right, we have enough time, right? We still have until May, halfway through May, until they expire. So we'll just continuously write. And then eventually, if it comes February or March, if it's not doing what I want, or we haven't seen any form of a significant recovery, then I'm going to get out. Thoughts on NUAI? Yeah, we're going to go over a couple of names momentarily. Let's send it over to Adara. We're going to get some crypto talk, some more crypto talk there, which I think is going to be interesting.
Now let's take a look here at BTC, because crypto, we know that Joe was talking about these charts here that had those bottoming tail candles on the daily. Bitcoin is actually one of them. So nice bottoming tail candle here on the daily for Bitcoin, coming through on Friday, November 21st, low of 80,500, high here of 87,000. And then what's interesting here too now is these last 2 days here on the daily, so today and then also on Sunday, some resistance here at that 88,000 level. Now 88,000 support that we found here on Wednesday, and then we broke that on Thursday. That really kind of triggered a lot of selling both in Bitcoin as well. So all of this is to say that this 88K level could be a pretty big deal here for Bitcoin. Let's see if we can break it out and continue back higher. We'll take a look at Ethereum as well. Let's see how Ethereum's doing. Ethereum looking kind of similar to Bitcoin. I just want to see here if we've continued this trend that we have with a lot of these names looking identical on the daily chart in the crypto space. Looks like that has continued here. Solana looking identical. We'll take a look here at XRP, also looking identical to these. And we'll take a look at Dogecoin looking the same. So again, these crypto daily charts are all exactly more or less the same here, with these bottoming tail candles on Friday and attempts to curl in the subsequent days. Back to Joe featuring Neil.
Ooh, Neil.
Well, I'm chilling here too.
Yeah, you're chilling,
good. Obi will be like a couple of minutes here as the European market's literally just closed.
Thank you very much for hanging around. Actually,
the thing is, I'm kind of, I'm here anyway.
Yeah, you're here anyway. I
don't really go anywhere. Like Sean goes to the gym. Like I'll usually get up to like stretch my legs at this time of day. Yeah. But most of the time.
That's right. You go for a little walk there.
Yeah, like I'll go for a couple of walks, but like most of the time I'm going to be sitting here. And just one other thing. We go back to Nvidia, because we keep talking about what seems like it's moving the market. That breakout in Nvidia. Here, let me full screen it here just so you can see. Like we are pressing, but if you go, so this is Friday, like key price 182.5. It was kind of the pre-market high, and then it was support for most of the day in Nvidia, and then we lost that support at just before 3 o'clock. So that's looking like resistance. I think we are at least potentially maybe due for like a VWAP test. So a couple of things simultaneously. IBIT is trying to break trend. Tesla's high 420 is trying to break, so the early trend no good. But since the high opening range break on Tesla, it's also trying to break the trend line. So a couple of things that could turn you for a little bit here are happening. That's why I have the eyeballs on. Only going to make those mean reversion trades. And IBIT, I basically taken every curl on IBIT. It's like try to buy the dip off VWAP no good, but then take a trend break good. And really, if I had taken this long off VWAP holding trend, that also would have worked. So looking for this to break. Tesla doing exactly the same thing, potentially Nvidia in the same moment. And if that happens, try to remember, if we do pull back, Friday's high, 24.6 NASDAQ. Thursday's first bounce resistance, 24.6 NASDAQ. That's an obvious place, above VWAP. That's an obvious place for the futures to catch a dip. Maybe too obvious, but I think if you short into that, you're probably looking to cover in front of that level. And if you're looking for like reload on longs and we break trend, I think you're waiting for that 24.6 to see if resistance turns into support. So I'm almost into IBIT here. That's about to break in. Tesla doing exactly the same thing. So a little bit of a trend break happening on the future here. I think that brings both of my entries into target. So you just got to stick with it. I mean, ultimately, I feel like you have to figure out what kind of a market it is. And we've been where at least I want to say the majority of days in the last 2 weeks, like mean reversions have been crazy because we've been so violent. So if you catch these trend breaks, you can just go from one to the other. And they've just been more profitable than trading, which ultimately at the open, it's like you get one shot. If you're on the right side, if you're on Tesla today, great. Nvidia today, you lose. You know, it's a tricky market for breakouts because the ones that go seem to be the ones that you don't expect, and it's just easier to wait for. If you like a long, let it do some kind of a dip, and then catch that curl. If you want a short, you just got to be patient and wait for that kind of perfect entry. There's a super chat in here. I don't know if you want to grab it from Jacka. Jacka, 22.96. There we go. Intel and Lemonade Green and looking pretty strong. Any thoughts on these names? You couldn't pick two different names from. Okay, so you got like an insurance company and then you got Intel. No, look, Lemonade. A lot of what happens in Lemonade, just look at the short float. So I can tell you with utter certainty that is a stock that when it squeezes, it can be absolutely. This was a pandemic darling as well. It's a big industry. Look, the insurance industry is incredibly crack, and they're the ones that they're like saying all the right things. AI this and revolutionize and bring it online and modernize it. Everything I've understood about the insurance industry suggests that they are not nearly anywhere close to the penetration that they would need, and they still have some concerns with their growth. That said, it's just been in squeeze mode recently. And everything about it's like consolidating above the prior high. So it's still kind of in an upward pattern here. I don't think it's much of a chase. As far as today goes, this goes into the category of, well, if you thought for some reason this was going to break out, look how clean that is. But now it's just in the and the volume's pretty light, but pull back into a prior level and a bit of a trend break. So that's the kind of trade. If it volume, I'd be all over it. But does it have volume? Not really. I don't think it's not that scalable, but look at that, right? It's like there's your breakout if you happen to like this one for whatever reason as a break, but there's a trend break. Usually I'd be long in here, give it to there, and then ride it higher. But volume's pretty low on that. So for me, it would be a bit of a pass, but it's not a bad setup. Don't get me wrong. Just understand, this is a squeeze name. And pun not intended, I suppose.
Oh, I got that. Good one there, Neil. For sure. You looked at INTC as well.
Oh,
well, yeah, I can take a look at it. No worries there.
Yeah, go ahead.
I also wanted to point this out here as well too. The Jameson mentioned. He said, "Hey Joe, was this a dip buy in STX?" In my opinion, absolutely. If you just eliminate everything else and you're just looking at it from a technical standpoint, I mean, you have a stock that's down off of these guys 298. Let's see if we can get this percentage metric, 25%. So you hit that bear market territory, and then you form this right at a key neckline. And this is what we're looking for potential bounces and just correlating everything all together. But let's take a look at INTC, see what this name has been up to. I mean, hey, man, it broke out for a while, and then I haven't looked at it in quite some time, but a nice strong session this morning, $35. I'm sure the boys aren't complaining about that whatsoever. And I mean, it's being sustained, and this isn't it, is it? This is it. Oh, okay. Like, I mean, this isn't horrible. I mean, you go from August to 24, you trade within this range, and then you finally have a breakout that's sustained. So there it is, guys, a nice move. Just those highs, 15%, which isn't horrible, I guess, if you want to compare it to some other names. And you're some key support levels, but as Neil always mentions as well too, guys, is keep an eye out on some of these shelves, and that's what led me towards, hey, I think that we might see a further breakdown in a couple of names. Now, I mean, this base, this pullback that we're seeing today is relatively strong, and this is what we want for signals of strength, but at the end of the day, look at this, you break through that neckline, you fill about 30-40% of this gap, and then you get that bounce, and it's going to be the same thing in the likes of Nvidia. It's just this shelf being formed. For some reason, I just really don't like this. I'm not going to be surprised if you do break down a little bit more, and 163 would be a hefty pullback considering coming from 212, especially in a name like Nvidia. But you're down like 25%. I think this thing gets bought up hand over fist. Me personally, so this morning, I bought a little bit more Robinhood. Yes, I did. And then I also bought some Meta in my account as well, too. Well, why are you buying Meta? Mark Zuck spending all this money. Well, I mean, this stock is a repeat offender of having these hefty pullbacks and then just substantially surpassing them. So you go down 35% off of that previous high. That was obviously the tariff tantrum. You're down 27% at that point. But that's only two examples. Let's go back to here when Meta, for obviously the bear market that we experienced, you go down 77%. But I don't think the sentiment is nearly as negative as it was post-COVID. And I think that's something important to kind of document and take note of. Now, as for the bounce, I'm in around 609 or something lines. So I'm not going to catch the bottom, right? That would be ideal. But I'm not going to complain about my price either. Because if we are going to break, I would not be surprised if Meta just, once it blows past this previous pivot high, I think that this name's going to hit like at the point to determine where we're like, hey, when is Meta going to split? When is Meta going to split? It's not a matter of if, I think just when, in my opinion. I could be totally wrong. Now over to my hood buy as well too. Indecision print off of the lows. You have that 153, you go down approximately 33% off of those highs. Could there be some more potential downside? Absolutely. That's why I don't go all in at once. Slowly allocate, and then eventually you build into a position. So what I did is I have drastically reduced my exposure to IBIT in my long term. I still have a substantial amount. It's still my largest holding, but I wanted to rotate into a couple other names, which I think is really important. Robinhood, in which has been performing substantially well for me, and Meta, which I believe can perform relatively well. Those are some of the names that I'm going to pick up. And then I'm going to add to my NVDA position. And then we're going to look at buying some of the financials. I think JPM is going to be a solid buy as well, too. So, I mean, as long as we hold up this 300 level, one thing that always worries me is the shelves. You want to see those healthy pullbacks. You want to see it punch through a little bit lower. So with the example in the Qs, in which we were talking about last week, it's like, okay, you have these moves to previous pivot high pullback, 280, JPM, your boy is a buyer of this specific name. I mean, there's more speculative names that I would like to get involved with, like RR, Rich Tech Robotics, but if you go back to November a year ago, this name's like up 8,000%, which is a year ago today from the peak. 1,200% is absolutely insane in less than a year, right? Insane in the memory. Oh, let's go. I can tell Obi right off the jump having a solid morning, hopefully. Anyways, 57%, 57.5%. He's going to talk to us about it momentarily. But, hey, Rich Tech Robotics, a little chump change, a lottery ticket on this one. Nothing to complain about. And you let that ride for quite some time. But as for RGTI, the steady grind continues. Now, could I be adding on these pullbacks? Absolutely, and should I? Of course we should. But at the end of the day, we're not going to complain about this potential trade. Are we going to catch this fill up here at 25, as we're only a measly at one point at the bid, but now we're starting to cool down a little bit. Okay, 95, let's focus on it. And then also, the thing to note is look at our quote highlights. Where is the imbalance sitting on? Well, it's on the ask, right? So you can see we have a steady ladder to the downside with substantially more size. So if those start to hit the immediate, I like our chances of catching that 25 fill. And after that, guys, I truly don't have much of my position left. But I can't complain. This took 2 entries for me to get going. and with equal size as well too. I was risking 10 cents to make over $1. So if you want to get serious about it, did I take home a 10-to-1 profit? No, that's not the case. But what I did is hit essentially a 10 from a risk to reward standpoint. 2410s with a high of around that area as well too, currently sitting at a 9-to-1, not too bad. 10 cents on the first entry, 10 cents on the second entry, and we were fortunate enough to have that one work for us. Now continuously grind higher, Bitcoin. Continuously, continuously, continuously. Now, I want to take a look at my short calls and what strike price they are. The 62s, no problem. We got plenty of room to go. Because if you think about it, that's still $13 away from which we're currently trading. Let's take a look at it from a daily perspective and see where I would even have to run into any form of trouble by December 19th, I believe is the expiration cycle, is up here. I'm going to be out of that position substantially before, like way before we get even closer to that neck of the woods. Why? Because I've collected $60 per contract. Those are now trading around $23. Why am I onto them at this point? I know Bubkus would tell me, hey, Joe, just get rid of them. You've collected 70% or 66%. You're absolutely right, my friend. So come the end of the day, we can make a decision to let go of them or not and allow our long 6 calls to continuously roam free and hopefully appreciate and sit on our hands and be patient and then wish that the crypto space has one of those $10,000 sessions overnight heading into the Asian markets. Boom, you climb substantially higher. Next thing you know, you go from 87,000 to 97,000 in the blink of an eye, and you have your contracts covered, and it's not allowing them to roam free and collect the amount of premium in which you have lost onto those gains. But other than that, we're 3 pennies away. Rich Tech Robotics putting in a new high of the day. The Q's putting in a new high of the day. QBTS putting in a new high of the day. Palantir putting in a new high of the day. Need I say more? Of course. Another 2 hours and 15 minutes to continuously rambling on. So that is exactly what we'll be doing, Obi, is rambling on for the next period of time. But, oh, I didn't want to hit the old boy. Are we going to catch this fill? It doesn't want to hit me just yet, but relatively soon I think we'll have the ability to put on some half-decent trades. Obi, what's
going on?
Yes, Unity,
oh, yeah,
and then we'll get you.
Will get me on it.
And there it is.
There you go.
Yeah, perfect, no problem. And there it is. A fill on RGTI. Over what we've been going on for the past 45 minutes, just sitting in the trade and letting it work. Obi, talk to us about what you had going on this morning.
How are you doing? Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Neil, for covering for me a little late coming in today for the midday. But you know what? I did trade the open a little bit, man. Apple. We've seen this once, we've seen it twice, and we've seen it once again.
Yeah.
And guess what?
What?
I still can't get it properly.
Oh, no.
It's a work in progress.
What happened?
That reversion came in so beautifully, man, but the chop was absolutely aggressive. I had the top of the reversion. I was like, all right, 275s.
Yeah.
Let's see how far it gets. Prior day high was at 275.50s.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. That's nice. Market very strong, and Apple relative strength as well. We saw Apple and Google both pushing very aggressively off of the open. Tesla was crazy. Right off of the open. That was one of the. Okay, all right. Same. We're out. There we go. Matching the sweaters there.
Ron Burgundy.
That's what we're showing there in the two. Yeah, there you go. But yeah, no. You know what?
Mm-hmm.
One of my biggest issues. I'm going to talk about this over until I can figure this stuff out. I've been trying.
Yeah.
So I get in the reversion. The reversion is nice.
Mm-hmm.
I get a little wary with the chop, and I'm like, okay, well, I'm just going to cover everything. 74.80s. Not the trade. Not the trade. Prior bar holds so well. I get my reverse VWAP, but I'm not in the position anymore.
What's all that at the lows?
So I try to go long.
Oh.
I'm trying to go long now because I'm just like, well, damn, I missed the short, so now I can only take the long. Mm-hmm. But that's not the case here. Here we get that VWAP continuation, and I'm skewed from my perspective because I'm like, oh man, I missed out on the short. now it's got to be a long. But no, the short is still on, dude. I had a good trade in my hands. I had a good trade. I waited. I
thought
fell
those
into
were
my
all,
lap.
I thought those were all covers.
I wish these were covers, man. I closed this position right here, and I came all the way into here. I can kind of blow it up for you guys so you guys can see it a little bit better here. There you go, right here. So entries at on the wicks, right side of the V. I did well to get involved with the right side of the V, but then a little tilty action right here gave some back. Funny enough, I punch out at the lows, and then it ends up going back. So I'm just like, all right, cool, thank you. Come again. Where's the next trade? So that's the only thing I've really done since the morning session. I'm watching Google. Okay, Google with the reversion, so I guess I missed out on that one. Crazy strength in this market. Can't stop, won't stop today. We saw some selling going into the good chunk of last week, sure, with the Friday bit of a bid, but it seems like we're starting to bid coming into the beginning of the week. So hopefully.
How was MSCI?
It was okay. I don't know. We still have till the end of the day. The closes are still, we got it's on watch today.
I thought it was
as well.
The European.
So it's all across the world, right? It's all across the world. It's all sorts of markets. Yeah, I tried my hand at it. The thing is, I'm freshly new at it, so I'm still kind of dabbling. I don't know if I see anything too crazy there, but I think in NCSA, in the North American markets, I'm definitely going to be watching the Canadian close today. I'm definitely going to be watching the NYSE and the NASDAQ close for sure. So I've got to save some risk for that. So yeah, MSCI, there's rebalances happening throughout the day, and yeah, pretty big day, depending on what you're looking at, and a big day for the market, it would seem as well. It's taken in some of the action from last week, and we're reverting a decent chunk of it on the day today. So 24,900. Maybe that 25 is on the horizon. Absolutely. I feel like I've said 25 way too many times. Yeah. That 25K mark on the NASDAQ here over the past couple. But another day where we seem to be magneting back up into that 25, or sometimes we it. So interesting stuff. Where's the next trade? That's what I'm waiting for. That's what I'm looking for. But like I emphasized before, I think risk today, I think it should be saved for maybe some interesting imbalances going into the close. I saw Nvidia on that list. Nvidia is way up on that list as well. Google's up there as well. So we got some mags at the top of the list. These imbalances.
I like that because the volume and the notional value will come in substantially higher, so.
And if it shows up on the that's confirmation. That's perfect. So let's see. At the end of the day, we don't know. We can see whatever research that we get. We have to see whether or not it actually shows up in the real market, and then we have some confluence there. But yeah, let me know what you guys are trading. I haven't looked at the market in the past. I would say about roughly an hour and a half. So yeah, let's take a look and see what's going on. Market's stupid strong right now, but Google not really showing that kind of sentiment. So let me pull up the Mag 7s, and while I pass it over to you, great trade on RGTI.
Thanks.
Solid. Back into the 25. Beautiful.
Yeah, man. I went on a big spiel on why I had. I showed them everything. I had 4 names on my list that I picked out from last night, just doing TA over the weekend. It was QBTS, RGTI, QS, and Palantir. And I mean, I think for the majority of them are continuously grinding of what QuantumScape is up to. And yeah, QuantumScape doing not much. This is ugly price that we're not trading it. But again, just leading back towards the daily and going over these things, it's still not completely horrible, right? Considering you're getting a there, and hopefully that can be sustained. So we picked up a dollar on this one here. And again, right, like it's like, okay, at the end of the day, I was risking 10 cents. We're up $1 right now. So by no means am I holding the full amount to hit that 10-to-1, but from a risk to reward standpoint, we're still in that neck of the woods. At you, says Payco OR, or is that's not Payco? I don't know if that's Payco. Yeah, let's take a look at you, Unity. But other than that, guys, I think there's, what's up, my guy, says Sports and Stocks. What's up, brother? I hope everything is going good for you on today's session. We're going to pull up Unity right here, Unity software, and see what's going on. Yeah, so I mean, there it is, right? So you have these massive gap up. I shouldn't say massive, but you have a little bit of a gap up leading into the open, but then you run into liquidity issues. There's the QBTS short coming in. Sorry to just kind of sway away from what we were talking about, but not too bad of a look from an intraday standpoint. We can pull this up from a daily as well, too. And sure enough, off of those April lows in which we'd like to use it as a potential gauge, you're up 165%, which is substantial. But why am I looking at a potential QBTS? So let's see if form of shorts on this one, probably most likely. But look at this inverted print right here, this gravestone doji, whatever you would like to call it, at an extreme high, closes completely, and then sure enough, you already have that drop lower. So I have to wait for a potential pullback on that one. So other than that, guys, we've been sitting in this QBTS since approximately 10 o'clock this morning, a little bit earlier. So not too bad of a look as we continue to climb higher. Our GTI up 0.6%, closer to 5.7% on the session, Obi.
Yes, sir. So Google, I have eyes on now. The reversion. And now maybe potential reversion of the reversion, but it's coming back into the day lows as the market pushes up for some fresh highs as well. So that distinct discrepancy between the market and Google is very interesting to me. Google now being relatively strong overall. It is one of the stronger stocks in the market. But yeah, Nvidia coming back into prior day's highs as well, just a couple dollars away from there. But Tesla, 420. It's about to get higher right now. 420 continuing to push as we see some fresh highs. Last week's high sitting pretty at 428.94. As you can see, that nice little V-shaped recovery where we had a more than 100% reversion back through the opening prices here on Thursday for a nice quadroon continuation next day in fives, and since then we've been kind of chopping around all the way right back. So this is the thing with Tesla, man. Some of these legs are absolute strength, both ways, to the upside and to the downside, traversing whole range. You can see this range sitting in and around 430s. Maybe sellers kind of step in here on the break. This consolidation, 430s, pull all the way into 380s, and since then, when was that? That was Friday, November. So since then, we've been kind of chopping around for the past couple of weeks in this roughly, what is it, $50 area here in and around mark. Another day where we're testing or attempting a push at those highs. Well, guess what? Supply was here on the 13th. Supply was here on the 17th. Supply was here on the 20th. Question becomes, the way up here, and if and when this market does slow down, the question I'm going to be asking is, will supply come in just as heavily as it has been over the past couple of weeks? Again, support and resistance. Do we see more of the same? Do we see those resistance area or supply area hold? Don't forget, you can draw lines on a chart, but it's never really a specific price in this kind of scenario. You can see supply kind of comes in on the break of the range low. We pull back into those range lows, which now it's support turned into resistance, support turned into resistance. So now I'm asking that same question. We've attempted to push to the bottom of the range lows. Do we come back in? Supply again, I have no idea. 420 is going to be interesting, but with this market knocking on the door of that 25K, Joe, we could find maybe some liquidity sitting in and around there. But I have waiting and watching. Let me know what you guys are trading, because Google's the only one on watch right now for me. You can see absolute strength coming into the day, but right now poised for a bit of a pullback. And if the market starts to revert underneath 24.9, okay, maybe some potential opportunities for Google through the day lows as well. Amazon already reverted back to VWAP. Softy's kind of grinding to its highs. Yeah. Guys haven't watched. Goodo saying Pan W and Mike DeRider saying CLS. Right, let's see if that action is any clean, but we'll go through the order here. So what was that first one? Pan W. Now this one had earnings last week. Let's see how this one's doing. Okay, sideways consolidation day one. Pretty lackluster in terms of making any sort of a range. That supply came in on the reaction, and we just got more of the same, but no real follow through until day two. Today, still within range of those first 2 days of price action. So I'm not really seeing anything too crazy. Maybe we're looking for that range leg, but I don't know. We'll have to keep an eye out on that one to see how that's going. Tesla's strong. I'm watching. Again, Tesla seems like it is the most correlated with the market as of right now, and then Microsoft as well. Just curling a little bit, grinding back up into its highs. But you can see here as well, maybe we're going to see more of the same. We've seen some selling, consolidation, selling. Is this more consolidation? Are we staring? I did have a bigger picture idea on Microsoft, and that's working out pretty nicely. Unfortunately, I didn't get any puts or sell any calls or get into any shares short. this potential swing trade here, but it's working out nicely nonetheless.
Oh, you're in a swing trade right now?
Go to an hourly. Oh. No, this one I called out on the weekly meetings just last week. I was like, 490 drops on Microsoft, we might get something interesting because take a look at this, Joe. Cat ears, double top, devil's horns. I don't know what you want to call them. A lot of people have names that insinuate some sort of a bias, but all I see is as we had a grinding run. Remember this grinding run? And then we exhausted into 550s. We attempt to pull back. We get some relief. Attempt to hold, consolidation, another wipe up into 550s, failure to follow through, and it supplies coming right back in. So right away, I see this 490 low, and I'm like, all right, this could be an indicator for a short-term market move if Microsoft, one of the top constituents in both stack and the ES, gives up this multi-month shelf. This is all the way from August, right? So we actually kind of confirmed it by trading below, coming back in, knocking on the door of that support now turned into resistance and taking a little bit of a leg lower down into 68. So yeah, a bit of a miss on my part, but this could be not over, right? We had this grind for many months. We capitulated. We tried and we attempted to go again and we failed. So the question becomes, this chop, where will the support show up? It's kind of noisy all the way down to 421s, maybe even all the way down to 390s to where that bid kind of came in. But I don't know. Maybe I'm looking for too much here. But that pullback, a little bit of a break weekly and the monthly chart here on Microsoft. Here's how it looks like on the weekly, so you guys get a better idea. And I was looking at the weekly, and you know I like reversions. Guess what? Look at that beautiful weekly, that broke trend right there, maybe trapped some early shorts, and now we're getting after grabbing some liquidity from the upside with some expanding volume on the breakdown as well. So I like softy picture trade there, and that's been working out day after day pretty nicely. But yeah, that was kind of the idea there. Let me know what you guys are trading. I'm still watching this Google, still kind of trekking along, nothing too crazy. 420 is still trading on Tesla right now. Still waiting for that to kind of slow down. But I got nothing else going on. What do you have going on that?
Yeah, same thing, man. We're just gonna take a sip of the old English tea, man. We're sitting in some RGTI. I like your analysis there of Microsoft, Obi, because I like our chances for potentially a bounce too. Strong names, obviously, just from a fundamental standpoint. Technically, just overbought, and we've seen that from I think it was a couple quarters ago when it just went on this insane grind. And we're like, hey, we all kind of confirmed and agreed that the fact that price action isn't sustainable. Enough, this is when you see those types of pullbacks. But as for RGTI, OB, I was just going on a spiel essentially earlier in the morning on just the fact of when I was picking through my names, they had four things, all had one thing in common, right? And that's what led me to them. And Adair got it, hit it to a T. Neil pointed out some great things as well too on that one. It's just the bottoming tail candle in which we're seeing in the likes of Bitcoin, and then also a bunch of other names across the board after experiencing a substantial pullback. So yeah, other than that, did I hear any casino or? Oh, okay, all right, cool. So yeah, other than that, guys, this is what I'm looking at. I think this might be a grind higher today, as we can see that Bitcoin, we have Unity up here as well, but there goes the Qs. I think at this point, we're starting to form somewhat of a base up here. I shouldn't say a base, maybe a peak with a consolidation, but if we continuously bounce off of keys prior, when they start acting as support, watch for that next kind of grind, and then eventually things will maybe turn around today, but we can also note that the price is hugging the price action relatively tight. So that can tell me that buyers are substantially in control, as obvious as it may seem. But there it is, guys. 25.10 is going to be my final out here on RGTI, as we're up 6% now at that point. So without further ado, I bring to you, there's something that there's a reference I wanted to make, but we're way past it now, so there's no point in me saying it until after, maybe I'll say it. But no, it was in horns, the devil horns and everything. I'll just say it now. I was going to say, do chickens have large talons?
Do chickens have large talons?
Yes.
Depends on who you're comparing. If you're comparing it to an eagle.
For those who know what that is from, please let me know,
I don't know what
and
that
put it in the
is.
chat. But right now, we're going to Happening Now, and then Neil with his lesson of the day. It's from Napoleon Dynamite.
Yeah, I thought you were going to be making the Office reference there with Jan with the, I guess I'm the devil. Let's take a look here at the because NASDAQ right now has actually been pretty consolidated over the last half hour. You know, there was that period in late October where the NASDAQ was selling for this whole period from 11 to 12. Right now, just super choppy. What's really interesting here is let's look at the story of a lot of these tech names today. We had these big pushes to the upside, pushing lower throughout the rest of the session thus far. Google, a really good example of that. Tesla actually holding up relatively well, but as we kind of saw here with that NASDAQ chart, still pretty choppy. I think a lot of the best moves today have been in some of these health care related plays. We know UNH was super weak this morning. Early strength and actually gapping up here with a lot of these other health insurance names. We do have some report specifically from Politico suggesting that the Trump administration, specifically Donald Trump himself, actually extending some of these ACA subsidies. Either way, though, a lot of these tech names either giving up some of their early strength or finding themselves a bit consolidated here. Let's talk earnings because, yes, it is a shortened week, but there is really no shortage of these earnings day one plays. Zoom earnings reporting tonight. Here's a look of what to expect. You can find these earnings previews on research, including the one I just posted. Alibaba, BABA, they report earnings before the bell today or tomorrow. So a lot of these Chinese ADR plays are actually really strong this morning as well. We know the Hang Seng, which is the tech heavy in China, they actually had a really strong performance yesterday, closing nearly 2% higher. And Baidu with a lot of strength today after getting an upgrade in a pretty hefty price, 110 all the way to 188 from JP Morgan. In addition to Alibaba, we'll also get Li Auto and NIO reporting this week. Before we send you over to Neil, and which should be an exciting lesson of the day, we'll take a moment to thank our friends at Oragenics, OGEN. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S. There's still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE listed Oragenics, OGEN, that with its first in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion in 2027, Oragenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more. Schedule a meeting today. And get your ears ready for Neil and his lesson. Neil, people, that lesson.
I shall, and you know what? We'll give the assist on this lesson to the fact that we started earlier today because we got a chance, at least Sean and I got a chance to go over some things we don't normally do. And that led to something that I think I should have followed a little bit closer because we talked when the floodgates can open up and when you have a level like this on the Qs, it's very rare that you would see something like this where you have the obvious high from Friday was also the liquidity zone on Thursday. Had that crazy drop. I mean, the first actual and only real bounce off that, I don't know what you want to call it, game-changing, whatever you call it, was nasty. It bounced right to 567 on the Qs, and it was 24.6 on the NASDAQ. Now, quite simply, like breaking out here is like the floodgates have opened up. You bust through, I mean, you get handed the ball, and there's like 10 holes. It feels like there's 10 holes in front of you, and you can pick any one you want. You're going to get a good gain. You're going to get a first down if you're wherever it might be. You know, throw whatever analogy you want to throw into that. But the thing about it is, still have to pick the best hole to go through, which has the best upside. And I think back on this, obviously, sometimes you want to consider the stocks that have been beaten up the most and might have the correlation. Like when the stocks have been beaten up the most, have a chance to go up the most, right? Like look at Micron. But the other thing that you got to consider with Micron is look where Micron was relative to its similar setup. Right now, obviously the market was having a huge move, but Micron had the same two highs. It was about 212 here and about 212 there. What was different about Micron is it didn't actually need to break out that level. You were holding above that level. So it had a level of relative strength going into the open. And we pointed it out, but I didn't really do anything with that. It's a learning experience. Kind of the first time I had seen particularly that setup, or maybe I haven't seen it in a long time, and I was looking at other chip names, unfortunately for myself. Because when you see the relative strength, it's like, hey, this is busted through resistance. So what happens if the future is resistance as well, knowing how much of a gap this has to fill? So what does it, of course, do? It doesn't just give you the clean breakout, because now you can use this prior resistance as your exit. It's already support. The futures haven't broken through 24.6 yet, so you can't really use that as anything but a clean break. In this case, you get to use the liquidity zone for the other trade, which would be, if it gets under there, I'm out of it. But that gives you all of this range at the open to get long to that potential stop underneath 212. And then the gap was almost perfect. It fills the gap right to the obvious spot you'd expect, almost at 225 level. And I'm picking Micron here because, well, here's Nvidia for you. Subsequent resistance on Nvidia, see what I mean? Like 186, 185, those same two levels, Nvidia underneath that the entire way. AMD did have a pretty solid day, but then look here, not very clean, 215. And then you had the high here at like 209. So you're not getting the same level of confluence as you would on Micron. In Micron, it was almost like bang, bang. That's what you're looking for a level to be able to work off of. It's so perfectly clean, that double top, and unlike the futures, it's holding above that. So when you're working through your list of what trades don't, which ones set up, sometimes waiting or just go through enough names until you find something potentially perfect. You don't want, it's not always going to happen, don't get me wrong. I'm not sitting here, oh, every time you go through and you're like, well, Nvidia doesn't look perfect and AMD doesn't look great, or maybe Intel's not that. You're going to happen upon a chart like Micron's. But you know what? You're also not going to happen upon something like if you don't look. So I think a lot of times when we're looking at key levels in the future, it's kind of easy to point out that 24.6. But what was setting up just like it for potential, but was already strong? You had three things going for this. It resembled that futures level, giving you a clean breakout. It was relatively strong, holding above that level. And then on top of that, it was one of the more beaten up names, so it had fallen further than the overall market, so it had more room to rally. It had three really good reasons to maybe look at Micron over at Nvidia, or not saying I did, but the point of the lesson of the day isn't to go over like, oh, look at me, this is what worked today. Sometimes it's like, there's that thing that you missed, and why did I miss it if it looks like a very good setup? Is there something about that trade that should have triggered this is an opportunity that I can't afford to miss, and therefore the next time I see that, I have it. And that's what I saw over there in Micron. It was a clean double top. You were consolidating over it. I like support that turns into resistance. It checked every single box, but yet here I didn't trade it. And so I have to answer that why, and that's part of trading. It's not just why did I get into this trade and why did I get out. It can be why was this setup, which looks so seemingly good, something that I wasn't taking. And if I don't have a reason not to, then the next time you hop on board. So Micron, 7% to the upside today. Love that double top in the future. Way to express it over here in Micron. And that's my lesson. Make sure on days when you have time in the pre-market or whatever it might be, whenever you do your prep, run through all of the symbols. Find that perfect setup, or find the best one that you can. Because maybe over time you do better on AMD and Nvidia. It doesn't mean, or Intel in my particular case, and Intel and SMCI. I have a tendency to get lazy and then just kind of leave names when I'm looking at chips instead of extending and seeing the best setup. That's the beauty of the market. There are a million ways that you can express a trade, and there's a lot of stocks out there. And so sometimes being a little bit more patient is going to help you guys out. So there's your lesson of the day. Good luck. The NASDAQ wanted that 2%. The NASDAQ got it. Let's see what kind of follow through we get.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, thank you, Adara and Neil, as always. Neil, the knowledge nugget, that's for sure, man. A lot going on there.
That could be the name of
knowledge nugget.
The knowledge nugget with Neil. I like that.
There you go, bang. That's
a good one. That kind of ring.
Adara says it's weird. We'll have to pass the ring
to it.
It's a little long. It's lame. Some chicken. Oh, my boy wants some chicken nuggets. All right. I feel you on that one. Dude, so Mateo and I were...
Yeah. How was the game?
Yeah,
How was the game?
We lost it. Your boy got two. I got two. But I fell on my shoulder, and oh, man. Like, yeah, the ice isn't as soft as it used to be.
What do you mean?
Yeah, I'm just referring to the getting older. Things aren't the same. No, but it was fun. Yesterday morning, Matteo and I playing hockey. For those who don't know, Matteo is an individual as well too. Yeah, we were up 1-0. They scored. I scored the first one. They score back to back. I tie it up 2-2, and then sure enough, we ended up losing 6-5. So it was a hell of a game. A lot of fun between Matteo and I. He shut it down back there. So nice work from Matteo. But aside from that, guys, I am short some QBTS. Let's see if we're gonna get this to play. Hey, GTI and your short QBTS. Well, look at the difference in entry. So if I'm fortunate enough to get a move back the volume weighted average price, then I think we're going to be doing pretty good. But you can see that this level at 2190 is actually a pretty solid support level. So as soon as we establish a new high of the day, I'm out. And why am I kind of going oppo against myself right now? Well, look at my entry GTI, right? We're in directly at the volume weighted average price, and it just gives us the ability to continuously hold on through this. And I mentioned this space being strong. That doesn't mean we can't. But if everything continuously keeps getting brought back up and we can't push through specific levels, that's just going to signify enough strength for me, Obi, to just avoid the short and that retracement. As you can see, our GTI is heading back towards the high of the day, my friend.
Yeah, for sure. Great job. Identifying that buying, that reversion, and then the hold of high a day as well. Absolutely solid trade, man. I just have one thing to ask you. If you were to look back at it and find places to get even more in, like where would you want to get more?
Right here, that was not. It's not so funny when you hit your funny bone. Yeah, it's definitely right here, Obi. So when I was watching this, so there was some deep there right around this 2420 level, so it would push back in, and it was like the VWAP buyers just kept stepping back in. But what I was noticing, and what I didn't like in this name, $24, is that it was flushing like 10 cents at a time. It's like 10 cents up, 10 cents down. Substantial movement, so it was extremely volatile for my liking, and I was in full size right here too. I did piece out about 30 to 40%, and I left the remainder for up here. But at the end of the day, looking back, my addition would have been at 2420s. Ideal mark for me to double up my size or add some more, as Obi would like to say, inventory into my cachet there and see what we got going on. But other than that, I can't complain about the trade.
Yeah, no, solid trading there. Okay, so I'm getting a little chopped around here on that Nvidia. I did like it for a pullback in, and I think I might be a little too tight here. So I'm gonna just got back in, maybe with a little bit less, and giving it appropriate stop here. Let's see if that can potentially come in here. I'm looking for that 182. That 182 kind of knocking on the door of that 182 as the buying starts to dissipate here on the NASDAQ. So just looking for more of the same, seeing if sellers are actually stepping in. There was some selling here. 183s all the way back down on Nvidia, but this has been a bid for about, I guess, since about 950, right? 950, and it's about 12.15 as. So just keeping a close eye on it. The market is very, very strong. You can see both the TQs and NASDAQ at their day highs here. Amazon's, kind of pulled back into its opening range as well. Alphabet, Apple, and Microsoft all kind of sideways on their action on the day today. So nothing too crazy here. All right, there's a little bit of a bid there on. So it seems like we're trying to step up on that 182. If that's going to be the case, that's fine. I'll be patient and wait for the next trade. Just let that one potentially come in here. Yeah, that 25K, man. We might just be making another run into that 25K mark because we've seen how the NASDAQ has been just hitting to it from both ways over the past couple of months here. So strength in the market coming into the week. Don't want to fight it too aggressively. Again, I think today for me especially, and for those of you who again are trading at places where you're able to exercise participation in some closing trades today is CI. So something interesting that I did see on some of those early look imbalances was that Nvidia. I mentioned this earlier. Nvidia's up there. Some of the Mag 7s are down as well. Watching that MSTR as well very closely. A lot of people kind of speculate. Some of these what do you call is just dropping their MSTR position just based off of fundamentals. I have Nvidia. There's 182 halves potentially coming in here on Nvidia, so it does seem like buyers are just going to hold 182 pretty well. I was looking to take inventory through that 182 for a potential push back into 180, which is confluenced with this kind of consolidation. A little bit of a VWAP area that's potentially coming in here as well. I want to see if VWAP can get in and around that 180. But opening range highs just shy of 181. There goes the market, man. Here's a bid into the market at the beginning of this 15-minute candle. Only about 12 minutes left to finish that one. But the beginning of the candle coming in with a pretty strong bid. What are you guys trading on a day like today? I'm curious. Are you guys participating in these longs? So some of the longs off of the open were absolutely aggressive. We talk about the Tesla, the Google, and the Apple. Have not been good on some of them, but pretty decent on others as well. So Apple was one that pretty decent reversion, but Tesla, Nvidia, Google, I guess you can say that was a pretty decent reversion as well on that one. But it took a little bit of time. It took a little bit of time to come in. Let's take a quick look at what I mean when I say that here. Just going to the 15-minute chart, you can see here, we did have a push off of the open. It was nice. We pushed some fresh all-time highs, 318.57s on Google, but you can see chop, 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 and then it give us a little bit of a reversion all the way back down into some of those pre-market range prices here. But yeah, as of right now with this market bid, got out of that Nvidia. We'll wait and see if that will potentially come in. If it goes sideways and chop around inside bars, I don't necessarily want to get involved. What do you got going on for us?
Brother. And now for some exciting news out of Canada for the sophisticated traders on the stream. Beta Pro by Global Canada, Canada's largest provider of leveraged inverse and inverse leveraged ETFs, has just launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs offering 3x bull and 3x bear exposure to the S&P and TSX 60, semiconductors, and on U.S. Treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points. December 31st, 2025. That's coming soon, guys. Plus, the U.S.-focused strategies use currency hedging, offering the potential for pure performance and exposure. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca 3x daily to learn more. Adara, what do you have for us?
To let you guys know here, we have a date for the PCE release for September. This is, of course, considered the Fed's preferred inflation, set to be released on December 5th. So on December 5th, we are set to get these September PCEs. If I get more posted, back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. There's a lot of people asking us about INHD. This is what I'm seeing right now based off of it. So Inno Digital shares are trading higher after the company signed a memorandum of understanding with Megabyte Solutions to jointly develop applications of Web3 technology. Now, let's take a look at it from a technical perspective and see what we got going on. This name is up substantially, quite a bit. If you're looking, this was 80 cents. You're now trading up to $3.32 right there. We'll zoom out. Sharif would have been all over this like white on. At the end of the day, let's see what we got going on from a 331%. Quick maths right there, guys. INHD, so not too bad of a look, and thank you for everyone bringing us their attention to that. Maybe we'll get involved. It has gone through multiple halts, so you can see that we have just opened up not too long ago on INHD and continuing to grind higher. If you guys have any questions on the top or anything, please feel free to ask me, and we will get you involved. Joseph, please give any insight. How large should of the whole capital, 10% per trade, 20% per trade, 30% per trade? My trades are usually too small trades to produce any money. Well, I mean, it depends how many trades you're looking to get in. I think a lot of people have somewhat of a different decision on it. I don't think the percentage size of your portfolio matters necessarily. And really say what you're actually risking. So how much are you willing to risk? And I think that should always fall within one. Now, if you're willing to do that on a larger position, obviously 1-2%, that much. But again, that's where you want to keep your stop losses at. And I think from a daily perspective, I think 1 to 2% is more than enough if you're going to lose that on a day, because, well, think about it. How many times you have to be wrong consecutively until your account's officially at. All right, so there goes QBTS heading towards the high. Let's see if we can hold on to this a little bit longer. Other than that, it is breaking through some resistance zones, and it's a steady grind. But I'm not going to get surely until we break that previous high. I am not incorrect. And then essentially what's going to happen is whatever loss I take my last bid out here on RGTI, if it puts in, it just offsets itself. I essentially just remain where I'm at right now. But that's kind of where I sit, right? I don't care about the actual notional value of the position. Am I willing to lose, right? And I think that finds around 1 to 2%, I think, common denominator. I mean, if you feel gutsy, then by all means, you can risk a little bit more. I don't know how you necessarily feel about that, Obi.
Yeah, so on a trading floor at a firm, you're very likely to have a daily risk limit. So I think a lot of our positions, or mine and a lot of traders that I know, they size based off of their daily risk. They're just like, all right, well, if this is a good opportunity, how I like to do it is just take your daily risk and cut it up into percentage points. Just being like, all right, 10% is 1R, one risk unit, and the question becomes, you have to grade your trade. Is the opportunity on the day, how many risk units is that worth for you? So, for example, if you say risk 10% of my daily stop limit on something, that might just be, just like a C plus or like a C trade, but if I really, really like it, maybe I'm risking 2 or 3 risk units, right? If it's like a B plus, I'm risking closer to 4 to 5, and that's going to determine my sizing on the day. Now, if you're trading from home, I think Joe makes a good point. You want to make it account based, being like, okay, my daily risk limit is 1% of the account. Now you can break that down, being like, all right, if this dollar amount is 1% of my account, and then that's my daily risk limit, I'm risking $1 on Nvidia today, and if I want to, and I say it's a B plus trade, and I want to put on 3 to 4 risk units, that's about 30 to 40% shutdown on that trade. I want to allocate that risk towards and size accordingly. So that's kind of how I see it there on in terms of risking and sizing for the day here. So yeah, that's what I got going on there. But yeah, I think we got some as of right now.
All right.
Okay.
You got it. Who here?
Yeah. No, for sure. Yeah, I'm ready. Okay. All right. So for too long, trading meant risking your own money or never having enough to start. The fear of losing. That's what kept traders on the sidelines. But guess what, guys? That's changing because Trade the Pool is transforming how traders markets. With its limited risk trading model, traders use funded capital while the pool absorbs the downside. This allows traders to focus on what truly matters. That's discipline, consistency, and growth. When you hit the profit target, you keep 70% of the profits. No fees, no barriers, just real opportunity. This is the revolution of limited risk trading powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR now to get 10% off your first evaluation. All right, so yeah, that's my perspective. Kind of putting on some risk. Now, of course, it's always easier said than done, but ideally, that's what I'm trying to do on a day-to-day basis. So the biggest thing would be have a daily risk limit, whatever's comfortable for you. That losing within a day can't be too much, can be too little. It seems like you're risking too little, which sometimes I have that issue as well. Sometimes I'll take a trade. I'm like, this is really good. Thinking about how much risk I want to allocate it to it, I'm just like, I just know I got to be in, and I just punch in with default size. So it's just like that timeout and being intentional with the decisions you're making, and yeah, allocating yourself a daily risk limit, I think goes a very, very long way.
Absolutely. I mean, it's that simple. Like, or if you have a $10,000 account, you risk $100 a day. That can give you 4 trades at $25, right? So,
and if you have a small account, like then you kind of have to swing, right? That's another thing as well.
Swing heavy is.
Say your account is only a couple grand, right? Are you gonna really go around risking 1% of that? I don't think so.
No.
It's just like that. So that
no.
in that case, you gotta use some discretion. got to be like, all right, maybe I don't have a $100,000 account or $500,000 account to be like, I'm risk 1% and actually make a living off of this. But if you have a much smaller account and say that you're within the PDT rule, which is still on, by the way. But if you're within that, then yeah, maybe you want to be more precise with your trades, and maybe just paper trade or not put on that much risk until those A+ setups in your playbook. Then you can wait for those. I'm not going to risk too much on a day-to-day basis, but I'm going to keep track of what I think are the best opportunities, and when opportunities show up, that's a better place to allocate my limited capital, because to me that it just makes more sense for it to be pushed into something where I think is high probability, and I'm willing to lose on that as well. So that's another big part of it as well. Just making sure you're not kind of investing in money that's like your life savings, right? You still want to be able to function and live. So
absolutely. The crypto space there, Obi.
Yeah, a little bit of a big.
Yeah, you're seeing a big time pop. I know a lot of individuals in the chat. I'm at a QBTS, by the way. Put in almost a new high of the day. Still riding that RGTI long. I was looking to see if we can get any form of a pullback. Doesn't seem to be the case. So we take a small paper. Still green on the session just due to that QBTS trade, and I still have a little bit of size left. So here it is, guys. You can see Ethereum volume really starting to pick up. This is what we want to be keeping our eye on, and literally all morning on why specifically we're in certain trades. I did. I kid you not, I did. I bought a little bit more this morning as well too. I sold half of my position at 53s. I bought a little bit more around 48.73, so I'll take that. Same thing with my Robinhood swing. I sold that I think it was 122. Bought back earlier this morning around 108, 109, so not too bad. A little bit of a discount on those. You're not going to catch the bottom or anything along those lines. I could care less to have that that specific level, and some Meta as well. So I'm some cash, looking to grab a little bit more of the Nvidia, and then sure enough, we'll look to see if we can grab some JPM as well too, and then we'll be fully back in with a small amount of cash on hand. Regardless, there goes Ethereum, there goes IBIT. Look at the grind on RGTI. It's just steady up and to the right there, guys. And same with the likes of QBTS. What are some of the other quantum names been up to today? IonQ, how have you been performing? So it's across the board. QUBT, we'll take a look at that one and see what's going on there. QUBT, same thing. So I think today is one of those sessions where you could just close your eyes, throw a dart at the board, and have it successful long. And when we continuously just bid back up, you don't want to fight it until later on in the session, I don't think, because you can see with the likes of Q, obviously you can get that influx of volume to the downside in those aggressive moves, but I don't think that's necessarily going to be the case. The buy programs are in full display today, and every time you run into those pullbacks, it's immediately bought up at key support. And sure enough, we're starting to see the volume really kick up in Ethereum, ETHA, from a low of around. You're up $1 from that specific level, and then at the low of the day here on IBIT, you're up $1. Not too bad of a look. There goes the Qs and the SPY. Adara, what do you have for us?
I have a bit of a headline here with regard to AI. Now, this is, of course, going to be of note because of the Meta deal with Scale mostly, but I'm seeing these reports suggesting that Scale AI has lost a U.S. intelligence contract bid to a smaller startup. If I get more details, I'll let you know, but it looks like Scale AI, again, a pretty massive deal with Meta, losing their intelligence contract bid in the U.S. to a smaller startup. If I get more details, I will keep you all apprised as we send you back up to Joe and Obi.
I think that's really important too, considering we just bought a little bit. Let's take a look at what Meta's up to. We have a lot of quantum names up there. Palantir, looking pretty good as well too, Obi. What I was saying is to everybody in the chat, Obi, is just over the weekend, just going through some of the names from a technical standpoint, which led me to the quantum space, AMD and Palantir. Bottoming tail candles, all at extreme lows. These stocks have been down 25% plus across the board, and you can see the same pattern from a daily standpoint in a lot of these names. And with that being said, when you have all you want to look for a long, in my opinion, which it happened to work out today. Some days it won't, but more conviction. I mean, there goes into your actual thesis. There goes RGTI. again, I'm not going to add all the way up here considering I don't have very much size at the, again, 1 out, nothing larger than that. So 20, and we're in at 24.08. So we're not going to complain about that whatsoever. How can I join my Discord? Okay, we don't have a Discord here as of yet. Anyways, obviously continuously growing and things can most definitely change. Who knows what could be in the works, but that, my friend, I can't really tell you that H star. Other than that, find some guys in the chat. It's always good to on the side, like that Obi has, and just kind of just brainstorming, going through charts, bouncing ideas off each other, and just remaining an open book. And sure enough, you guys can find some pretty good ideas together and collective unit. Now, as for QBTS, it's starting to come back in. One thing that we haven't done today is gone over the top, the best performing sectors. So let's do that now. Nor have we really looked at the options chain. So there's Black Friday. We like that for our. And nor have we haven't looked at the algo today. But I don't see anything that we would be picking up. If I were to go from a daily perspective, but it wasn't designed for that, it'll still pick up some things. But yeah, it's going to look pretty good. What was I about to pull up here on TradingView? I have no idea. I lost my train of thought. But there's been. We may as well take a look at that. A nice bounce off the lows. You're up 10, almost 10. It's 8K from that specific level. Other than that, IREN, let's take a look at that. See what that's been doing. So there it is, right? From a percentage metric, how much were we down from the peak to the trough? 50%, and then now you're starting to get a little bit of bounce off those lows. So not too bad of a look whatsoever. If they're looking to buy now, is there anything? Oh, okay. Oh, I thought something else. But yeah, there goes Ethereum. There goes Bitcoin. I bid almost at $50 in Ethereum. HA up at $22. BM&R has been getting absolutely destroyed. But other than that, Obi, you're still short Nvidia. How's that working, brother?
I'm trying it here, just getting a feel for some. Market's kind of back up at its highs. Apple's pulling back in. That 275 is a little interesting on Apple as well. So I'm watching that. But yeah, pretty strong here. So yeah, a little bit of a counter trend on Nvidia. The bid has dissipated, relatively speaking, to what was happening over here. But again, it could just be, it could be very, now we're getting passive with the buying, so we could have just gone through a very active buying phase, and now we're just a very passive buying phase here. So I'm kind of observing what's going on here as it kind of chops around in and around these day highs. 183.12s, I have that as a day high as of right now. Google's curling back up, man. So this market pulling back up. Of Google stepping into the bid here as well, or the bid stepping in on Google here as well, as we got a reversion of the reversion on Google, as dropped down to 312s from a day high of 318s, and now we're back up at 315s and some change right now on Google. You can see Apple here I have up. Still kind of, it's been chopping sideways, man, on this 275. Might be an interesting place to look at the chain there. I know that 275 could definitely be a little bit of an interesting area on Apple.
Oh,
on
yeah,
Apple,
yeah.
for sure. Yeah, and over a couple of hours here, over an hour.
I'm pretty sure I did my option segment on the 275 level.
Okay, beautiful.
Yeah, let's double check.
Makes a lot of sense.
Going to pull up, yeah, see, look, boom. This is what we were talking about this morning, 275 with the open interest and volume. So supply zone, that's correlated. Obi just brought that up, didn't even know what was going on there. Yeah, let's take a look at it right now. We'll take a look at the live options chain to see how that's looking, Obi, and we can take whatever we will from it because the signals are there. So supply zone at 275. Let's see if that's grown. I mean, there it is, 19,100 contracts with 38,000 contracts already opened and closed at that specific level. So
okay, so yeah. I mean, a lot of chop, like a lot of churn happening. I can tell, again, just looking at the chart, you can see over the past hour we've been churning on this name. So yeah, some strong volume being kind of transacted in and around some of these prices. So yeah, right away that's okay, maybe the options market, maybe there's a buyer or a seller kind of holding it down as well for now. As the market kind of trends, Apple is not necessarily the strongest stock in the market right now. It is relatively just choppy, sideways, nothing too crazy. Yeah, that's what I have on watch as of right now. And this Nvidia as well. It seems like this market might be poised to break out through these highs, man. So got to be wary on this one. Like you said, can't be fighting this strength too much. But if and when that selling does come in, you're right, it might be much later in the day there, Joe. So something to watch out for as we take a potential curl on these names, and maybe we push for fresh highs going into 12. Okay, so yeah, middle of the day, and we're still continuing to grind up slowly across the board. Interesting stuff. But maybe it makes sense. Last week, we had aggressive back-to-back days, some relief rallies on Fridays for the past couple of weeks. But overall, bigger picture, we've been making lower lows and lower highs, right? So it's not on all names, of course. I'm just generalizing here, but you get what I'm talking about. We had some aggressive selling, especially in the tech sector over the past few weeks, buying coming into the Fridays. But this week, maybe distinctly different. I don't know. I'm waiting and watching to see what we have in store. Today is the MSCI quarterly rebalances, so at the end of the day could be very, very interesting as well. Again, I saw Nvidia on there. I saw some Google on there as well. So let's see if they actually show up, man. What do you got?
Absolutely. So this is the next chain here, Obi. Just looking at supply zones on NVDA, and we were talking about this before, and that's going to follow us right into that $200 level, 137, and you can see the pricing in that this underlying will not get there by the end of the week. Yeah. Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah, we'll get to that momentarily, but we can see 137. All right. Oh, pull that back up there, Assassino, if you can, brother. Thank you. All right. WCM Good Tunes 84. All right. Anyways, long name. Only because I know how much you guys love to talk about it. LOL. Can you take a look at GME breakout coming? Oh yeah, you know we love to talk about it. Here's your supply zone on NVDA. If you were to write anything north of that, it's not even worth it at the end of the day. But I think that's going to be the ceiling for this week. Let's pull up GME for our friend there and see what we got going on. And there goes the market. Palantir, new high of the day. RGTI, more new high of the day. NVDA, new high of the day. So it's just one of those grinding bids. But enough is enough. Let's pull up GameStop and see what this name has in store for us. And I mean, there it is, guys, at GameStop. Heading off of these lows. I don't know, $64 over here. You're down 70%. Look what the stock's been doing for an extended period of time. Let's zoom out and head over to a weekly. You're down to $1. You do get that move up there, which is obviously phenomenal. Minting a lot of millionaires, I think, at that point, 12,000%. But then taking from everybody, as the 300 would like to say, give them nothing, Obi. Take from them everything. For those who know what that is, and it seems like that is the case in So she's running BM&R is moving. There goes Ethereum, a new high of the day as well too. Do we take out our last little bit on RGTI? I mean, we've been sitting in this name since 9:30 approximately, or sorry, 9:57. I didn't take my first trade of the day until 9:54. A couple minutes later at 56 is when we get that one trade that works out for us. Now 7.25 on RGTI, and there goes NVDA up to 183.31. Going to touch into $50, so a good dip buy there. So a lot across the board, grinding bid. Palantir 164.57 from a daily, and see what we got going on. And hey, it is what it is, and that's what I'm talking about. Obi, I mentioned you earlier in the session how you like to break your time frames. A monthly to a weekly to a daily to a 60 to a 30 to a 15, and then to the intraday chart patterns in which we look at. It's really important to correlate all of them. Again, obviously, the longer the duration you're looking to go into the trade, obviously the higher the time frame and interval you would want to look at. Now, 64 is a beautiful bounce considering we mentioned this before. You're down, I believe, 30-something% or close to 28% in Palantir. In the market, as Bitcoin continues to climb higher, we talked about the volume price analysis and the correlation between the two for us.
We actually have a post here on Truth Social from U.S. President Donald Trump, which could maybe be responsible for some of this push higher. Specifically, if you look at these Chinese ADRs, here's FXI, big push here in this 15-minute candle and decent relative volume increase as well. Trump announcing on Truth Social that he just had, quote, a very good telephone call with President Xi of China. He talked about some of the things they discussed. He also said here that their relationship with China is, quote, extremely strong. And he also their, quote, highly successful meeting in South Korea 3 weeks ago. There's actually been progress from both sides here with the U.S. and China. Now, Trump said that apparently President Xi invited to visit Beijing in April. He accepted that visit and said that President Xi will be Trump's guest for a state visit in the U.S. in the year. It's unclear if he means 2025 or more likely 2026, anytime after April. But if details will let you know. Either way, Trump announcing that his call with Xi, which was previously reported by Chinese state media, well, and it looks like he and Xi are going to visit each other's countries next year. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adair. Much important information as always. And you're getting a lot of love today, including from myself on the purple. The purple looks really, really well. So yeah, hey, look, RGTI up 7.5% on this session. Do we take it up, off, all the way up here? I like our chances. I mean, we don't want to get overly greedy considering I don't have much size left either. I knew we were into the top performing sectors. That's what I was going to do, and it just took me a minute to sway away from that and then head that level. So as for RGTI, is it time to get out of this? A beautiful bounce, going with the thesis, 7.5%. Do we part ways, or do we continuously hold and look for a potential dip buy and then maybe an addition? But you can see how all of these moves were. Obi was asking me, which is a fantastic question, in which I believed was the best opportunity to get involved, to add more shares. The more we look at it, it's most definitely here and here, in my opinion, and maybe even in this consolidation off of those lows. But there it goes, RGT, now almost up 8% on today's session. Phenomenal, phenomenal stuff. And that's what he like. Mr. Byron Collins. GTI calls are printing, my friend. I love to hear that. What strike price do you have? Because we're going to take a look at it. That's what we love to do. RGTI, what is the at-the-money IV? Oh, and something that is really important is that I've seen somebody mention something about Hood. Why isn't my contract working? Why aren't I up 3% in my contract? Well, we're going to get to that. But the at-the-money IV in RGTI is still substantially higher, maybe from a relative standpoint, not too high in this name, but I'm going to send it over to Obi, and then we're going to get the mechanics on why you can see your underlying asset trade higher and your options contract essentially do nothing and potentially lose money. What fun is that? Well, you have to understand the mechanics of each individual Greek and how they affect those contracts. But Obi, what do you got going on right now?
Yeah, man, I can't wait for that. I still have sometimes trouble like wrapping my head around all those funny letters there, for sure. So it gets a little confusing, but yeah, I can't wait for that lesson there, Joe. Market continues here, man. This 25K magnet, man, I keep calling it out, and I'm playing against it here. I'm just like, all right, well, we're in here, and it seems like we're just, like Joe said, we're just grinding to the upside, both on the NASDAQ and the ES. It seems like today's the day to, just get long and stay strong here, as we've only been catching buys since the open. So no real relief at all across the board here. So yeah, Nvidia continuing to push higher as well. 180 was an interesting level in Blue Ocean last night. I don't know if you were involved at all, but that 180 held like a champ, and off of the open today I was just like, all right, that 180 might be an over-under potentially level here for me, and I was watching that, didn't really get involved. You can see here, once we did reclaim that 180, we're kind of off to the races here. So I think in the overnight session, there was attempts to sell off below 180, didn't really come in that well, and pretty aggressive. It was pretty much a held bid for a majority of the night. And that was that interesting piece of information. Didn't really trade it, but I did take it with me into the morning session. But I guess didn't really do much on it. You can see here, 80 over under worked well. Let's see if 80 prints again. If that's going to be an area of interest, the question becomes, Do we come back into an area where, yeah, there was definitely a lot of churn happening, a lot of liquidity kind of potentially in that area. But 183s, if we push up into 25K on the day today, Joe, then that 185 is maybe well within range. Maybe we can see some fresh highs on Google as well. Tesla is still holding relatively strong, man. Tesla is the strongest of the bunch as of right now, still holding its own. So don't know what's going on with this one. A bit of a reversion of some of prior week's action, it would seem, coming in all at once. One day here, we talk about, you know, sometimes traders say you take the escalator up and the elevator down. It seems like Tesla just chooses to take whichever up or down. It doesn't really care. Sometimes it takes the elevator, sometimes later, sometimes, you know, it just jumps off the third floor. You don't really know what this one can do. You can see that kind of action coming in prior Thursday as well here on Tesla. So that's what I'm waiting for. Like I said before, on Tesla, it's coming up into an area zone of supply from last week. I don't know if sellers are going to step in, but I'm waiting and I'm watching and I'm stalking the stock to see if sellers do kind of show up there. No real break of trend as of right now, though, Joe. You got that set up on that RGTI? Sorry, you were going to talk about the options.
Thank you for reminding me. Absolutely. The answer already. So we're going to pull up Robinhood. Well, there's multiple factors that can come into play here. Let's get over onto my options chain. And it can be extremely frustrating. So the way that I like to look at options trading is essentially we can look at it as a supercharged stock. So you're driving the average car, and you know what? The beta on it is 1-to-1. But then you decide to hop into this Ferrari with all these different components that you're not used to in your typical Honda. You have the super speed, just the handling and everything is substantially different. But if you think about it, the mechanics are relatively the same, right? You're still using your steering wheel, it's green to etc. This may not be the best analogy, but at the end of the day, what I'm getting at is a supercharged version of an underlying stock. Now, when you say, hey, oh, okay, well, I'm losing on this contract, but my underlying is steadily appreciating, but I'm not making as much money if I were to own the shares in itself. Well, there's a couple things that can come into factor. One, someone mentioned it in the chat, is your implied volatility. And two, is going to be your time decay. These are major components in options trading. And that's where you get the price in which it's derived from, all right? So if you're buying a options contract in heightened volatility, the chances of this heightened volatility are in bearish sentiment, okay? Because what happens with the VIX, when the VIX starts to go, the market is typically going down. You have that inverse correlation. So essentially what I'm getting at here is that if you're buying options contract in heightened implied volatility, and then sure enough, you're buying these long calls, but what you want is the volatility to actually cool down. So what happens is that you buy these contracts, and options premium is derived from is a part of your theta, your intrinsic value, your extrinsic value, and the implied volatility. So when you're buying them, you get an increase in premium. So that's telling us there's a lot of demand, but when things start to cool down and the volatility starts to cool down, that's when you start to lose the value of that contract in just volatility decay. And let alone the fact that you have theta as well too, which is inevitable. Time decay is inevitable regardless of what's happening. So you have an underlying asset like in Robinhood that's up 3%, but your options contract is flat. Well, when did you buy it is the real question. Did you buy it in heightened volatility? And then how much time did you give yourself in that specific contract? Because the nearer dated that you are to the expiration, the faster theta can accelerate. And that is not good for your contract whatsoever. So when I talk about buying options, it's time, and then a little bit more time, because you want to use the leverage product in the manner as if you were owning the shares. And if you want to own significantly longer, then obviously the time is going to want to be backing that contract. And then that's where a lot of traders fall into trouble, is because they're buying contracts in high volatility, and one, they're not buying enough time, so by the time the thesis actually starts to work out, they've lost a lot of the intrinsic value of the extrinsic value of the contract, which is time, and then the decay in volatility. Now, a lot of fancy words, it may seem relatively complex, but the more you get comfortable with it, the more understanding that you'll have is that I want IB. This is why we talk about it in the mornings when we go over the call of the day, because it's extremely important. And then also the effect of theta on that contract. And that's why I will always buy something out 6 months plus. Because if I run into trouble like I had with my IBIT calls and I only had a month of expiration, well, all of that money would have been, there's absolutely nothing that I can do about it. Except for close them, realize the loss, which may not be good whatsoever, and then roll those contracts out to a further date. But if you don't have that option, no pun intended, then you have to buy that time and be willing to do so. So keep an eye out. Yeah, pun intended, exactly. Pun intended. So essentially, the narrative of the story is if you see your stock up 3% and your contract hasn't changed whatsoever, it's most likely due to the theta decay and the decay in volatility. So keep an eye out on those things. And that's why we talk about looking for contracts in calm, volatile moments, Obi.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Yeah, no, I definitely need to be taking notes for that here. While Joe was talking, we've gotten more of you guys are watching TQs here. 51s pushing in, 669s on the spider. Are we going to see 670s today? I'm waiting for those to potentially come in here. Alphabet continuing to push up here as well. Let's take a quick look at the tech sector today. What is strong? AMD, another name that's just grinding to the upside. That's the case with a lot of semiconductors today. You just pull up SMH and you don't need to look any further, and that action is definitely kind of represented by that ETF here. So yeah, in terms of other stocks, TSM, well, pushing to the highs there. Intel relatively strong, still holding up its highs there. Once we broke out of that consolidation from those lows, 20s, in the low 20s, we've still been holding pretty well here. Currently 36s is Intel, so that's holding up nicely. Nvidia is still kind of chopping and churning around this 183, so just watching that one for now. That potentially comes in here. This market continuing to take another leg higher. ARM fresh highs as well. I don't know if you guys are watching that one. Nothing too crazy, just part of my tech basket here on the day. When it comes to names in play, I did mention strategy earlier this morning here. So strategy, let's see what that is up to. STR, mister. Let's see. Okay, still within range, still kind of chopping around within prior day's range is what I mean, and maybe within range of the intraday move as well, because it's only doing about 0.6, 0.7 relative volume on the day as of right now on strategy. Another name that was pretty interesting, a lot of kind of buzz going around in the Twitterverse about potential delisting off of MSCI rebalances across the world, where MSTR may not be something they're really looking to hold anymore. But yeah, it should be interesting. I don't know. We'll see. But let me know in the chat. You guys not really mentioning too many stocks. Let's see what you guys. Okay, I guess I can scroll up here and take a look at what you guys have been talking about. Poet moving strong. All right, so let's see Poet. Now that's a stock I haven't heard of in a while. Does this do any volume here? Okay, so 3.24 million shares traded on. Not any significant relative volume as of right now, but seems like an interesting move. So shout out to you. NSXT saying not so great, but watching it. Okay, let's take a quick look. I'm down to look at something too. Okay, no real volume on this one to really get me interested. Meta saying a Rune Warrior. Okay, let's take a quick look at Meta. Okay, Meta is relatively strong as well. There goes Google. So we were talking about Google with a potential turn there. There it comes. All the way back into potential high a day there. 316.60s is the current traded price, and the high a days are sitting at just above 318.5s at 57. So let's see if Google can kind of push back up. Google has had some absolute strength, and when you take a look at the higher time frame, we finally pushed up into 300. We're finally getting some on Google, and it's showing some relative strength when it would seem just a couple months maybe not as strong as some of these other Mag 7s. Another name here as well showing some strength and breaking out of this consolidation is Apple. So Apple, look at that. Beautiful consolidation, holding. This is a 15-minute chart, guys. Look at this consolidation. Opening range, very beautiful. I loved the reversion. I kind of messed up the reversion here, a little bit tilted. About that and made some bad decisions in and around VWAP, trying to chase a move that's not really there because I missed the move that was there. But you know what? 275s. Look at this. 15-minute open. Sorry, 15-minute close and then 15-minute second bar open as well. Look at that consolidation for the past couple of hours. Just chop, 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 but holding area nonetheless, and now potentially getting another push to the upside on Apple. Let's see if we can take out that 275.90 because that was some aggressive selling that did come in when it did, and I did get involved. Look at that grinding selling after this first opening bid, and then a nice reversion to 273s. It's the same thing that this name over and over again. I just got to do better at taking it. You know what? Sometimes when something happens way too often, I'm just like, is it really going to do that again? Is it really going to do that again? I start like kind of doubting myself. But at the end of the day, who cares? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what I think. At the end of the day, if you just look at a 5-minute chart, look at the prior bar hold. I just got to be like, okay, I like this. Now I'm just going to risk to a 5-minute prior bar high. That doesn't get taken out till 270. If I want to say 15-minute, I want to risk a 15-minute prior bar high after I see sellers. That doesn't get taken out till I guess a little bit 3s. But I like to trade on the 3-minute chart and look how beautiful this 3-minute chart held. You on the signal. Sure, you're not getting in on the chart. You get in on the signal, 275 60s. I like that area. That's what I got involved with right here in the morning session. And then switch to a time frame, switch to a 5-minute or a 3-minute. And if you just say simply, I'm not going to look at the chop on the tape anymore. I like where I entered and it's working for me and I'm giving it the risk. I can just trail on a 3-minute. That 3-minute get violated till all the way down here, 273.60s, below VWAP. There's no way, you know, I can be holding through a lot of chop if I'm not just kind of taking a step back and being like, all right, I'm not looking at the tape anymore. Now I've gotten in on the tape. I'm just going to take a step back now and let the price action get me out. The price action doesn't get you out till below VWAP. So a bit of a mistrade on my part. But this consolidation, very, very interesting after we've reclaimed and held within this upper quartile of action for, let's measure for how long? For over 2 hours roughly now on a name like Apple. So very, very interesting. We did see this wick shimmy action at about 11.50 where we have sellers attempt to push through 70 and gets bid up right away, showing us that sentiment that along with the rest of the market, Apple maybe showed some weakness, but look at this consolidation. Buyers are definitely here on the day, churning that 275 and rightfully so. Joe pointed out that options chain that has a lot of interest, 275. So yeah, churning out some volume in and around those 275s, looking good as the market attempts to push that 20. Once again, Sean, 25K reversion. If you're swinging, you're just looking to take inventory right back into the 25K, no matter how far we extend off of it. I feel like that's been the trade over the past past months or so, at least past few weeks for sure. But that's what I got going on. Nvidia finally pulling back. Let's see if we can pull back into this 182. Of a held bid here earlier. I know there's some wick shimmy action there. Not really seeing it too clearly, but I'll show you guys what I mean here on NVDA as we pull that up. You can see here, look at these holds of that 182. These are 3-minute candles. It's pretty much a wall, guys. We attempt to push lower and buyers were just coming in, swiping every time for an attempt at highs, but maybe potentially we've false broken those highs. Let's see if the market pulls back. I have no idea. 5K could be interesting, or we could do absolutely nothing with it and slice through it like butter, right? So I'm just waiting, watching, being patient. What do you got going on? I see you're still cooking on that RGTI.
Out now, yeah. We caught the top. We were fortunate enough to get out at the top there. Casino man, check out this RGTI up here. Pow, 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 bang. Awesome. Yeah, no. Super chat. Thank you, David. Yeah, for sure. Normally wait later for Dave's faceplant. Shark fertilizer trade. This guy. I love this guy. Tesla gives up this move. Can't hold 420. All right, all right. Are you short? Dave, I don't know. Let's see what Tesla's been up to. I don't know why I have GME on my chart, but we'll take a look at, I mean, that's a nice little bounce off of those lows. 420, I don't know if we're going to break through that. We can obviously take a look at the options chain. You can see that we are consolidating. I just don't think it's the same phase in which Apple is going through. So let's pull that up to see. Let's see if we can find anything like that. Obi with Tesla. We'll take a look at it as soon as we get back from Adara.
Let's talk about a different Mag 7 name here, Microsoft MS. This one's going to be in watch the company unveiling its first agentic small language model built for computer use. It's apparently called Farah 7. It's now live on Microsoft Foundry and Hugging Face. It's also been integrated here with Magnetic UI. So again, Microsoft announcing the launch here, unveiling this Farah 7B, its first agentic small language model built for computer use. I want to remind you guys as well, we do have that 2-year yield, or sorry, the yield here prior to the auction, 3.489%. We just got the actual results coming in here at 9%. So auction exactly in line with the prior yield right for the auction. Back to you.
For that, Adara. Now,
Yes, sir.
without looking at the options chain on my screen here.
I'm not looking.
Now, we know that a lot of people are fan favorites of a specific level on Tesla. What level? And would it be a yes or no to it potentially being a supply zone?
420.
420, bang. We're off to a great start.
I don't even need a
Supply zone, yes or no?
yes.
Yes, he's got 2 for 2 on that one there. Obi, nice work, brother. Volume 76,200 with 14,300 contracts still currently open. And you can see grinding higher and higher, but struggling a little bit around that 420 level. Now, David, if we break through that, where is that next call wall? Anything right now. So there might be a little bit more free roaming in Tesla if we have the ability to break and hold through that 420. You can see that we're steadily grinding higher. And look at the rejections on multiple occasions. 420.50, you come back in. 420.51, you come back in. What is this level? 420. Yeah, again, multiple touches at that 420 level with the inability to break, but you push higher right into that supply zone where things are down a little bit. Now, here comes the crypto space coming in a little bit as well, too. Was talking with Travman in the chat, and Party P had the Nvidia leaps that expire in more than 2 years from now.
Nice.
What a and put up that money, and hopefully that works for you. But Obi, what I'm about to do right now is send it off to you while I reload on a coffee.
Okay, all right. No, I'm good, man. I Coffee right here, right. Chilling. But yeah, no. I was gonna say, yeah, those. I was gonna say something about what you were talking about right now. Those options there, but it'll come back to me here. But yeah, again, market not really reacting to some of that auction there as expected. Still grinding to the upside here. Watching Nvidia very, very closely as yeah, the market kind of pushing up higher. It's kind of just kind of consolidating within this range here, just trapped between this 183 and 182 as of right now. If you look around, there are some stocks that are distinctly different. Apple is pushing for its highs. I'm watching that as well. Look at that, absolute strength now breaking through this consolidation high. Looking like that 276 day is well within range. So if this market continues to bid up, maybe that's potentially on the horizon there. And on the horizon as well, we've been talking about this a couple of times now. Google still holding its bid, so it's still continuation there happening on the goggles. Let's take a quick one. GOOGL. So look at that grinding bid, man. You can just draw a simple trend line here. Let's just draw a simple trend line and look at what happens. Break of the simple trend line. Even if you do this one, you can even get a little fancy with it and be like, I want to get in on the lower high because I think that's confirm. This is confirmation, and look at that. Then that can give you a little bit of a tighter line as well. So So yeah, definitely maybe some potential opportunities here. VWAP as well. Reclaim of some highs has been good so far. It seems like, Joe, it's just a buyer on Google that just continues to take us up higher and higher. And now we're only about a away from the high of day on Google. Now, Google has been aggressively strong over the past couple of weeks, even though we've been getting sideways chop. Some of this action when it does come in. Aggressive buying in the opening session. Look at this. Aggressive buying in the middle of the day. Aggressive buying in the opening session. Aggressive buying in the after hours. So it's just like over time, this thing has just been kind of trekking along, getting those aggressive buys, and it kind of just like bleeds out there as well. So on the weekly, this is how that action's kind of panning out. Absolutely beautiful, beautiful strength here on Google as it looks to trade even higher. Reversion here, 200 breakout. Seems like it was just yesterday on Google, and now we're about $120 higher. This 260 was when this consolidation broke out. And just back to back, just stair stepping up, accelerating. Look at this. I would say a little bit of sustained volume, but on the push up into 320s now on Google. Absolute strength. You know what's crazy, man? Everyone's trying to buy and everyone's trying to figure out where the next, multi-runner is. Oh, I'm trying to buy this speculative asset. I'm trying to buy this, that, and the other. Guess what? If you bought Google, if you bought Nvidia, if you bought any of the market leaders, you're sitting pretty. If you bought Meta, recovery Meta's been doing, right? Meta's recovery on the weekly has been absolutely solid all the way from 2023. Sure, we've been selling off pretty aggressively over the past few weeks, but I'm saying take a look at where it's to where we were in 2023. So absolute strength. Again, if you take a look at this action here, this action here, Joe, is in my textbook. When I 50 years from now, hopefully still healthy and trading, I'm just going to be like, this is a textbook V-shaped recovery on the multi-year chart.
You say 50 years from now, you're still going to be trading?
Why not? I'm still involved. What do you mean? Until the day I die.
You're going to be...
The day I die.
Brother, listen, we're going to get into this. You're going to be 83 at that time, 50 years from now. 83.
Do you know who Warren Buffett is?
Of course I do.
Do you know who...
okay.
If I'm looking up to some of those guys, as idols like, dude, what do you mean?
Fair enough.
You got to play the game. You're in it to win it. You got to play the game.
Triple H.
There is no other option.
Fair enough, brother. You got me on the Warren Buffett. If I was Warren, though, I would have been done a long, long time ago, just chilling on my multiple yachts on that one. But yeah, I mean, by all means, man, very valid point. Warren Buffett still. I mean, that's what we were actually talking about it on the weekend. You got to keep going anyways. Yeah. So
it's going to change for you, obviously. Yeah. Like the asset classes that you're involved with is going to change. But ideally, I still, I love markets. I would definitely don't not being involved with markets in one way or another. But yeah, no, I think it's just no doubt about it. I think that's
people said you're Warren G.
Warren G?
Yeah,
oh, yeah.
You know who Warren G is?
Yeah, of course. What do you mean? Yeah. There's that song, Warren G and oh, come on.
Snoop Dogg, right?
No.
Warren
G. No, not Snoop Dogg. Neil knows what I'm talking about. Is it Snow? I think it's Snow, right?
Snow.
Oh my God, I know this song.
Like
I don't know. Yep.
Oh, the regular.
I'm trying to. The melody's in my. I don't even know. Okay.
Oh, Neil's got the hand mic on. He's ready.
Neil's holding the mic.
Oh, that mic don't work. That doesn't work,
brother. That mic does not work, Neil. No, it doesn't work. I'm being told. But Neil may be coming in. But you know what? Oh my God. You know it's gonna come to me. I'm just blanking out right now. It's just Joe might know.
One I know is Warren G and.
Warren G and Snoop Dogg?
Yeah.
What song is that?
Snoop Dogg in the house tonight.
Okay, maybe. Yeah. That's not the one I'm talking about. That's not the one. He'll come back to me.
Obi.
I don't know.
The Regulator?
Informer. There we go.
But Informer.
It's Regulators.
Regulators.
It is Regulators.
No. Informer. Someone.
That's what you. It's Regulators. Rest in peace, Nate Dogg. And do we want 3% today? We've been talking about 2% being that number on the NASDAQ. But do we get 3% on the NASDAQ today. What do you guys chat? Because there hasn't been much holding us back here. And 2.6 on the NASDAQ, trying to get to 3. Yeah, regulators mount up along with all the buyers today. Got to be able to get that.
Damn.
Yes, that's what it was.
8% on
Regulate.
RGTI.
That song is such a vibe.
Someone said Shaba ranks. It's just crazy.
Shava ranks. Yeah, that's another craziness here. Let's see what else people. REP Nate Dogg. Yes, for sure. Let's see. Digital Underground. Okay, I don't know. All right, cool. Yeah, no, that was regulate. I was thinking. You know, it's funny. Again, very visual person. I'm seeing the music video,
but you're not.
I'm not remembering the name. I'm remembering some of the tones of the music because I'm like, you know, very I would say tonally inept. So I can't really replicate what's going on in my mind either. But yes, regulate. Snow was Informer. Yes, that's
Snow is Informer.
Yeah.
Informa. Yeah. I mean, this guy is crazy.
Yeah. That was a vibe for
you
sure.
You know M.R?
MR? No.
M.R. His name's M.R. He's the English guy who has the Jamaican accent.
No.
You never heard that guy? No. That's what Snow is.
Yeah.
You know that guy. Snow is the Canadian version of M.R, but only of 20 years ago. Yes. You know what's funny? So when I was in, I think I was in like grade 9 at the time, and they used to have these like dances on like Friday and Saturday night called Cosmic Chaos. Okay. So anyways, Snow comes to the high school to perform at Cosmic Chaos.
Nice.
Right? And I didn't have anything for him to sign, so I had this D12 hat on, like Eminem D12, and I got my D12 hat.
No.
Yeah, it was just. Oh
man.
No. I mean, look at this market continuously grinding higher.
Apple broke out of the highs.
Did Apple break out here? Let's pull up Apple daily chart and see what we going on. Twinings tea. Yes, I am drinking Twinings tea. How did you know? I guess you must have seen from the tab in there. The English breakfast is what I have got going on. As for Apple, what a big time breakout. The volume is starting to pick up on the lower time frames. Obi, you're now up 1 3/4. Something's going on here with Apple as you're heading towards some key resistance levels. And there goes the overall market being dragged up along with it. Let's get it on some different charts here, guys. Never mind what Ethereum or anything's up to. AAPL has to be the story right now as the volume on the 5-minute time frame is starting to accelerate as well, too. This is some big time moves. Approach a new all-time high. I said this a long time ago. Watch the likes of Apple and Amazon. They are lagging their peers in that race to the all-time high. I think Amazon's a fantastic buy down here at 225, considering we were just trading up at. We might get involved in a little bit of that. But as for back to AAPL, can't stop, won't stop. April lows, you're now up 60%. Let's go, Adair. What do you have for us?
Microsoft, because we do have a ChatGPT related piece of news, not supermarket movement. Less here, OpenAI introducing a shopping research feature in ChatGPT. It's going to start rolling out today on mobile and web for all logged in users, regardless of your plan. This will also be available in ChatGPT Pulse. If I find out more details about what this feature is going to offer, I will keep you all posted. Back to you.
Yeah, Mike P, no wobblies. The day before game time, Mike P, no wobblies, brother. No wobblies. Nope. Can't be having wobblies on Sunday when you know you got to come in here the next day and perform. It's unacceptable, my friend. Have that around.
You mean was it like
beers?
Drinking?
No beers on Sunday when you have to come in here and you have to perform on Monday morning. Yes. All right?
No, that's
don't try. I'm sick of hearing I'll try. Just do it. Don't make it that complicated, all right? No, but there goes RGTI now 25.57. Obi, we're out of this trade. Looking for that next potential opportunity. Someone says they can't catch a reversion because there is none in the market right now. You want to wait for things to cool down. And I think the latter half, if you do get somewhat of a pullback in towards the volume weighted average price being one of the primary targets, but I think that might come later on in the day.
Yeah, exactly. Honestly, that's what I'm waiting for as well, right? Sure, I'm dabbling around in some Nvidia, but Apple just broke high today. Okay, well, one of the leaders is pushing higher. I'm watching this Nvidia again. I would say relative weakness-ish right now with respect to what's been going on, but that step right back in as well on Nvidia. But Google catching maybe some selling here as well. The market got all the way up to what? 950s here, 24,950s here on the Nasdaq. So about $50 away from that 25K mark as of right now. Maybe a little bit of a pullback. Is this a false break of Apple day high in an area where it's shown us some supply to be there multiple times over the past couple of weeks? I have no idea. I'm just waiting and watching. I would like to get involved with the reversion. I don't know who said that specifically in the chat, but that's what I'm waiting for. If you guys see anything that is potentially your reversion playbook, you guys see me sit here and take reversions all the time. I'm sure you're familiar with the kind of I like to look at. And again, just looking at things that are trending aggressively, things that are overextended to the upside or to the downside, having your own definition of what that means. Definition of what you think is a strong trend versus a weak trend, and then getting involved with the right kind of stuff there as well. But yeah, where is the reversion? I'm looking for a reversion. Has it ticked all my boxes? Absolutely not. So, but it has some boxes, so I'm just waiting and watching for it to potentially come in. I know my timing is definitely off for this one, but I'm just being patient to see if and when that potentially comes in. 182 was a held bid for over about, what is this time? Over about 30 minutes. 182 was a held bid for over 30 minutes, and we're pulling right back into it. My question becomes, how many stops get taken out if we start trading below that 182 with a strong market? I'm sure there was a lot of longs that came in and were like, all right, this market is continuing, 182 is holding. Higher? Of course I want to risk against that guy. Guess what? I don't know, but maybe their stops might be sitting somewhere, I would say, maybe some percentage points underneath that 182. That's potentially coming in right now. Let's see if that buyer steps in again at that 182. Nvidia, let me pull up the book here. Things are getting a little bit interesting, and I'm going to put up a size filter as well to see if there's any sort of significant size, only about a dime away from that 182. Let's see if it actually ends up being fine. What do you got? What do you got?
Oh yeah, I was just looking at something there.
Oh, where it is?
Oh boy, yeah. Let's see if we can get that working there for you, Obi. I'm going to take Palantir off of the old chart ski. There it goes. Robinhood back up to 113. Happy we grabbed a little bit more. Katina, man, grabbed a little more hood this morning, a little more, and some meta as well too off of these lows. Just a little dabble, you know what I mean? How long? I say it's in the LT, so there's no long. We'll hold this for quite some time. There's no specific timeline on that one. So let's see if we can get a nice bounce in some of these names. Robinhood, we told you guys at 122. Pick it up about $12, $13 cheaper. I'm happy with that. I think we're going to get a pretty nice discount on Meta as well, too, guys. Let's see. Just took a short on the Q, says Charlie. Oh, I know Charlie. I know you're looking to short this market. I think it's really important to note. So I did take one attempt on the short side today, and that one didn't work out for me. And I'm happy to have gotten out of it. So this was the QBTS potential trade. You can see that when I got out, it pulls back a little bit, but then the volume steps in, and then you establish a new high of the day. And that's exactly why I was happy to get out 50 cents lower than what you traded on that high. And this is the exact same thing. It's like, I'm going to be patient. So what we're going to do is, Charlie, I don't know if you do this, but when I'm short the NASDAQ, this is what I want to do here. So we have Apple. We're going to put Meta up here. We're going to put Amazon over here. Right? And then we have Tesla up here. We're going to put Nvidia over here. And then we're going to also put MSFT. Right? And I don't even have Google up here. We can probably replace Tesla with Google because it's more heavily weighted. Now, if you're short the TQs, and by all means, obviously, I want this trade to work, but when you see them doing what they're doing right now, is that a short? My answer is going to be no. You have Apple putting in day. You have Google continuously grinding higher. You have Nvidia hovering around its high of the day. You have Microsoft hovering as well too, so no selling. And you have Meta as well. And then look at Amazon starting to lag. But what if it starts to play catch up? What is that going to do to the NASDAQ? So for me, when I'm shorting the Qs, I think it's really important to keep an eye on the heavily weighted, the most heavily weighted, and see where where that's going to. Okay, I'm not feeling, no, I'm not trying to make you feel. I talk about this literally every time. And I've ran into this mistake on countless occasions when it's like, okay, yeah, I'm short the NASDAQ, but Apple's grinding. I'm short the NASDAQ, but Google's grinding higher. I just want you, obviously, to have the highest level of success, nor do I want to talk you out of the trade, but I think that's a question that needs to be asked. What is the group doing? What is the market doing as a collective group? Is it selling, or is it continuously grinding higher? And with that being said, is that probability in your favor if you have all of these names essentially working against you? My answer is going to be no. And I fell into that realm on countless occasions, and I'm just relaying to you from what I've learned from. So you guys can, I'm not saying it's a mistake, that's not what I'm getting at, but I think it's just important to look at those and take into consideration, Obi.
Oh, 100%, man. That's why I love having multiple charts across the board. So even amongst all of that noise, like I'm trying to do better at picking up at that do differentiate things that are definitely moving together, right? And then just like, all right, cool. And those nuances matter the most, I would say, especially when you're looking at things that move, you know, as a herd, as a pack. It's kind of like a hunting. It's kind of like a hunting reference, right? If I'm going hunting and I'm hunting for Mag 7, let's call it a pack of wolves, right? Or well, I don't want to go hunting for a pack of wolves, whatever, a pack of rabbits, I don't know, whatever, doesn't matter. Does it make more sense to me to try and go for the one that I think is fit on the day, or does it make more sense for me to try and go for the hunt to look for the weakest in the pack, right? I mean, you see this behavior when it comes to apex predators. When you have the hunt, when lions kind of go on their hunt, they go hunting for oxen, whatever, and they pick off the weak, right? They pick off the weak because they think it's the easy hunt for them. So at the end of the day, yeah, you're hunting oxen, you're hunting maybe for the short when everything is going up, but the nuance definitely matters. You got to find the ones that actually kind of give you a better probability of the win over in that kind of a sense. But yeah, no, definitely, I love that. I love that analogy there because it's just to how I like to think as well. You gotta think like a hunter sometimes, right?
You are, absolutely.
You eat what you kill in this business, so that'll tell you right away that like what kind of game we're playing. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as for the volume, Lewis, absolutely. No, Sug, I am Batman. No, I'm obviously joking. So there it is. That just reminded me of one of the Conor McGregor memes where he's just like looking into the camera. Your doctor tells you that you're not Batman, and he's just looking at him with the McGregor eyes. But I mean, as for the volume by time is really important to note, not volume by price. Volume by time profile just says it's cool. So it might just be a steady grind in which we're experiencing, right? Nothing substantial. It's just nice average volume. Now, as for Apple, you can see that there's a little bit of selling pressure coming in this 5-minute print. We'll see how this closes. Just keep an eye out on Amazon as well, too, because if it wants to play catch up, which I don't think it's, again, I could be totally wrong, we'll just draw our basic trend line. And we'll pull up there on Amazon, and I think this is going to be fully in play. Yeah, Lewis and Charlie, obviously, I know you guys know what you're doing. We've been in countless things together. Doing fantastic on your shorts as of late because you've been telling me, and I've seen some of the shorts coming into play. So continue with the good work, and same with you, Luis Martinez. I know you and I used to play at Tesla quite often together. So keep up whatever you guys are doing. You seem to be doing the right thing. Now, price starting to compress in Amazon. You can see that we have these consistent lower highs, but with that flat bottom base, I think this is more or less just a whipsaw move, a liquidity grab. But what you want to do is focus on when the volume is going to come in. I mean, if we are going to sell, this is what I'm talking about. I could be totally wrong, but you want to keep an eye on certain things. It can happen, and I mean, we're starting to head to clock hour, so you can see things start to cool off. And if everything's correlating, then I think you're going to be in a good position for that short. And maybe if it gets more aggressive, we'll head into the volume weighted average price. I think that's going to be your primary target with any form of questioning. Now, to note, Adara told us, hey, Joe, I know what's correlating between all you and the picks that you brought us this morning was the bottom. We have a topping tail candle here on Apple. If this is sustained, we don't have the same isolated volume print, which is extremely important to note. But we're at an extreme high. We have that close as a genuine print, a complete close, no buying pressure whatsoever on this specific candle. It pushes price right back down to close as a complete hammer. And then sure enough, we breached it to the low side. Let's see how we react around. And as long as we don't breach this level at 276.52, in which Obi and I displayed a potential supply zone, maybe you get the hedge fund stepping in, and then, oh, okay, all right, that freaked me out. Sure enough, maybe you can get that move back into VWAP, Obi.
Yeah, back into VWAP is exactly what I'm looking for here. So Amazon's just good point out on that. Amazon seems like Softy might be turning here as well. Nvidia pulling back into that 182 mark as well. Let's see, 182.15 was that prior wick low. Let's see if we can take that out. If we can take out the 15s, then we can take out the holes. And I think the ultimate low that can sitting at 98s, 181.98s. And there might be a prior consolidation as well at 181.60. So about a 30 penny range from this consolidation to the low of this consolidation. I'm curious to know if the market even takes a little bit of a pullback, what do we do when we test some of those supports that we're holding in the day for over about 30 minutes? That's the question. I'm looking for, I'll be honest, I'm like, all right, if people are long off of that level, I'm looking for them to hit the stops on way back below that 182, and I'm going to be looking for that kind of action to confirm that it's potentially there between that 181.60s and 181.90s. But yeah, with this market, you can see the market's not really pulling back that aggressive, right? We are not that aggressive in that. But Nvidia hasn't been able to make some fresh highs, and it's been pretty much sideways now since about 12 o'clock. And into about 1:30. So over about an hour and a half, we've attempted to push the highs with the market absolutely strong, and we cannot hold. So that 182 level hold trade. But, you know, I'm just looking to see if that can potentially come in here as well. Google back into an area of supply. Look at Apple. Apple's pulling back in here as well. 276 change is the high there. Here comes 182. There's some size there. That's why I threw up that filter on before. 182, nothing too crazy of in terms of size, but still relative difference. We didn't really see that kind of a size show up earlier. So let's see if that kind of pushes in with any sort of distinction as of right now. 182 is potentially coming in. Let's see. For the bid to get absolutely wiped when we break through that 182. I'm looking for continuation to follow through when we break through that 182. Some of happen right away. There's that 182, that cracks right away. 182, chop, chop, chop. There's the next dime, 181.80s. Let's see if we can get down to those 60s coming in. This is the area. Are stops? I don't know. The market's pulling back a little bit. The gates of hell, Sean, definitely have opened, and I'm seeing blood red on the tape. Let's see if those longs have now turned into sellers. Support and resistance, Sean. Shout out to you, man. Best of the best.
Yeah, Let's go. There goes. Nice trade. Your guns there, Obi, on Nvidia as you catch a nice little move to the downside there, and that's what I'm talking about, guys. Totally wrong, but you just want to correlate as many things as you possibly can, putting favor in probability in your favor. All right, so if there's anything specific that you guys would like to go over, please put it in the chat and we will do so. We can take a look at some of the index options here as well too. Let's pull up the SPY for those who don't have. I know a lot of us do. So actually, let's do this. Let's put a poll up, Assassino. How's that? For fun, right? It's Monday morning. We want to get things going. It's going to be a very simple poll. Do you trade options, yes or no? It doesn't get any more simplistic than that. Get that up there, Assassino. Been short for 60 minutes watching things go higher, finally going back down. Yeah, beautiful stuff. And you want to move sustained. And this is what I'm talking about, correlating everything together. Right? We were grinding higher. Now all of these names are starting to come back in a little bit. You have Google coming back in right here at 318. Microsoft coming in as well too, but the Nasdaq's still holding up relatively well. Apple starting to sell as well. So keep that in mind. You want everything to be as much correlating as possible. For the poll, we're waiting for Assassino. I know that you got a lot of us do, a lot of us don't. Pretty much only. But we're going to wait for the poll, and we're going to do something even more fun as we're waiting for Assassino, we can get that up. Do you trade options, yes or no? Done, that's it. But what we are going to do to get more people engaged, I want to see what our likes are potentially at here. 5,000 of you watching, I see 16 likes. What in the days is that? I'm going to refresh. We got to get that to at least 10%. 450. All right, let's get that to 1,000. Let's see if we can get that to 1,000. Just do us a solid. Hit the like and subscribe. Yes, options trader. We can get the poll is up. The poll is up. Let's see a lot of options activity. I only trade mostly options. Only options. A lot of people saying that, hell yeah, not trading options is not an option.
You have the option to like and subscribe.
Because you're going to be, if you're going to be in this from a day-to-day standpoint, you need to learn how these vehicles affect the overall market. My guy has been short biased since Friday, and he's going to get cooked. Who's my guy, my friend? You never know. Anything can happen. But we're going to do something substantially more fun and get people riled up in the chat, because I want to see what your favorite handheld device is. It's either the iPhone or the Samsung and Android. Put it in the chat. I even want to see Neil and Sean going in there. iPhone, Samsung, whatever it may be. Option sucks is Nit Romana. Okay. iPhone. Xiaomi. That's an interesting one. Options rock, says Darcy. Get those iPhones. I'm going to vote one more time. iPhone or Samsung. And then after, we're going to get some more things to go on and get you guys a little bit more engaged. As we only have 27 minutes left, Apple says Jacqui. All right, Google phone Pixel is also option. Huawei says Young Lies 629. No Apple products for me ever, says JC Coleone. Very interesting. Very interesting. Keep getting those in. Get engaged. Hit that like and subscribe. And I hope everyone's having a fantastic Monday as we are getting the rally in which a lot of people were anticipating and are happy for. Motorola flip phone, says Front Porch Trader. Nice work. If only the times were as simplistic as the flip phone days. Next to very little social media likes of, I think it was MySpace, which I never had before, and some other things that I would have no idea. Messenger, for those who remember MSN, those are going to be my 90s kids and friends, and maybe in the 80s, but shout out to MSN. And going straight to MSN chat and Messenger after school was done, and watching people log in and having all of that type of fun.
On MSN Messenger. I remember my MSN name had like a bunch of
like when you put your status on.
Yeah, the status on the MSN. I was just saying, sorry. But you know, MSN Messenger, my name would have all of these things, you know, like just emojis and like specific dates and stuff like that. You know, it was funny, great times.
Nudging,
you know, people would put their you know, their relationship anniversary. The hearts and the flowers.
It's like your name.
Yeah, your girlfriend's name or whatever.
I used to remember
that.
You know what I found out in my MSN days, obviously, is that I could first, or you would like, you know how people to see that to make sure you're online, you'd log out, log back in.
Yeah, exactly. It was like,
so my trick is that to be on the top of everybody's list, space bar all the way to the end of where you can type in your status or whatever it is, and then put an mark and then your name, and that way I would be at the top of everyone's list.
Nice.
Right?
Yeah.
That was it.
Strategies.
We'll
be right back.
Is that funny? Exactly. Tara, what you got going on?
Yeah, truthfully, guys, it's been kind of a light session for intraday news catalyst or any kind of, you know, Trump streams, which means I've had a lot of time to make infographics. So check out X at TTV Research. I have a whole bunch scheduled to post tonight. Tomorrow, but for right now, I just shared in honor here of the move in Oscar Health and these other health insurance plays. Here's a look at UNH's quarterly sales from Q1 2020 all the way to you can find this on X at TTV Research. As always, tag me in our chat at Adara LePage. If you have ideas for infographics you'd like to see, and I'll try my best to accommodate them when I have time, because I've got a pretty busy posting schedule trying to bring you guys all the research content you need. Back to you.
Whenever you're ready, just saying, yeah, exactly, Los. Good stuff. New traders, listen up. First month free. That's right. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips. All in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate. Scan the QR code or check the link in the description. And there it goes. About a strong market. Bid right back up. Nvidia is still holding off, though. Obi, no move back into those highs. But Apple starting to grind higher once again and dragging the NASDAQ. Nice work on the Nvidia trades.
Thank you, thank you. So I got out of most of it, and I left on a little bit of a run, of massaging back into it as we chop and churn this 182. Like I said, that initial push, I was expecting it to go right away, but the market didn't really do that. Like, all right, this might take some time, but I did see what I wanted to see, which was that wipe into the bid, just like people just hitting the bid, getting out of positions, just panic sell, whatever. You saw that quick teleport. 15 pennies as soon as we broke that 181. So I was like, all right, I'll cover some here. Wrong. We kind of broke. This could be a false break, but I'm gonna be posted. So I got covers on some of those wick lows there, and then now I'm kind of delving with a little bit lighter size to see if we actually crack this 182, and the market does take a pullback. VWAP now above 180, so the average participant long is sitting with an average of above 180 now. So I like that. We finally kind of came into that. So now maybe the reversion a little bit coming into the mean price of pretty much every majority of, I would say half, at least half of the people there, or half of the longs on the day, participants. Because not all some are algos, some of them are whatever, just market participants. But here we go, a little bit of fresh lows there. Glad I loaded on the pushback through that 182. As this comes in now, let's see if there's any real follow through. This is the moment of truth, right? We did violate the level. We saw some aggressive selling. We rebid. We balanced a little bit. We couldn't get to fresh highs, and we're continuing this downtrend. I'm glad I continue to stick with this. And here's 181.70. So there's the next quarter. Remember I said that area, 181.60s to 181.70s, and 160s. Well, if you look at a 1 minute chart, this consolidation low from about 11:30 to about 12 o'clock, 11:45 is about 15 minutes, was that 60s area. So now even less low in that morning happened in and around here. So we've taken out these levels right here, 182. Taking out some of those guys. Let's see if we can take out these guys down here, 181.60s, anybody who's risking from there, then 181s, and then maybe VWAP as well, because the trade at the end of the day, to VWAP. Now, all iterations of reversions are not going to be pretty and clean and, you know, look absolutely beautiful on the chart. Some of them are going to be difficult. Some of them are going to be choppy and churny. Some of them are going to trade against you before they actually work for you. You know, it's not always, the timing's not always going to be perfect, but that's the case with the reversions sometimes, man. It's just like, that's what I'm trying to build, right? I'm trying to build that playbook of just being like, all right, cool. I like reversions. I want to know every single iteration of reversions, because at the end of the day, I want to be the reversion man.
The reversion man.
That's yeah there. So we'll see. You know, lofty goals, but definitely within range, I'll say. If I'm definitely grinding it out here, but a lot of work to do. No. Where I want to be, but yeah, no solid reversions today other than that Apple trade, man. And I've definitely fumbled Apple trade, so I'm just kind of, you know, just thinking about this and being like, I really do have to perform better on this trade, because it works right away. 275. It gives you $2 while the rest of the market is aggressively strong as well. So, you know, something to be wary about is just like, what are the trades that work for you and how are you aggressive and effectively sizing into them. There's some aggressive selling stepping right back into the bid. Nice. Here we go. Can we print below those 181.60s? Now the question becomes, you've heard me say, can we hold the quarter, print the half? Now, can we break the half and print the quarter is what I'm asking right now. 181.50s. It's a little bit of midday madness. While the rest of the market kind of chops around, we see Nvidia taking out some levels, because I guess, you know what, sometimes players can be a little impatient. They can be like, oh my God, the market's bidding, the market's Nvidia, the market leader going, nothing is making sense to me, I don't know. I don't know either, man. I'm trying to answer that question, but at the end of the day, I don't really care. I'm just trying to listen to what the market is telling me. So hopefully, every day we get a little bit better at achieving that goal. Here's 181 halves, 181 60s, taking out some of those levels from before. Are the buyers going to step back in here now? I don't know, right? Got from that level, we got from level to level today, not really that far of levels, but VWAP is what I'm looking for here. VWAP now currently on this chart sitting at about 180 quarters. It's about $1.50 away. Where's the other VWAP here? Yeah, 180. Ish, but I think something to be wary about before VWAP as well that might hold a little bit more significance. I'm going to have to wait to be the case, is that opening range high, Joe, and that's sitting right below 181s. 180.85s is where that's sitting at. So going to be patient for that to potentially come in. I'll be a little bit nimble here and see if we can hold and sustain below this 181. Like I said, I've identified some of those levels, 90s, 60s, and then up as well. Let's see if we can play around with some of those levels as the market looks come back in. I don't know, this second 15-minute candle, look, when the market's towering up like this, 2.5%. We're trading above 2.5% here on the Nasdaq, 1.5% here on the ES as well. So very, very strong market. Bit of a reversion from last week, Joe. So can't be fighting the trend too hard. Players are going to step right back in, and they've been aggressive over the past couple of weeks. I do want to stay involved unless and until that significantly changes. I thought it changed this morning, but I guess not all around. Don't know. Still the beginning of the week, right?
Yeah, very early in the week.
Anything can happen.
Yeah, let's see what. Yeah, here's UXRP. Someone said XRP moving higher. There's UXRP down 77% off of that high in July of 2025. I don't know. Again, we'll just do effect one more time. 77%. This is 2x leverage though, right? 20% of my is in XRP. Yeah, I mean, from this high, you got to take into consideration. So you're down about 36, 37% in the actual thing. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's tough, and it's not easy. It's not easy. But Bitcoin's down the exact same thing, right? VIT, it's down substantially off of those highs. This is the prints that we're talking about, man. We have to go all the way back. Wow. This is the, and I kind of forgot about this. So this is the largest volume print in IB since inception.
Boom. Look at that.
Friday's print, the largest. Oh, nice. It's selling more there for you. It'll be nice move to the downside.
No, I'm saying, look at that.
The volume print, right? Man. Like, I mean, there's only so many ways we can look at it, whether it be right or wrong. And I'm looking at that as potential stopping volume. Like, all right, let's see if we can get a little bit of a breath. Now, I think the next target can be around 59. I know that's $10 from here, but it's nothing for Bitcoin to put in a couple of solid sessions. Now, real Washman, what does it mean that VIX futures almost back on 20? Yeah, very great question. Well, what that can tell us is that the VIX is essentially the fear index. The higher the VIX is, the more fear in the market. The lower the VIX is, the less fear, and there's not that much fear in the market, people are typically buying things. So when you have that cool off in the VIX, you see a session like today. So it's essentially an inverse correlation between the volatility index, the VIX, and the overall market. Let's pull it up and let's do our little correlation. We're going to go to a higher. That's going to be the 15-minute, so we can get a little bit better of a picture. And then we're going to head over to our VIX index. If it allows me to, God willing. I don't know what is up with this there, OB. What? I don't get it. Why do you got to be like that sometimes? Why you got to be so rude? Why is it coming over here? Come on, don't do this to me. Oh, here it is. There we go. Let's pull this up here. We'll just do a little swappy swap right there and see what we got going on. So you can see right now, we'll head over to the 15 frame so we can see it a little bit better. But 15-minute time frame, VIX go down, market go up. VIX go up, market go down. So that's what we like. All right, XRP, my average is down 30%. This is not a trading position. No, yeah, fair enough. We'll take. The real Watchman, hopefully that helped you out a little bit. Mara waking up. Wake up. Shout out to Alibaba and Company. We can pull up, I think we can actually pull up XRP, Bitwise XRP ETF. Yeah, let's pull it there and see what we got going on. How much is this thing worth? $24, continuing to climb higher. But no, hopefully that answered your question. It's just typically an inverse correlation. You had the VIX all the way up to $27. And I think at some point, I don't know if now is going to be the time, but VIX puts, very, very common trade, right? Let the VIX pop, and it's just a repeat offender. You run right into this resistance zone of almost $28. You're buying those VIX puts up here. Enough. So if you have the hands to sit through this, you get the VIX. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Because you head right back towards the mean. So I appreciate it. Yeah, anytime, champ. So you only need 2 stocks from today till year Nvidia, Ariane, and enough of that. Computer needs more juice, apparently. What does it mean? Okay, so yeah, a lot of things. Hi, Joe, been working on a lot, going on vacation soon. Did you work this past Friday? I know that you were missing. Glad to see you. Okay, broski. Keep it simple for me. Yeah, brother, I've been here every day. On Friday, I was here the whole week. The only times I really take off. Hey, Jameson, wow. Wow. Wow, the Jameson. How did you know that? I'm going to send it off to you. I'm just going to leave it at that there, Obi.
The VIX chart is something you definitely have to keep an eye out for.
Absolutely,
yeah, exactly.
Man.
We talk about, you know, what is the best kind of reversion? It's not even stocks. Volatility reverts with higher probability almost always.
Exactly.
You can see that on the chart.
Exactly.
And we got that push up into the 30s, and then pulling back in, kind of consolidating. But that wind up was definitely there though. But yeah, no, I think with this market kind of here, I'm being patient. Right? I'm being patient. I got involved that I wanted to. I'm watching and stalking Apple here as well. Some aggressive supply that did come in here in around 270. This is absolute strength, man. Kind of sellers is just being met with buying, even though that consolidation is holding pretty well here. So yeah, that's what I'm watching. Let me know in the chat. What are you guys watching, man? I'm not looking at anything else other than the Mag 7 right now. So I know for a fact that there's other things that are happening in the market that I am for sure missing. So I'd like to know what they are. And that's the beautiful to have you guys here as a community. So don't forget to like and subscribe so we can keep bringing you the more value, keep bringing you more information, and we can together as a community take a look and have eyes on over 5,000 stocks. Right? There's no way one man have all that power. You know, it's not.
I didn't even repeat it one more time.
I'm like, there's no way only one of us can observe all over 5,000 stocks in the market. There's no way one man can have all that power.
Ooh.
That's why.
Ooh. I like that. I like that. And sometimes I was just writing to Jameson in the chat. I could tell this. The Dallas Green fan right off the get, because I just gave codes to a song that 99% of people wouldn't know, and he picked it out. And then I was just telling him, I'll have my physical copies of Bring Me Your Love and Sometimes. And there's it's some of my favorite albums. So I be watching Friends, My Biggest Profit. Yeah, good job for you. I like seeing that. I like seeing that a lot. There you go, guys. Crypto putting in a new high of the day. I got a whole lot of IBIT up. Let's head over to Apple. There goes the Qs, grinding higher once again. Apple's still on a steady move higher. But there it is, guys. An additional leg to the top side now, 50, 30, and then Ethereum climbing a little bit higher as well, too. This nice hammer candle right on Nvidia. Don't want to go Oppo, my guy. So we'll just see what we got going on. Find another name. We have XRP up there as it's continuing to grind as well. So good, man. Little Hell is a solid. Yeah, Little Hell as well, too. I like his older stuff. Oh, there's a couple new After Disaster is one of my favorite songs. I forget what album it's on. Let me find out right as we talk about some other things. And I actually started listening to someone who's been around for a while. I forget what album it is. Pull it up here. After Disaster. I think the album is After Disaster as well too. It's called, oh no, The Love Still Held Near. So that's my favorite song on that one. Joel, Color Me City. Okay, Color Me City. I see what you're doing. Let's head over to our scanner, Obi. Run through our scan. Anything that we like necessarily. Okay, without looking. Oh, I think you see.
No, I didn't see anything.
You didn't see it.
I saw you had some stuff up, but yeah.
What name has put the most volume in today? Let's get this obvious.
What in the most volume today? That's interesting. I don't want to go. I haven't looked at the volume leader today. I kind of want to go with Open Door. I kind of want to go with Open Door. But I'm not 100% sure, but I kind of want to go with Open Door.
Nvidia.
Okay.
And I mean, this isn't within a thing that's, I used to more or less the mega cap names. I'm sure there's some small cap names that have put in more than 100 in. Sitting in that second place OBA, we have TSLL. It's usually at the top of the list, right? IVIP. Yeah, IVP. So it says this is anything greater than $10, right? So there's obviously some refinement within that. So Tesla going to be sitting in that soft L, performing relatively well. NVO, Adara. NVO, yep, putting in 60 million shares on the day. Look at this, Adara. There might be a play to be had come tomorrow morning within Novo Nordisk. Why would there be a play in Novo Nordisk tomorrow?
Well, I mean, it'd be a day two play, like unless there's something I don't know with their trial study. But what I was going to say was, this is not one that I touch usually intraday because I find it to be very finicky in comparison to my friend Eli Lilly, which I find, even though it is, many dollars more, is I think a lot cleaner trade. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't usually touch Novo. That being said, the chart did look spicy today, but it usually doesn't set up for me.
It's a spicy meatball. Yes, absolutely. We can go through a couple of our other names here. You're still in that short, Obi?
No, I actually got out of it.
Okay, you got it.
We came into, let me pull up the chart. We came into 181s there. That's what I was looking for, right? Can we come in a little bit lower? Now, this could continue to make some lower highs, lower lows on the day after this high, after this 183 high. That's what I'm referencing here. But bigger picture, stepping up, right? We're stepping up onto this consolidation. So that's the question I was asking before, right? I was like, okay, Nvidia pulling back a little bit, slowing down a little. Where do we go from here? There's some prior places where buyers could definitely step right back in. Just kind of keeping it simple. Where were they in the early session, and do they step on the same area? So this was that consolidation I was watching earlier, right? That 82, we got 82, 81 60s, and then 81. See here, strong leg consolidation, and then we actually stair step up off of this kind of breakout, right? This is that breakout push. Buyer stepped in. So when it comes in, kind of bleeds, doesn't really care about this. It kind of chops it around, breaks it, comes in, breaks it, comes in. And then here, it is kind of stalling a little bit. This is where the next significant kind of bid, the buyers, the continuation trade of the opening range high breakout. That's where those are sitting. Maybe some more strength there. I don't know. But the market's pulling back up as well, right? So just coming into a prior area, what is the market doing? And when I saw that 181.50 not really hold as well, I just got rid of it. So that was a trade there. So not really involved with that one anymore as of right now. Looking for a pull into VWAP. We got down to 181s. Maybe I'll stay involved if we kind of pull back into here, but I don't really see anything too crazy. Again, stalking this Apple to see what that's going to be up to. But yeah, Google maybe Google potentially coming in here as well. So let me pull up Google here. Wow, Nvidia's pulling above 182. So interesting. Didn't really follow through. We got a decent push, but nothing too crazy, right? So this is what it is. You just gotta take what you can get, and then nothing too crazy. There's the Google. There's that coming in right now with some volume candle on Google, pulling in and breaking through these lows. So yeah, this is area of supply from before. It seems like sellers are stepping right back in here once again on Google. Going to a higher time frame, just a 15-minute. Yeah, I think we might have some breaking news. What's up, Adara?
Yes, so here's what could be happening here with Google, and I just saw this right as you mentioned it, Obi. So an individual who works for relations for Claude, which is of course another AI model, his name is Alex Albert. He posted less than a minute ago that 4.5 is out today. Now, in case you guys missed it, a lot of this Google run has been attributed to the release of Gemini 3 and Gemini 3 Pro. Well, now we get here Claude with their response, the Claude Opus 4.5. That's going to be out today. GeoOGL, not liking that too much. Back to you.
Great shout out there, Adara, as we've seen volume on the 5-minute time frame start to pick up there. It'll be in goggles, so not too bad. This almost looks like an M pattern, so shout out to, once again, M. For those who know who M.R is. Adara, do you know M.R? Okay, yeah, he's all right. So there, double top. You're not missing anything, trust me. So there it is. This is leg, and then I think there's going to be a key neckline here. What were you saying, brother?
I said, yeah, pulling right back in.
Yeah, pulling right back in. I mean, if it cracks 311, I think there can be some more downside. I'm not saying that's necessarily going to be the case today, but maybe something to look at a little bit down the road.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, even right now, I think that's coming into VWAP right there. I was watching it for a potential long and then now potential short as well. I did call it out a little bit earlier, but yeah, that's coming in quite. Where's the next trade? That's what I'm looking for as well. Yeah, I keep looking at this Apple and I just kind of feel a little disgusted at myself. I'm just like, how can I do something like that? This was definitely pure tilt.
I thought that was
pure. You thought it looks nice because it looks like covers, right?
Yeah.
I cover everything right there, so no, don't worry about that. That was a hard fumble on my part.
But break that down to the 1 minute. Let's get a little more.
Yeah, let's go to the 1 minute right here. Look, like there's no real reason to cover here. Look at that grind.
Man.
Bids, right?
Yeah.
I do get long on bids, but I'm getting stuck to the idea there. Boom, 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 boom. Funny enough, I punch the lows, and that happens to be the Pico low, and it just comes right back. Necessary, irrelevant. Don't do that. So that's not really the best of decision making.
Was there a specific reason on why you got out? You're just like, whatever.
I punched out of it. I was risk. I was I don't want to risk more than this. Yeah, I don't want to risk more than this. But it's funny enough, I find that when it comes to like reversions, the more extended you get, the higher the EV goes, and then you want to be putting on more risk. So it's just like it's a bit of an interesting play style. But again, I'm just like, I know I want to be buying here, but I got to keep it much tighter until the right side of the V actually comes in, or I got to keep it much lower until the right side of the V comes in. But not getting back in is just the same kind of mistake here. Looking at this consolidation breakout as well, I think reasons to buy definitely show up once again here on the right side. So that was again keeping up on the side. I'm just like, yeah, don't do dumb things. Basically, that's being a reminder to myself as of right now. I think we got some more breaking news. What's up, Adara?
Keep an eye here in MNMD, that is Mind Medicine. Marijuana moment, just lawmakers have approved a bill to legalize psilocybin therapy. So again, any of these mushroom-related stocks, including MNMD, on watch after Marijuana Moment reports that New Jersey lawmakers have approved a bill to legalize psilocybin therapy. Back to you.
Thank you. What what's a couple of the, I know MMND, I'm pretty sure, yeah.
MNMD.
MNND, right?
MNMD.
And there's another one there, I think, MNND.
Is there another one?
No, I forget. Adara just brought us. Anyways, aside from that, I know there's a couple of them that my friends are involved with. Yeah, I know, say man, woman, peace. There's something that we were kind of joking. My buddy sent it into the group chat. They're like, yeah. I don't even really want to repeat it. It's insane. It's just like when the most absurd drug finally opens up its dispensary, and it's just like everybody goes to it. It's funny, but today, guys, it's 2 o'clock.
Yeah. Oh, what?
Oh, before we leave,
I didn't even realize what time.
It's 2 o'clock. We're doing all of last week, you and I, Obi. It's the 30-second trade review.
like that.
Give it to us. Jody, we'll see you tomorrow. While Obi and I are doing our 30-second trade review, put it in the chat, $, and then
in which you would want us to talk about on the rundown before the end of the show, and we send it back over to Neil and Sean. So we're going 30-second trade review with Neil starting now. With starting now, and then we're going to get your votes in the chat, guys.
Boom, thank you. All right, right off of the opening drive, absolutely solid long, but when those buyers dissipate, I like the reversion. Bit of a messy jumble here, not sticking with the reversion, tilt trading on my part for not sticking with the trade that was actually there, and that reversion was absolutely beautiful. And then we also got the reversion of the reversion on Apple, so that one was nice. And then got involved with some Nvidia. This was initiated some on the prior bar break of the 15-minute candle, getting stopped out a little chopped up. But when that false break, we like to get a lot more aggressive for the pullback in, a bit of reversion happening. Didn't really quite get back down to VWAP, but we take it into level. It seems like the bid is stepping right back up again. That's all I got right now. Don't forget to save risk for MSCI.
Beautiful stuff. 30 seconds. This is going to take us 10 seconds here. All right, guys. RGTI correlating volume price analysis daily and leading that to an intraday chart. Attempt number 1, we go 0 for 1, but no hesitation nation on RGTI as we take that move to almost the near of the high of the day. And then a short on QBTS, which did not work for us, but that's okay. And that is going to come to a conclusion, in which is the 30-second trade review. Thank you guys very much. I hope everyone has a fantastic remainder of the day. Thank you for voting. Obi voted. I didn't see Neil and Sean vote, but maybe they will as soon as we head over to them. Send it over to the big guys.
Take it easy.
Yeah, we don't vote. We could.
We're supposed to be voting on something?
We just cover whatever you guys want us to talk about. I could vote on a symbol.
Here.
No, we're voting on symbols.
Oh, we're voting on
just
symbols.
like what symbol, you know what? I gotta give it up to I gotta give it up to Micron. I just threw $ MU in there. I don't know if you can see it drop back in here, but the afternoon brought to you by Beta Pro, by Globex. Everybody is locked and loaded, and I can tell you it's run. Forget about 2.
Big time.
We might want 3% today. Bullet. Anyways.
Yeah.
Seriously, we've been talking about 2% almost every single day.
Wow, Bitcoin.
In terms of volatility. And really the fact that we could get 3 points today and not break out that Thursday high. That's the craziest thing about it. Like, we wouldn't even necessarily be through that Thursday high, but it's still an absolute barn burner. We're over 88 on Bitcoin. Check that.
Yeah.
We're almost at 89 on Bitcoin. If you had ETH making a run at 3,000 on your bingo card this morning, congratulations to you. I for sure didn't. Bet that. There's no chance. If you told me 3,000 on ETH today, I'd be like, no, it's not happening. But it is happening right now. Because the rally, the bounce, you know what? It's a bounce. To call it a rally, it just showed where we're at relative to Thursday. It'd be a little disingenuous. Like, regardless of what stock you look at, like, most things haven't really filled the entirety of the. That's going to be the big challenge. Like, can we make that next press to get through some of those Thursday levels that come into play? It's light on earnings, of course. This is the other thing we didn't talk about enough. It's 2.5% up, but it's also on light volume because of the holiday week. So how much? It's great for today, but how much credence do we want to give this move, given the fact that it has occurred on such relatively light volume? We'll see.
All right, just saying something. Brendo there. Okay, yeah, there goes Google. As you guys were gone, we're lucky enough to get this 312 down here on Google. What kind of a, that was $6 winner there on Google when we shorted up here and got out right there. So I'm still have a small piece left, looking to get shorter if we get them to 318. But as you guys had just mentioned there in the chat, what a day it's been for the NASDAQ, up 2.62%. At the beginning of the day, we showed you guys that the NASDAQ topped, like peak to trough there during its downside play, which was just Friday, which is why over this. It wasn't that big of a move. It was, what, 6.5% or so? This is just going to be as rough as it can be right there. 6.8 we have on here, top to bottom. So give that back another 3% back today. So, you're just off, let's just call it 4% or so highs of the NASDAQ rate. So, yeah, it looks like the market does want to continue a little bit higher here. I'm still in some kind of a short here with the NASDAQ. We've been shorting this area right here just over the last hour or so. It's pretty bar-coded. We were right. So we shorted it early, we were wrong, and then, you know, as per usual, we get right back in as we think we get wicked out there. But yeah, no, I think it just wants to sort of cruise a little bit higher. So high of the day break here for the NASDAQ, which is 5 pennies from here, we're out. Actually, the high is 27. I actually have my stop wrong. Let's just go to 51.31 right there. To get stopped out at the high of the day there, if and so this happens. But yeah, man, welcome back to the jungle. It's been a pretty interesting couple weeks of trading, needless to say. Really excited to have the whole new setup behind us. Yeah. See Adara there, or now it's Joe, but Adara back at that desk. It's been an awesome look for us, as well as the midday show is still 11 to 2, and then we start earlier at 8 o'clock. So now join us from 8 to 4 every day, every single day, except for Friday, which is a half day, and Thursday, which is Thanksgiving. So if you are located in the United States, be live, or anywhere, we will not be live on Thursday, and you'll be enjoying it with you and yours. And it's nice to have those kind of days off here in Canada.
Do you do like turkey or anything on that?
No, not really on those. No, well, I mean, maybe we should do that. Maybe we'll do something like turkey subs or something, but we won't do like the big turkey day. No, or ham, or I'm more of opposed to ham. I would prefer like a big roast beef.
Yes.
On those days. I'm not. I'm not the biggest ham guy.
See, this is where I'm at with holiday feasts. First of all, holiday, it's about family anyway. Yeah. As long as you spend time with the family and watch a little football, I think you're good to go and watch a little football. Maybe have pumpkin pie. But why turkey or ham when there's like roast beef just better, lamb's just better? Why not just
nowadays the price of beef? Oh, shoot, through the roof.
Don't even get me started.
We were like at $20 a steak, which was pretty cheap last night. Yeah. It was like what? To feed like this family of 4 is like $80 just in meat? Oh, I've been to Farm Boy.
Pie, right,
I was at Farm Boy yesterday, my guy. Oh yeah? I'm not talking about flat iron steak or anything like that, but I like Farm Boy. I'm going to be going back. We went to Farm Boy yesterday. Strip line, huh? Where we played. Yeah, that New York strip. That's what we had last night.
Yeah.
But yeah, it looks like the market's starting to go back to the high side right now. So yeah, pumpkin pie is the best for sure. For me anyways, top that up with a little bit of ice cream. I mean, it's hard.
You got to watch this. I can't say the bit, but may you rest in peace. Bernie Mac had one of the greatest bits.
Oh, did he? I love.
And one of his best stand-ups has like the greatest pumpkin pie line.
Oh, does it? Yeah, that was such a good.
Dude, Bernie Mac was. The dude was just built different. It's hilarious, but the pumpkin pie line was hilarious.
Yeah.
So the market heading back into the high. Grunfeld says pecan pie is where it's at. Oh, look,
I'm not going to disagree with that.
Pecan pie is delicious too. To be perfectly honest, I'll eat just about, if it's a holiday treat, then it's up in my wheelhouse.
Yeah.
That being said, you got to do it all right. Give me that good that home cooked mac and cheese.
Oh, wow. Oh, now you're talking about sides? I like the stuffing. The stuffing. Homemade stuffing.
I could. Fine. I just feel like I'll give me 2 servings of the mac and cheese, and I'll go without the stuffing, and I'm good to go. All right. But that's one of those things. Like, give me that, and then give me the pumpkin pie, and then Thanksgiving is taken care of. As far as else doesn't really. And then again, watch some football. That's straight up. That's usually a normal thing we try to do. And maybe we should have been buying some Tesla for Thanksgiving.
Well, you still can.
Well, no.
You're going to pay 8% more.
7.5%. Come on, son. What are we doing? Every single time I've been in Tesla, it's like it's one break. It's just one break away from the follow through. One break away from the follow through. Get it? One break away from. It's just not following through. Which we're still going higher. 7.5 points. I took my shot. Someone said, "Are you shorting Tesla?" No, not really. I took the shot at the 4. I did the trend break. Okay, I was waiting for the trend break, so I took that trend break trade. And I said I would wait till 420 set up. So there's 420 breaking, there's 420 breaking. Then I slap a new trend line after it's broken 420. It breaks that trend line, and I'm able to short off of that lower high, but none of them follow through. So I waited for my spot. That's the price I was looking for this morning. But I mean, look, it's not going, and it's now still trending higher. So I can't, I'm not shorting it anymore because it's just not setting up. And maybe there's something later on in the day, but eventually you got to get away from it at some point. Alexander Anderson, we're going to get into the run in a second, but a question, what about Adobe? Thoughts on Adobe? See, it's always interesting, and thank you for putting the $ in there, by the way. Appreciate that. It's always interesting on days like this, and this is not to crap on Adobe or anything, but we're up 2.7% and everything is catching a bid. You want to be down 0.7. Like you don't want this to be you. Like Adobe's been beaten up and the market's rallying like crazy. So a beaten up name like this, ooh, that's not good. Like I can't say anything positive about the price action in Adobe today. Like even if minor breakout to show that it's participating would be okay. Like this dropped at the open and then just consolidating underneath Friday's levels. Like that's just bad. So this stock, penalty box, it's like one of those, it's a short till it's not. This daily chart looks terrible. They got all kinds of competition they got to deal with. Yeah, I don't even know where maybe pull out like a monthly chart or something to see where the bottom might be on Adobe, because I'm not even sure. Uh-oh, see when the wheel goes?
We just had Adobe's brother hosting the Midday show, Obi, and it's like, you guys are asking us about Adobe? We had Obi over here.
How are you going to be down today if you're in tech?
There was a couple, I was actually, we're going to go over, as soon as you're ready there, Joe, you. But Disney's down, DraftKings down, Boeing down. I mean, these aren't tech names, of course. Starbucks down, Uber down, XOM down. On my list, those are the only names.
Uber stands out a bit.
Uber's basically flat, down 0.1. But out of those names, Starbucks down 2.4%, DraftKings down 2.5%, Disney down 1.6%, Boeing down 0.7%. Broadcom, you guess what Broadcom's up? I know you're looking earlier.
10.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Well, we looked earlier.
Okay. 10.
I would never have guessed Broadcom be up 10%.
A&D up 6%. Robinhood, as expected with crypto bouncing. This is a really great bounce for crypto. 88,000 is huge for crypto right now. Like IBIT is having itself a day. And we talked about BMNR earlier on today as well. Bitcoin futures up to 88,620, 620. Right now, look at IBIT. It's really found a bid all day. It's just kept on catching bids, right? I mean, the first 20 minutes was trying to figure itself out, but then VWAP again, bounce, new highs for IBIT, just coming off new highs now. But yeah, great days all around. And I hope you guys are having a good day and it's about to get better. We're gonna do the rundown now with Joe.
Sitting on my shoulder.
There you go. What's up?
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, the segment in which you guys get to decide which tickers and stocks we talk about. But first, let's get into some of the overall major averages, and that's going to be the Dow Jones. And you can see that we have been climbing higher with the overall market as well, too, running into Friday session's high, which is very interesting. Now let's take a look at the IWM before we get into our first ticker of the day. And you guessed it, guys. Most bet it's going to be Bitcoin. But first and foremost, we're going to take a look at the IWM outpacing what the Dow and putting in a new high, surpassing Friday's pivot high of around 237.50. Now let's head back over to the name in which we are going to be talking about this morning. And as Sean was just mentioning, a nice bounce in the crypto space. Well, I wonder if this has any correlation with it. JP Morgan stating that Bitcoin miners are entering a high conviction phase. So here are some of the analysts. Reginald Smith and Charles Pierce said miners are entering a high conviction phase of higher power compute transitions as more than 600 megawatts of long-term AI-related deals were signed since late September. Now, Michael Noss also talking about stimulus coming into the overall market as well, too. Guys, currently we're up around 6% in Bitcoin. What do you think about Bitcoin and IBIT today?
It's incredibly bullish today. Now, Morgan supposed to be like, oh, they're the haters of the Bitcoin.
No, I mean, I thought that was well over below.
It was to a certain extent. Yeah, a lot of online Twitter bashing, X bashing, and some of it had to do with some of it had to do with very specific names. Like they weren't targeting Bitcoin per se. They were targeting the whole treasury aspect of it. So it was like a shot at MSTR and BMNR. But here's the thing. It's a legitimate concern. I don't see how you could hold one of those treasury plays and not be worried about whether the index would decide, MSCI, which is rebalancing tonight, whether they would decide, hey, These guys aren't a business. This is not really a business. This is just essentially an ETF or a treasury, and therefore it doesn't really qualify as something we'd hold. Well, that's a real concern. Like if I was a holder of those, I'd want to be aware of that if I wasn't aware of it, because if it were to get dropped, then it would be a bad thing. Now, all of that being said, I don't know, I'm frustrated with myself over this one because ultimately, like, yeah, I got a couple of reversions that were pretty solid in Bitcoin, but it was wrong. I bought the first dip, I bought the trend break, and then for whatever reason, and I don't have a great explanation for this, when it bounced off VWAP here, and I had that short and it trailed it out, like this is my original entry point. I said in my note, if it's above 40, if it holds the opening range with the first half an hour, above 48.5, I should be bullish. So that happened. And I think most of it was, well, that short kind of worked and didn't lose money. It made money. Should look for the next short. But no, it set up everything for the long. There was the VWAP hold. It then started buying on trend, which I didn't do. And the rest of it history. Sometimes what will happen is you can get married to, oh, well, the last trade worked, so therefore I should look for that same setup again, instead of just doing what was already happening and sticking to your original plan. Because big move over there on IBIT. Now, the fact that we've now held 88, let me just go to the Bitcoin chart for a second because I wanted to show you this. Now that we're holding above the 88, like there is your breakdown underneath. And we got the higher low. Now we're breaking the prior highs. I think the next step is a challenge of the 90,000 level. Maybe this is it. And people like myself I thought this break happens and we would not take much time to get to 75. Maybe the bounce was to 80. So my stink bid sigh remains unfilled.
All right, I'm sure it'll get filled at some point.
I think so, but
yeah, who knows? But look at this. IBIT right now up 4.5%. So obviously, MicroStrategy is probably up like 7 or 8% or so. I mean, the move down that's been happening. Yeah, that MicroStrategy down less than Bitcoin.
Terrible.
Up less than Bitcoin. Sorry, up less. So as MicroStrategy continues to get hit to the downside there, it's moved from top to bottom as we continue to do this. I just want to let everybody know, like MicroStrategy is obviously a fun stock to trade. But this top to bottom move right here, they should never showed me how to use this. 61%, right? 460 down to 170. So that's the move, right there happening. Yeah, there we go. Okay, got rid of it. How do I get rid of it? There we go. So that's that move. And if you go, so that's 61% top to bottom on MSTR. The move top to bottom right there on Bitcoin itself, 31%. So virtually exactly double the move between MSTR and IBIT. So I was expected for MSTR and IBIT to sort of move back together, but it looks like right now IBIT a little up more than MSTR strategy. So I'd just say watch out if you are trading this one. It seems like it wants to fall a lot quicker than it wants to go up. So you got to be careful when trading that one. You don't even know this yet, but I believe we're working on this Monday. Kevin O'Leary will be on. So he's going to be talking about, he has a couple of different crypto plays that he's talking about as well. So just dropped in my inbox right there. They're also going to collab on this as well. So he's going to collab on this. So that was a really funny time when Neil and I and that's it, just me and you with Sharif maybe in on that as a baby, I'm not sure, but we had some fun with that. Kevin back this coming Monday, so that should be a lot of fun around 10:30 or so. So get ready to have some KO fun then. But all right, so that's it. We don't know what's on the board other than maybe Open Door or Tesla or something like that coming next. I see a Big Bear AI there, Joe. So let's go back over to Joe and find out what we talk about the next stock on the rundown.
The next stock I want you guys to talk about is going to be Nvidia. Yes, we're getting some more. This bubble can be greater and worse than the 2008 financial bubble and crisis. So generally, when you're gripped by a bubble, people just don't want to listen because they're making so much money, says the analyst. The warning from Edwards adds to growing chorus of concerns about the state of the U.S. economy, particularly in reliance on the AI and tech trade. Now with Nvidia climbing a little bit higher today and not too far off of its all-time highs, you guys think we're in a bubble, or are we just overthinking things?
Everything is a bubble. No, look, everything, I say it every single time, every single rally is in theory a bubble because of the manner in which it gets inflated by money printing and then chasing assets. It's just a matter of whether that bubble, like overspending, is popping and you get like a massive correction at a certain point, because that's the cycle. Like we have determined that is how the world economy shall work, right? And so therefore we're going to have these mini pockets which get they go a little bit crazy because money gets too cheap and too much gets printed, and then you chase all the same things, and maybe you get a crazy pullback like the dot-com bubble, or maybe you get like an '08. It depends on whatever the catalyst is that causes the pullback. I don't think the AI has turned into that yet. If you compare it to the dot-com, it doesn't seem like it's gone that far yet. Nvidia for the longest time in the morning it could not get going as a part of this rally, and we talk about being patient, but I don't know. Like this set up a wedge, and I wasn't trading Nvidia today. And I was like, this one's not going to be on my radar because I'm going to trade the other tech or the other chip names. But it did this trend break, whatever you want to call it, right here, and then look at how distinctly things changed, and that took the market up to the next leg, and ultimately it never got to the 185 resistance from Friday, and then go back to Thursday as well, 185.5. So it gets far enough, but not quite all the way, and then you could see it pulling back. Now, I said today I was going to go after SMCI, that was a loss, and then I went to Intel early on at yesterday's high, that was a loss, and waited for Intel to get to the next dollar up, just shorted at 35, waited for it to get to 36, then shorted at 36. Now, I feel like when Nvidia comes back down in, it drags things with it. So as long as Nvidia stays away from that high, it's already putting in a lower high, without a rebreak of 182.5 and a retest to the high, I feel like some of the chips that you could pull off for some weakness are okay to be in the short. But if I see this start to go again, I see it start to break 183, I don't know if it's going to be a reload on anything. You just don't want to fight the market when the weakest Mag 7 name this morning has been woken, and when we get to those highs. So it's a little bit different than in the morning, where there was always the chance things could still break down. Because if Nvidia had done the opposite and broken this trend down, we wouldn't be 2.5% to the upside. But it didn't. It broke higher. So you have to start respecting it. This morning, they didn't matter that afternoon. I think Nvidia is going to. And then back of the mind, just try to remember, look at how light all of this volume is. You could even just compare volume. Look at Friday's volume. I know it's a Friday, but still. Look at Friday's volume on Nvidia. Look at today's volume on Nvidia. There's a limit to how bullish I can be about this bounce when it's on such low volume.
Yeah, I mean, Nvidia's not even the story today. I mean, it's as per Neil's, like, look at the volume between all these other names as well. Like AMD up 6% today, like an absolute monster. Broadcom, we already talked about that, up double digits, 10 right here for Broadcom. Like, this is $1 trillion name, guys. Like, to move this thing 10% is a monster. Like, you're talking about $100+ billion today being added to Broadcom, and we don't even have a headline. So this is just like market manipulation a little bit here for some names in the chip space where down a little bit too much, and for some reason today the programs are getting turned right back on, and Broadcom's right there, right back to all-time highs again. So if that can happen, and you're sort of getting it turned back on here for advanced micro devices as well, and not turned on for Nvidia. Now I'm the silly one here, fighting the market as Nvidia, trying to find its footing. But yeah, I wouldn't say this to me has no. I mean, look, there's going to be between bubbles and all that kind of stuff all the time, especially when you get such a great run. But Nvidia's earnings are actually real, as far as we know, unless we're being lied to. Like, those numbers obviously get audited and verified, and they are selling those hundreds of billions of dollars worth of goods, right? I mean, their quarter was $52 billion. So, or maybe even 56 billion, maybe it was. So, you know, there's lots of money being thrown around here. The bubble bursts when OpenAI runs out of cash and something happens there. So I don't really know what that story is going to be all about, but it's an OpenAI story right now, and you're seeing like Oracle and some of these data centers, you know, companies that are relying on that money have been getting hit, and today's a little bit. And our Oracle's only up 9, not even, I was going to say 0.9, not even 1%. So you're talking about like, this is to me potentially where the bubble's at, right? We've seen Meta down 20+% as well. And I know that, look, picking up Meta at 580 on Friday was like studly kind of a move, right? But these are the names that are getting hit. And then you have names like Palantir and whatnot that are just getting hit on valuation. I mean, obviously this is an AI play as well, but worried about the valuation on Palantir. But you could see that name now up 6% today as well, trying to get going. So, you know, these quarters that they put out, it was a great earnings season. So let's not sort of forget about that, you know. It's just we are getting wrapped up a little bit in the NASDAQ being down, Joe, an amazing 4% now from its all-time high. So let's not, like I keep saying, throw the baby out with the bathwater. The market is fine. You know, there is obviously spots of concern, and Palantir would be one, going from 220, or not 220 was a fugazi. Like let's just say basically 207, 208, right there where we got to day after earnings, and then we kind of fell back into 150. Like that's already gotten taken out 25%. So no surprise that we're trying to battle back a little bit here. I think Palantir gets government money at some point too, if there was ever a problem, especially with current administration. They don't need it, but I'm just saying something could come through.
They got all the secrets.
Over there. Yeah, they sure do, man. And they have a lot of government secrets, which is nice. Yeah, so watch out for this. Here come the futures. We're just taking a little bit out right here because, again, this is the gap. You know, we didn't, it's so funny. Because, again, like I'm up here at 26s. Like I cannot believe we're not getting filled. We should have gotten more short up there, but we do not. So now we let this name fall back in. I'm bidding 07, so maybe we can. And then, oh, almost. And then we'll see about this hold at basically 05, 06. And then maybe the futures can come back in. All right, Joe, man. What is Open Door? Yeah. Okay, Tesla. We already talked about Tesla?
No, we did not. And sorry, I have to hit the close. Sure, Sean. Tesla is the one after this, so we'll give you a little bit of a pass on this one, but not something that we talk about quite often. You might not even know, because I had no idea leading until I heard about it this morning and it came across the chat. It's Inno Digital shares, INHD, yes, you guessed it, are trading higher after the company signaled a memorandum of understanding with Megabyte Solutions to jointly develop applications of Web3 technology. Now, if we look at this from a technical standpoint, in the pre-market session, from the pre-market session to where we're to the highs, we were up 367%, starting to come back in. So we've cut that in about half, guys.
Easiest pun ever.
I mean, that was my next guess.
Am I in it? No. In no.
In no. Okay. I
Why not?
That's okay.
I mean, no. Like this one was this is like the Cherie special. But you know what? It probably rinsed, I think what might have, like it probably rinsed some people at the dollar this morning. Right at the open, it does the whole head fake at the buck and then regains it. Sometimes when you break out a level like that the second time and you get a few less people involved, it's really good. But you know what that looks like? It looks like the party is over. Anytime you have, look at all the halts up, and I'm not going to count them, there's several halts, then you get the down halt, several halts to the down. Actually 1, 2, 3, 4. Might have been like 5 or 6 down halts, and now you're underneath VWAP for these guys. So I would say, and I for one am shocked that if it has a single day V-shape, or I guess it's like an A-shape rollover, whatever you want to call it. When you pull up the data, what does it look like? Like this is exactly what usually happens here. There's a couple of times where it's a multi-day rally here and then multi-day rally there, but you have an idea of what's going to happen with a stock like this just based on looking at the history of it. Like it's got reverse splits to pump dump, like a little bit of everything, but not holding on to gains seems to be the key. So if you were involved in this, you know, and maybe not think about, a second salvo this afternoon. This would not be the one of the small cappers that I'd be looking for a second salvo. You'd want something history of holding up a little bit better, but this not so much. If anything, probably have to pay for. Yeah, we don't even have free locates on. I was going to say maybe even short V, but they're not free locates here at Real Trading.
Look, guys, I don't want to be the big bearer of bad news.
Nice.
That be you on that in and out thing there. In and out burger, by the way. Shout out California.
Let's go.
Okay, so just here's Big Bear AI again, and down cues, man. It's gonna be hopefully a good trade on the futures, but I don't know, who knows. But yeah, Big Bear AI just goes all the way back to April, right? And anytime you can, sort of technically bounce or look back at April where we had tariff tantrum time, that's important. So there's the 200 period, all the way back in, obviously into that level. Then we hit the 200 period, then we hit the 200 period, broken record time. Then we hit the 200 period and bounce back. This is a short, this is a short float, meme kind of name that continues to work out. So Big Bear AI, I mean, we've sort of this to you guys a while ago. It caught my attention on this move, right, when we did this. So that's basically what we did. We bought it down here. We first bought it on the to match this. So we first got in at 5, then we bought 4, and then we bought 3, giving us an average price of 420, believe it or not. And then we up on this side back out 550. I think it might have been 650, 750, 850 or something like that, every dollar, but every 50 cents. Came back in. We did not reload it right here. And if I see that again, I think we have to, man. I mean, I just didn't want to get involved in this at this time because we had saw these guys' EPS still negative. So we got to watch out for Big Bear, and their valuation could potentially, float down a little bit more. But again, another big win there. So congratulations, we say.
Oh my God.
And we say, whoever bought that was a good idea, that you guys were able to capture something down there at 550. So yeah, that's Big Bear AI, and over to Neil.
Every year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the US, yet still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE-listed Oragenics, OGE, is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2020, Oragenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more, schedule a meeting today, scan the QR code you see out in front of you, and shout out to them. Brain health is important. We analyze, talk about what you want to, do what we do. Without it, trust me, you couldn't. The next name on the list, well, I mean, I guess Joe already mentioned that Tesla was next. So I guess, but you literally said Tesla was going to be next, so it's Tesla.
My guess is Rivian. Okay, let's see what's going on. Is it Tesla?
Maybe.
Yes, it is Tesla, guys. Always making me laugh. All right, guys, let's see what we got going on with Tesla. A strong breakup today from an intraday standpoint, holding the 420 level relatively well. We're trading at 418 right now. But what is the options us about Tesla? Well, in a study done over an X amount of traders and trades, from the overall spotted trades, 70 are puts for a total amount of $4,100,053, and 555 of them are calls, amounting to almost 10 times that, guys. $40,893,816. This can give us a substantial price target from which we are trading from. So the momentum in Tesla does seem to be leaning towards the bullish end, guys. What do you think about Tesla?
Bullish momentum, yeah. That would be overstated bullish momentum here in Tesla, or maybe understated on a day like today. Yeah, I don't think. It's funny because normally we have it on our sticky note, and we were talking this morning, and I think both of us were like, yeah, we're not really that interested in Tesla at these levels right here. Up 1%. The market was already up like 1.5%, and even higher than that, and looking to get going early was the market, and it was just kind of like, wow, Tesla opened up back to where we were around 330 there on Friday, $400, and then it was like, I don't know what boosted, what got under this early, but, traders came in and just bought it up like crazy. I wonder if we're going to hear that maybe it was Cathie Wood or somebody like that just came, here and just blasted that thing right off the open. And then it's just been riding, now it looks like we're turning around, but it's been riding that momentum the whole day, like including never, glad we're short the futures. So you can see like we're happy and we're short Google, so everything's fine. But at the end of the day, like this breaking the 200 period just happened just now at 419 quarter. So that's a nice break. Like look at this 200 period, man. This goes all the way back. And mine, cheating because I only start my charts at 7 a.m. and stop them at 4:30. Our charting stops working at 4:30, so chart anything after that, I don't think it. But anyways, there it is, 6. So you know we're not really involved in the 200 period until back here, 398 or so. So the fact that we finally back in, what a run. So that's $20 higher on that break of the 200 period. Now you're coming back in. So yeah, it doesn't bode well now. I think we're coming back into VWAP, but wow, what a great opportunity for Tesla. You guys asked me last week for the list, the shopping list, and unfortunately I had 4 or 5 names on there, but Tesla was not one, and I forgot that. Tesla should have been on there, not just because of today. Look, just sit back and say, should have been long at 400, easy to say that now, but I like these levels. This is what we were waiting for. Was 360, 370. So now I think we can almost move that up and maybe take a dip by at 380, depending on the story. Like if it comes out and there's a horrible, you know, robo-taxis are delayed, something with Optimus or, Apple cutting jobs. Actually, that's great for Apple, but across the sales division we heard, that's not going to be good.
Because read as demand being down.
Right.
So Apple cutting jobs across the sales division. That's not even that much of a move.
No, I think we're fine on that.
50 the downside there on Apple.
It's 50.
City. At least it's not down 67 cents. Then we'd be in a world of hurt.
Can't believe it just went there.
What? Did you see? This is completely off topic. Did you see there was like a women's college basketball game? I think it was.
No.
Or maybe it was whatever it was, maybe high school. But there was some NFL. Like gaggle of like grade school kids for whatever reason at this game, and so the girl goes to the line like late in the game. It's like 65 to 40. Oh,
I saw that one. It's a blowout. The game was a blowout.
A complete blowout.
Yeah.
But the whole crowd loses their minds just because they get to 67 points. My like, of course, because she's 8 years old, she thinks it's the greatest thing of all time. Like, it doesn't matter what it doesn't.
Yeah,
matter
it has no idea like what it's.
Oh, it doesn't. She just doesn't even care. It's like the number 67 comes up, and that's all that matters. So she excuse to dance and act crazy and all that stuff. Back to Tesla just for a quick second here. I mean, I already mentioned as we 420. The observation I will make, you know, always trying to be a little bit better about these, is it's not as if like this has been losing 420 the last little bit here. However, if you look at it into it on a 15-minute, like it's gone kind of parabolic past 420 into random levels and then turned around. So this one is it's a little bit different today. So I tried it when it was parabolic into, and really when I look at it compared to the other times it turned here, I almost feel like the first salvo was the only one that actually made sense, and the rest of them are just trying to look for regular trades when that's not the way that it's been behaving above 420. It's like allow it to really and then get a more harsh reversal. So we'll see if it can hold on to, I think for 408 and 412, I think 12 might be VWAP. 408 technically makes sense, but I know it's 414 is VWAP. That'll be pretty key. Because, like I said, the volume is so light here, I don't want to read too much into it. But if there's at least buy support in the afternoon on a low volume up day, then I would like that a little bit more. It's just, it's hard to get super, super excited when we're basically right back that we need to prove that we can push through, I think, on Tesla at that 420. I don't know what's going to be next, but I'm willing to...
I just got a new position with Google, but I don't know. I mean, Google's just ripping. I know it's probably going to be Google, but I just want to say that
it has to be.
We're into this now, but it's going hard now. Like I don't know what's going on. The futures trying to battle back as well. We did good getting out of the futures there at the 200 period. We're holding less than half. I was hoping for that break into the afternoon. So we're out of probably about 60%, maybe actually a little bit more, probably about 65% or so of this trade, but it is coming back up. Google pulling back in. All right, what's up, Joe?
Has to be Google. Oh my, Neil. I'm going to be in a little bit of trouble here, guys. No, it is not Google. It is Open Door. Sorry to disappoint everyone. I know, but
Let's take a look at this name from a technical standpoint, guys. Now trading up to $7.07 on the intraday chart here, and we were trading at a opening price of around $6.75. Very interesting. But Open Door distributes special dividends, tradable warrants to shareholders. For every 30 shares of common stock held of Open Door, as of the record date, shareholders to receive one K series warrant, one A series warrant, and one Z series as well too, guys. What do you think about heading towards that $7.80 price target?
Joe, please review all of those warrants and let us know what.
Like,
these are so. Z warrants, you got the W warrants, and you got Open Door. So back to you guys. It's like I don't know anything about those damn warrants.
Man.
But right now, just for an update right here, man, we don't have crazy diamond hands on this trade, but there it goes. Google, the #1 P&L name for me today, continues as we shorted the high of the day again. Last time we got 6 as a maximum trade here, but we're starting to empty the clip outside a little bit right now as this is pushing back in. Here it is, Neil, 70 cents in the money on Google right now. So I'm going to deal with this and you deal with Open Door.
Oh, man. Okay, so I'm going to try and give you some. The K warrant is, so the exercise price is $9 on the K, $13 on the A warrant, and $17 on the.
All right, perfect. So now we know exactly what's going on.
Oh, I mean, it's a little bit of context. So, like, this is a squeeze play more than anything else. You're just looking for anything to drum up interest in Open. So if there's going to be a relief rally like today, or is today, I shouldn't say was, it's still kind of happening, like there is today, then sometimes it can give you a bit of juice in Open Door. What's going on is you also did have, what do we get up to, 74% on the Fed Watch tool? 70. Oh, shoot, we're at 81 now. Well, we were in the 70s, now we're at 81% of a December cut. You got 77% over at Kalshi, so that continues to climb, and that's going to bode well for Open. Yeah, it's in a bit of a breakout. I do remain a little bit skeptical about this. Come on, Eric, come on the show. Explain why it's more than just a squeeze every now and then, and why it could maybe sustain a bit of a move. From what I see, like the best of it has come out. Maybe you can break out that 8 tomorrow. Like the fact that rates potentially are going to get that cut, that certainly, like I said, bodes well for them. But you still got these lower highs, and I wouldn't be surprised if it put in another low in around 8. What is this, like 8.25 or so? Don't know if it has the juice to kind of get there today. It's possible. It's only 50 cents away, but it's already up 15%. So part of this is going to have to do with the rates as well, in addition to those warrants. And ultimately, it's a squeeze stock, so you want to be playing with the momentum if you can grab it early. That 7 break. 7 seems to be good when it breaks on the stock, like really good. And then you throw in the fact that Friday's high was $7. Thursday's high was $7.05. Sometimes you just get these even dollar breaks, and they can be very, very clean. But I even said I didn't want to take breakouts, and that's much to the chagrin, because I didn't want to take any breakouts today. Thinking it would be a bit of a trap to take breaks.
Yeah, I think, well, we are the ones trapped. And at least Tesla break at 400.
Well, Tesla.
But yeah, look, I mean, those rate odds there were 9% a week ago, right? So it's completely flipped on its head that we are getting that rate cut thanks to the Fed's. Google, we're trying. Get in there. Right now, 85 cents in the money now on Google, and here it comes, just dripping back in. It's going to be hopefully a good afternoon for us right here. I mean, every time I'm being able to sit here and being able to trade for everybody, like, I mean, it's just, you're not going to get the smile off my face, and let alone when we're winning on it, it's going to be a good time around here. Get down, Google. We'll take a little out there, and we're also trying to piece out some of these contracts here, and this is not a contract, of course. We're still trading the TQs there, 50. All right, taking another piece right here, might as well. I'm basically piecing out 15% right here of what we have left, if we can get it now at 51s. And then we'll wait for the 200 period moving average. All right, yeah, let's get down Google. Okay, what's up with the super chats? Now's your time. First of all, yeah, make sure if you want to get these in, send them in. And the higher it is, obviously, the more it will stay up top on our chat. I'm sorry. Oh, David. Yo, what's up, David, my guy? Hope you're having a good one here. Okay, so Broadcom. Okay, I'm sorry, Broadcom. Hey, don't be sorry for that. I'm sorry, Broadcom, love you. Oh, love you. Okay, my bad. But can't help myself to the penalty box.
Why? It's so good today.
All right. No, look, I mean, I think you're right about Broadcom being overdone. I mean, whenever we think the stocks are moving 10 or 13%, you know, that's earnings day kind of move. That's like a kind of move that they to deal with China. They like, I don't know. I searched up Broadcom, and we don't have. Adair will be back in a minute. I'll ask her if there's any sort of specific related to the name, but we weren't able to find anything earlier. And if you guys are, then great. But I don't know, David. You know, we saw what happened when Google, you know, really underneath of it, and then all of a sudden today, Google ends up another 5 or 6% and trying to rip highs again. I don't remember what the penalty box is, right? If we're talking about Brian Shannon, this stock is just on a breakaways, like just no penalty box for this stock at all. The penalty box is when you're underneath certain levels and you're just waiting to get out and break back onto the ice. This is like the MVP right now. Like, you're not putting anybody in the penalty box, and you're not putting Broadcom in there. So, yeah, you're putting the Leafs right now the last in the second. Are we going to be in conference, please? It's okay, though. They're only 4 points out of playoff. It's not the end of the world. But right here comes Google right now. Thank you for that, David. I just don't deserves to be in the penalty box, and if and when they do, you're like, where's Nvidia going to be, right? I mean, on a day like today where Nvidia's down and Broadcom's up 11%, I think the switch is quite obvious. What's been happening in the space, right? Okay, so we actually just missed out on that very, very low of Google there. Oh no, well, we got that one at 65. We missed it again at. That's the 200 period. So whenever you go from literally the high of the day, that's where we're short, into the 200 period. The 50 period moving average, that's the purple line. So we got to watch out for that right here, right? VWAP is all the way, VWAP is gone. It's much lower right here. So we got VWAP, then the 200, 50, okay? So the 50 is the pink. That's generally a line where we should be taking something out. So let's put it right here, 318.04. Maybe we drop back in and get that, but right now the market is taking off just a little bit here with Google just ripping back to the highs. Unfortunately, I'm not sure how many shares I had because I've traded thousands of these today, but we only have a small piece left. I'm going to say 30% left on this trade still on. So hopefully it comes back in for that. And the futures, we got a little bit more on of that. We'll see if this can come back in. I'm bidding 80s here to see if we can get some more love for the TQQs.
Yeah, well, some of a right turn is IBIT, which I'll get to in a quick little second. But VWAP was a target here on Intel, so it just got into the volume weighted average price. We're close enough to it. I'm going to leave a piece on for the dream, but if I look over at IBIT, I said earlier, probably just I got away from the long way too early on that. That was a mistake. But IBIT with a double top here at about 80, just shy of 89,000 Bitcoin, I should say, and now starting to turn around. And I saw that Mara is testing. I mean, Mara just has a very clean trend line. So Bitcoin's going to roll over. Like, this is about as clean of an all-day trend as you're going to see. And you don't really see it very often. So this breaks trend. VWAP is like 40, maybe like 40 cents down on a trend break for Mars. So I have eyeballs. Market trying to come back, and Bitcoin tries to come back. We just throw that up on another level too over here. And then the other thing that's also happening, let's talk about Bitcoin making a bit of a curl. You have a bit of a top there on ETH. ETH up 8%. We're at 29.6. Could not hold on to. Well, here, I can actually. Where do we go? ETH, USD. Is this? That's not the. Okay. I wanted to show the actual quote. ETH. Would be this one. No, it's not. USD is not pulling up there. Okay, that's fine.
ETHE?
It's not. It's usually the futures.
Okay.
It is.
Oh, you got it.
There we go. For some reason, it wasn't really loading on my chart. We didn't actually get to 3,000. You guys, whatever. Like ETH, whether you look at the ETF or the actual spot market, doesn't really matter. But we didn't get to 3,000 as a point. So rejecting the 3,000 level to a certain extent, and essentially pulling back. I see crypto if it pulls back. I want Mara, which we just said for this all-day trend break. It's pretty close. It's like 5 or 6 cents away from breaking that trend line. Jump short. Diggity Jacobs, so these are all inside days. Do we expect a big sell-off at the end? Not automatically, but I would argue, yeah, we still have an inside day somewhat, a lot of these. If you look at Thursday, because most of the stocks were gapped up, but we're still inside of that range from Tuesday, which it's not that impressive unless we're breaking that out. And we're not pretty much anywhere.
I don't, what's up, David? Doesn't want to bet against Google. I don't blame you, but definitely don't bet against Beta Pro. If you are a savvy Canadian investor, some of these levered products, Beta Pro is your key for that, man, from Global X. So go check them out. Beta Pro, 3X daily. Scan that QR code. Treasuries, TSX 60, energy, you name it. Go scan that. Figure out what the Beta Pro's got for you. And again, the thing about it is for Canadian investors, they are hedged against the US dollar. So you are getting the more pure play performance, similarly to what we do on the Qs and SQs and any sort of triple levered product that's out there. But go check them out for us here in Canada. 3 ETFs. It's Beta Pro by Global X. All the information is right there. We want to thank them for their continued support of the show. So yeah, look, as this has been happening, like we're now getting ready for the hour, and you know, we might have just gotten that move down in the futures that we were looking for. I mean, all we did was just come right back in, and we have been talking about 25,000, you know, forever. We're still underneath 5,000. So until we break that, I'm fine going short. I mean, you're going to see here on the futures, like these are shorts, everything, all these purples are shorts. So shorting today, and it wasn't right. Like we shorted earlier on, we were able to like get it, and then eventually it breaks. At 11 o'clock, and then we come back in here, sit down around, well, we sat down earlier than started shorting again as we came right back into some of those day highs one more time. And just to give you guys a rough look, did, and now we're starting to hopefully break a little bit lower. So all these shorts right now are pay dirt, just a little. One stock today by far, it's not, obviously it's not even close, is Google. I mean, we were short. We did get stopped at once when we broke the high, we battled it back, and then just shorted like the strongest name pretty much out there. I mean, I know we just talked about Broadcom and things, but Google, the fact that it's my #1 P&L name today is quite amazing. And it's been a tough day, right? In the market-wise shorting, but you know, we were able to grab this. It's too bad because we were trying to as well right there at 160 and change. That didn't work before. It eventually went to this 160. Look at that, right back to day's high again for Alibaba. Adair's, we're going to go to Adair for a second, but one other name that I saw some people talking about that we'll look at. There was also news earlier on MindMed, and that volume started to pick up. So now you're up 8+% over there on MindMed, but it's TQ's downside, it's Google downside. So the two shorts that we got on right now are printing. Miss Adair, what you got for us?
Yeah, I just saw this story that is actually being attributed to some of the strength that we had in Google all day. I had not seen this until this just recirculated on X. It looks like apparently Google Cloud landed a multi-million-dollar contract, million, not billion, but multi-million-dollar contract here with NATO's Communication and Information Agency to provide sovereign air-gapped versions here of cloud. So again, multi-million-dollar cloud contract here with NATO could be part of the reason for this. Google is what I'm seeing circulated here on social media. Back to you.
We need them billions. You don't want them millions. Are cool is when we're looking at the imbalance locator, which, a reminder to everybody, tonight at the close, SPCE rebalancing, which is part of the reason why at 253, there are already some pretty decent size numbers on the locator. So expect to see larger than normal numbers on a day like today, like OKLO, already 4 million to sell and 2 million paired off. However, with this one, let me just, OKLO is actually supposed to be a net upweight on the index today. So there's going to be a lot of these big numbers, and some of them will say, we'll be able to tell you, ONDS is another one supposed to have a gigantic imbalance. But some of these big imbalances, and some of them will be in the right direction compared to what is supposed to be happening with the index, upweights, downweights. But we'll let you guys know when those numbers do come out. We got another super chat from Future Higher here. Can't read it because the thing's no. How do you know when to close out a losing short trade? Is it based on percentage loss? Not for me. Determined out before I get into every single trade. When I shorted this at the volume weighted average price, I had this prior bar high as my out. When I shorted this, it was basically the high of this short was to this local high prior bar, and this short when I wicked back in was to the high. So before I get into any trade, I always predetermine the out. If it's a trend break, like Mara, which is trying to break the trend. Like if this breaks trend on the 3-minute, it's a trend on the 3-minute chart. So then I'd use the prior bar and the 3-minute is. So like it really comes down to like what is your strategy, and then have an exit plan going into it. You might use like a moving average, maybe you like VWAP, or it could be like an even dollar level. I think those can be just slapping an even dollar or the volume weighted average price. Too many times you'll get sort of shaken out of the trade. But every trade I get into, it always has a specific plan. Like no matter what, like there has to be, what does it mean to be wrong? It could literally sometimes be there's a massive size on the bid. And maybe I punched long because there was a huge size in the bid, and then when that got out, something like that could work. And punch in, punch out just means you remove liquidity. Kind of funny, no one really talks like that anymore. When I started, like everyone's like, it was always you're punching in to something, but no one really uses that tech, or not tech, lingo anymore. It's always like people say you're lifting the book. You're
and punching
like
in
lifting off the book,
or
like
bidding or offering, and
yeah, I like
all that. Okay, just real quick, man. Went all the way down, and then that news, I guess, and we just started covering. So here we go again, just ripping back to the high side now. So we're going to stop out the stop at that 319. We'll possibly take a little bit. Nah, actually, I'm not going to take. Let this. We, as Adara was giving the story, like we actually got 317.8. So that's $1 down there. Like, so if this comes back up, we wind up losing 25 cents. So be it, honestly. I'm gonna take out another piece right here. Just because now we're at least 1-to-1, right? I mean, even if right now it breaks through 319, that's 20 of a hit. Well, we're 55 cents in the money right now. So we'll put another bid out just to seal that one. And then our few, there it is. Oh. So that question as well, like that our out was always 319, right? We put the out, as soon as we get the fill, we basically put our out in. And where my out is sort of does determine the amount of shares, right? I've traded AMD today, which is a flat. We were short, which was good early, and then we tried to double. So we just basically, as you see here with our outs, back to that question, there's the short, right? So now our out is going to be based right on that wick. You can see what happened. So we went short down, we averaged, then we got out on the way back up. It was like, oh my God. Shares there, realized we were in trouble, got a little bit more, and then as soon as it broke the top, we got out. So that's out on AMD, so 0 for 1 there. Alibaba, stupid, because we could have left this one a little bit longer. We almost got basically wicked out at the very top there before it came back in, so we'll take an L on Alibaba. Our out was 160.50, so that's 30 cents there. Downside, that sucks. So that's 2 trades. And then Google is the big for Google, as that's now coming back in, now 75 cents in the money. Nvidia is where we lost today. We lost the most money on because we were short, wrong, then I went long, and then left it alone. Basically did nothing for the first hour, and then eventually broke those levels and then started to go back to the upside. So Nvidia was kind of a trade there. And then right now we're battling with the TQs as we're short early, short late right here, and hoping move back down. But hey man, I'll put my hand up. I'm still in the red for today. So happy to tell you guys that after a banger week last week, and so red right there for me to see what happens with the TQQs, and we're going to go over quickly to Adara with some kind of breaking news.
I have to talk about Fed's Daily here. So Fed's Daily actually just saying that she supports a December rate cut, citing concerns with the labor market. This isn't super shocking. She's actually been kind of cautiously dovish, for lack of a better term, over the last few months, but she said the labor market is faster than expected. So now, if we're trying to weigh out the 2 risks of the Fed's mandate, she thinks that the labor concerns are a lot here than inflation. So again, Fed's Daily supporting a rate cut due to concerns with the labor market.
Well, it has to be because they're not getting inflation data till after the fact, which the timing of that is absolutely hilarious. Yeah, let's get that inflation data literally the day after that they have to make the decision. How does that even happen anyway?
I don't know. I mean, they're going to have to get that all figured out. Some of these guys are jokes.
I mean, if you were trying not to be tinfoil hat, you make it really difficult not to be.
Go Google.
Which it's a little frustrating. Like, what are the actual odds of that? Someone in the chat just mentioned my thoughts on QBTS. I'm not a humongous, okay, so first of all, let me just get this out of the way. Yes, only wave, blah, 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 was barely a penny stock, took a wild shot on it and whatever, so happened to go. None of these guys make any money, right? Like, not only do they not make, okay, well, they have revenues, they get revenue compared to the billions in valuations. Like, I keep telling you, like, it's not even, like Palantir, people talk about the valuation for Palantir, because of the PE, the price to sales on these guys are at levels of astronomical nonsense that you can't even imagine. Like, they're so ridiculous that there's no point even talking about it. They're just pure shot in the dark home run plays that already, like, where is this here? Just zoom out here. I think I don't have to go too far back. Okay, so what are we right now? November 24th. So November 24th, I went too far. 24th last year, we were at, I'm going to cheat a little bit. November 21st, it was $1.60. So if you bought this a year ago, you're still up like 15x. And that's after it got pulled back in half. And it's still ridiculous in terms of valuation. All you're doing is hoping that there's a massive breakthrough that can actually cause some real growth, and then one of these hits the jackpot. Instead of just betting on Google or IBM or, excuse me, Microsoft or somebody else that actually makes money, but also would benefit from quantum breakthroughs because they've been spending far more money for, like the bigger guys have been spending more money for a longer period of time, same things. It doesn't mean that one of these won't work. I think I'll be really happy if they do. But ultimately, I think you got a nice relief rally technically, bounce off some prior highs with absolutely no proof of follow through unless it gets to 25 bucks. So, you know, enjoy these while you can. And obviously the fact that we go back to 80% for a rate cut in December bodes really well for them. So I think you can catch a bit of a rally. You got to watch closely to that Fed tool or even Kalshi to see that running around. Because when that made a turn, and I think that's the big thing for them going forward. And as a matter of fact, it just broke the high of the day. So there you go. TS up 11%. I bet your Rigetti is up probably, what is that one? Oh, 9%. Ion. What's this one up? Maybe D-Wave is the best one today. It doesn't really matter.
No.
Like 8%, 9%, 11%. Might win to D-Wave in particular. And in the chat, that's one we didn't look at today. Webull in the chat. WS Loan. Any insight on all the hype past couple weeks on Bull? Daily ranges are so small. Why are the daily ranges so small? Well, that's a difficult one to answer. I think maybe part of the reason why Webull, when everything was dropping and we had those crazy moves, like Thursday was like the great sell day. Webull, the surface didn't look like it did much. But for a lot of these, for some names, it could just be, well, it's fallen so far that when everything was rolling over, it didn't have much further, like how far is it going to go? I think the reason you don't have too much craziness down here. And then I don't think it bodes well that you're not really breaking anything out today. You know, SoFi's having a decent day. Webull just, it seems like what's the catalyst supposed to be here for the next push? It can't seem to get back to that $10 level, which I'm more interested in when it can regain 10 or the 50-period moving average, as opposed to trying to catch the actual bottom here. Try to remember that when Webull was a good long off 10, look at how long it was a good long. From the first day it tested 10, that was June 4th, and then you could argue that it broke away from 10 on June 25th. And you could still get some of these good prices at $11 at June 30th. So it's been an entire month making its prior bottom for that rally to 18. It's been down here at $8 for like 6 days. If this stock holds this 8 for a month, well, I'll go back long if it does that. But yeah, show me some real consolidation down here and proof that you can break out and break some trend for Webull, or give me some kind of a catalyst, because I don't know what makes the move next. To be honest with you, so you just got to be patient. If in the past it took a month to settle down at the bottom, so be it. But here's a name. Tomorrow, 100%, I'm putting. I don't know why I didn't have silver on my iPad this morning. It's weird because silver's been on my iPad, and then all the names I'm looking at generally every day, and then it's like I'll put something next to it like numbers and because I'll indicate the levels. But I must have deleted silver for some reason because it's not even here, which that's on me. This thing gets sticky and old sometimes. And silver was another bounce off to 50 without actually breaking the 50. And every time it bounces off to 50, long for a couple days. And so a couple is more than one, bounced off to 50 on the daily. I think silver, let me just get rid of my trend lines. There you go. Don't need to muck that up. I think silver is headed for another potential break here, 40 SLV, I should say, at 45. Obviously, spot silver price is being different. So if we break that tomorrow, again, don't know about today with an hour left, and it being MSCI day, I don't know that I want to take anything crazy like breakouts because reversals can be harsh on a big rebalance day. But yeah, 46.6 silver, that looks good. I see people in the chat always talking about the metals, and we do look at them. Believe me, we absolutely do look at them. Have to attend to, yeah, this bounce off VWAP is real.
Go, go, go.
So if we're bouncing up, I'm gonna have a trail here. It should still be, I think I'm at 35.9 right now. I'll just leave it in. I'm gonna leave the trail where it is. Not gonna change anything. I still think Intel can break down further.
Right, we saw, I mean, I told you we would do this, so let's just hot dog gun it up again. I don't know, hopefully it goes to the downside. We've taken a little bit off here at 318.50, but we did short again at 75s. The first fill was 70, and then I had a 75 there, so my average 73 on the short for Google. So just 25 cents again. It's really just 1-to-1 and then hoping that like taking out a quarter basically for this price, then okay, here, so we just get another fill at 50. So, you know, our risk here, breaking through 319 on Google. So let's just hope that it can continue to fall back in right now. So here it comes. Okay, back into the 40s. Be worth it to take out some more there at 39s. Now, okay, good. So here comes Google right there back into the downside. All right, the TQs, man. I don't have, just making sure. So I still do have 25 fill, like what we're waiting for up here, 26s. And then that's going to stop out real quick, man. Like if we get the 30s, then we're going to stop out. So a quick little take here at 25 or so, and then out into the 30s. Let's just see if it wants to dance around. I mean, this is back to the levels that we were dancing previous. So watch out now, 51.20 or so for the TQs. We had sort of withstood that, but look at this. Look at all these outs right there at the 200 period moving average. Not bad. I mean, that's exactly what we're trying to do. Oh, man, we'll be the trader there and hit those trades, and now we'll wait to see what winds up happening as we move forward into the end of the day. You know, we talked a little bit about crypto today, like a disaster, right? I mean, if you go back all the way back to the IPO, we're right at those levels right now, and this is an interesting name, like all the way back in. So what was like? It didn't even. Not even 180 days. I don't even think we've even heard about there on Circle. But wait a second. This is, I think, June. What day is this? June 5th. So we just got to ask ChatGPT here what 180 trading days after June 5th are. Is it trade? It must be trading days. But anyways, if that's the lockup expiration, that would make sense. But we've had 180 days. This is the 6th month into the 11th month. So I don't know. But that is early June. So we'd have to see, but there's not 180 data points here. So Circle just continues, man, to get rocked the downside. Similarly, with a name like StubHub. The problem with StubHub is you're always going to have that overhang of government. I mean, it's up 10% today, but you have an answer?
Okay, well, I just asked so this is from Perplexity, just so you guys know. I should have Gemini as well, but December 2nd. So
oh, okay, so there we go. So we are accurate there.
Yeah, and like that could be trouble. But, you know, oddly enough, Circle defied to me because I don't have an...
Like Amazon just put more money into a data center.
Into data centers,
yeah,
which is...
So that's...
I mean, some of that is, I guess, expected. We know the hyperscalers aren't really slowing down. Here, I just want to show you IBIT next to Circle. So right about here at 20, when this was bouncing off the volume weighted average price and breaking away on volume, if I just look at what happened, like this is IBIT. Like IBIT was not at VWAP. IBIT was pulling back from breaking highs. And look at it just fresh highs. But Circle went to first resistance and just had nothing going for it. So I was kind of figuring, like, when I wasn't no longer in the IBIT longs, I was like, okay, well, what can play catch up that I could join? And then something which I thought would have some more juice to it. And look at it, it's right back at VWAP. Circle is just not working. It's really not working, because you would think on a day like, is there a more beaten up name than this from the highs in the space?
Down.
There isn't. The flat out isn't one that's beaten up more. This was $300 down to 60s. So like, this is easily the most beaten up. You would think it would have a little bit more juice off of effectively all-time lows, and that seems to not be the case. So a bit disappointed for sure. So I mean, that headline didn't really move Amazon, unfortunately. I mean, whatever. They're spending more on data centers. I don't know how much that's going to end up mattering here. Again, we know the hyperscalers are not messing around. So if I'm going to trail, I'm going to add at 80s here. Just one of those, if I'm already getting out there, then as it bounces, if I think this is relatively weak, and I do, because the market's at the highs, and back, I'll play the lower high. And that way, if we pull back, then I've got something which is already weak. Because Mara doesn't want to break trend. And if I'm not seeing, like, Mara's not breaking the trend at all. All-day trend, I'm pressing higher with Bitcoin.
So, like, yeah, I'm just trying to do the same stuff here. I mean, Google, like, let's ring the money register right there, because there it is, man, another short. And people saying, like, what's up with the shorts on a day like today? Yeah, I agree. I mean, you know, would rather be looking long, I would think. But this just fell into our lap again. It came right back up into today's highs that we've shorted. And like I said, man, this is the best stock here today for me, 10x, you know, let alone the show. So Google, nice move to the downside right there for me. And I just hope it holds that high. And we didn't take that many shares there. And we are actually getting out of it now at the 50 period as we break near 318. So hopefully we can come back in. I mean, look at the futures, right? I mean, I reload that. I'm still waiting for that reload, but if we can get a dip down in there, then that could be a completely different story overall. But I mean, it's Nvidia day, I feel like today. Like, this name just made a move high, move lower, and now we just in the middle again. Like, we're just doing the same old dance that we've been doing all day, and that is just trying to figure out, like, making great shorts and then great longs. And you know, but if you're looking for big movement, it's not been in Nvidia today. It's been in friends like AMD and Broadcom, and like AMD is still trying to push higher. We last looked at this, was up 6%. That was probably, get down Google, man. I'm bidding in the 20s, at 70s, if we're able to do that. You know, a name that I was sort of drawing from earlier was Uber, and they were red, and they're still red, which is kind of strange. Like, the NASDAQ being up 2.6%. So I bought some of this during this dip down. It's probably greater it was on this day. We didn't get all the way down in here in 81, but there it is now, trying to finally make a move back end. And you know, coming up is these imbalances, and they're coming at 350. And today we have, it's the MSCI rebalance. So like, the millions of shares doesn't here. There's going to be a lot of them for offer and for buy. So Walmart with a little bit of a sell there. You can see Walmart starting to edge a little down there. You talked about the negativity today in the market. Walmart down. ES still up 157. So the ES is still up huge, with the NASDAQ up 2.6. So Walmart's an interesting name there, being down today. So maybe we pick up some love there as they're bouncing off of their 109, all-time high of 109. The banks, you know, BAC sell side, which doesn't seem to be affecting them. They're up 1.25. WFC on a buy side imbalance. So I get back up. Kenvue, I mean, they're on there every day, regardless of MSCI or not. So they're still a sell. And Kenvue's daily, you know, hasn't been the greatest, but you did have a great bottom at 14.
That's understating it.
Yeah, the bottom at 14, though, was pretty good. Okay, here now making a move back into 118. So I think we just took some outs. Yes, we did. So we get an out there at 118.10. And now we wait to see if the move is indeed going to work for us back into said downside. So yeah, right now, that's what I'm dealing with, is right now the future short, and obviously Google. And I would say from here, someone in the chat, what's up to you? Thank you so much for asking. I don't know if it's a long or a short from here. I'm covering, hence why I'm covering. I'd like to see us break and then use 318, but that's just not the way it's been. So for me, it's a wait and see here on Google. Hopefully we can get a little bit lower. I don't think we'll average into this too much more. We've already did it 3 times up here. So Google remains on warning for me right here, watching it very, very closely. The futures are more the nervous spot. Like, this doesn't seem to want to go down. So we'll have to hope that this is the one that's, we have a decent amount of shares here on the futures as well. So more shares on the Qs, on the TQs, than we do on Google. So I would much rather that to work out than Google. But there goes Google, almost $1 back in. Let's get some more bids on this name. 1370, 317 where I'm bidding right now. So let's see if we can get that one on G-O-O-G-L, Google.
Yeah, good look there. And Stefan, just a quick one. You're asking about Rocket Lab imbalances. It's a NASDAQ stock. So when we get these early looks for the imbalances, that's only for the New York. Right. All symbols that you'll see here is all in the New York. What I can tell you is that for the MSCI tonight, Rocket Lab is expected to be, that's pretty small, 520,000 to buy, is what's in the note. Really, really small. So I wouldn't expect necessarily any craziness. What the heck happened?
I don't know. I saw Ozan in the chat. Adara.
What, huh?
Oh, she's not there. I don't know. I'm going to have to find out what's going on with cruise lines. Right now, I saw people in the chat were like, what is going on with cruise lines? So I'm just going to go into Benzinga Pro. Adara's
and it's all
not here just a second. RCL maybe as well. Travel stocks trading higher. Nope, that's not going to. So we don't have anything on CCL here or RCL. No, so I'm not seeing anything on either one of these names right now. So my news feed is empty. There might be something in Twitterverse. I think that's probably what sounds like that's what you're checking.
I'm going to X right now.
I don't really know, man, what's going on with cruise lines right now, but AB&B, was there maybe some cautionary tales about the travel sector? I mean, that could be something about Airbnb. Oh, wait a second. No, I mean, I was going to say with Thanksgiving, FAA, cruises, I don't know. Do people go on cruises for Thanksgiving or do they just fly? I don't know, but anyways.
I can't imagine that, no.
Seems like cruise lines making the move down.
I'm not even seeing anything on X to explain this.
Okay, anybody? What's up, everybody? War in the Gulf? Gulf of what? I mean, this is CCL, man. CCL's not, I mean, I don't know. Gulf of Mexico? Like, that's not Gulf of Mexico. Gulf of the United States of America, I believe.
Isn't it just Gulf of America?
Is it Gulf of America? Maybe. The only thing I want to do right now is go golfing in America. So shout out to everybody there in Phoenix and everything like that, golfing right now. But yeah, it looks like we're about to get stopped out here of our TQQ. There's our last little reload there. Just going to give this one, honestly, maybe pennies from here. We're at the high of the day on the TQs as the futures really spiking upside, despite Google kind of doing the opposite. I'm going to take another bid here at 15s, but Google making moves down, futures making moves higher. So yeah, we're going to put some more bids a little bit lower here as we get stopped out of this. But the futures have been a good trade so far today. So let's just see if we do bounce a little bit. And there's Google. So good out there. We get some more outs at 15 as that's just floating around here, the 50-period moving average. Get a little lower TQs, will ya?
Yeah, so I did the whole, I'm going to average in, not average in, I guess it's average up. And then put my price to 35.9. That's where my trailing stop was on Intel. It just broke it. But I'll hop out and wait till it resumes more of a downward trend to get back in. I just went over to, look, I just went to X, and it's not like there's even like speculation about these.
No, okay.
Like usually, like is it maybe?
That's what I'm trying to say. Like normally there's at least something.
No, there's literally nothing. Like there's not even people saying, there's a few people mentioning that, oh, this is happening, and all these stocks went down here, but I'm not seeing any kind of a story. So if there's anything that you guys know, we can double check.
I mean, nobody even in the chat is saying anything.
No.
Oh, an 18-year-old girl died on a Carnival cruise? Nah, that's not. I don't want to talk about that kind of stuff until we've got some reports about why stuff like that happened. You never know about that. But yeah, that's an interesting one. So we can go over to CCL and just have a quick look to see if there is
still
trade here. I think barring what we, and again, I think Adara is. Where? She's gone for the day? Okay.
Oh.
Well, that would have been. Adara's gone for the day.
Okay, I didn't know that.
And neither did I. I'm calling her, and her means just standing right here. She's gone, so okay. Good to know. Yeah, so Adara not here right now, so we will not get that update. But we searched for you, and I can't find it. And the thing is, nobody in the chat also letting us know. So I figure like there is potentially no news on. There is definitely news, but I don't know what the story is. So We'll pass, puff, puff, pass on that one. Okay, you know, Google's still downside. What else you guys want to talk about? What's going on with ARM these days? Here goes ARM. Right now up 3% on the day. Another really excited name. Once again, you know, bouncing off some key levels. So this is a name that I know Neil's involved with. I'm not involved in this, but this could be sort of the next leg of the chip play for me because I'm not into any ARM. And if these guys are going to be in, you know, all these phones and everything like that and have their own higher powered, quick processing chips that make the whole world go round, then yeah, maybe ARM is a jam for me. So to see what's going on with ARM, only up 3% today, but well bounced off of some key levels again back to June, nowhere near tariff tantrum lows again as well. But all right, let's go to the downside. There's TQs. I'm going to get, honestly, I'm bidding 17s right here. If I can get something out at 17, we'll take it. I don't think we're right necessarily on, give me those 17s, yes. Bang. Nice trade. Look, man, this is just scalping. We just went short 26s. We're out here for a dime piece as this continues to go lower. And, you know, happy to do that back and forth here. So far, so good as we watch out for hopefully a little bit of a lower coming through for the TQs because, yeah, we did put our sort of neck on the line here by shorting one more time into what's been a very, very aggressive market. But never fear, the Dollar Club is here. There's Google. I mean, again, back-to-back jacks, man, since you guys have been here. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. I mean, if you're short right here, Neil's got Mara short. We've got Google and the Qs now on the short side. But right now, that's really starting to print out for us. So good trade there on Google with only 40 minutes left.
30 till the imbalance.
Yeah, 30 till the imbalances, 40 until the end of the show and the market close. And I'm not sure who's reporting tonight. There are a few.
Zoom.
Yeah, I was going to say we
got Zoom
I think still
tonight.
think Zoom gets bought out eventually.
Tonight, Baba in the morning.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty much. There's a few. I think there's names.
Alibaba could be.
Yeah, there's names Tuesday and Wednesday aftermarket, but in terms of names that we, I hate saying names that we care about, but that's kind of what it is.
That is right.
That's exactly what we care about. Just about this story for everyone that keeps talking about the cruise ship, like that high schooler. No, that's old news. Like it's a few days old, and there's no update on it that I can find that would even seemingly the reason why they're going. Like there's nothing. The most recent update on that unfortunate death on CCL was like 9 hours ago, and then most of the news was over the week. If that's what it is, I don't think that's what. I'd hesitate to think that could be because there's nothing new about it. So Mara was just waiting for a trend break. Still has the all-day trend, but from the recent high this afternoon, it just had the heaviest candle with the trend break right in here. Open up. So grab some, but I will respect the all-day trend line. So yes, we've broken the trend, so I can give it to the top, but I will start taking some out here if it bounces at 11:05. And even if I take some out here and it breaks the all-day trend, then it's an add down here as well. And then I would move my stop. Is trying to break down. You already have, I'll quickly show you IBIT this way. So it's already breaking down while IBIT's triple topping. So you're at a triple top where IBIT's turning and Mara is already go. So I like the fact that it's showing some relative weakness in this spot and want to redraw that. So that was this top end trend line breaking. And then you have the all day trend, which is also trying to go downside. So we'll see. I mean, I'm going to stay away from CCL and CLH. Like oftentimes when things are doing volume, you want to jump over to them, but not when you're blind. You know, I think I'd just be guessing. Most of the time, if there's no story, it's like, oh, just take the mean reversion. But it's already 3% off of the low. Grabbed it off 25. I just feel like it's a little bit too far away, unfortunately. So good luck if you happen to be in those. I think the best course of action sometimes is just to stay away if it doesn't make any sense. And I'm not convinced that makes any sense whatsoever. Maybe there's an opportunity with those if something were to come out. Because I suspect we're going to hear a story.
Like this BMNR, like I don't know what
20%.
Is going on with this thing today. 20%. Like it's up 20%.
Dead.
There, and we got
bounce.
I don't know. Like this name has just been like Ethereum. Like all they hold is Ethereum. Like we got that. Yes. Go down futures. Go down Google. All we think that their average price is $28.40. So we can have a quick little look right now today, just to see exactly what some of my guy 2840, 2800. I'm not 28,000 yet there, Joe. Almost, Mike. All right, so 88 there. There it is. So this would make sense. They're holding over 3 million tokens, Ethereum, right? And so if their average price is 28.4, so they're up a little bit today, which is the charts of both Ethereum and IBIT, and seen a real nice rally in the space there today. Yes. Down maybe. Ethereum, Tether. Who cares about Tether? What am I talking about? Ripple. I bought some more at $2. You know, I'm not going to celebrate it because I'm at $3. So we'll just have to keep on holding our hope that something winds up good in the crypto space at some point, and maybe these buys become decent in the long term. But for right now, short term, they're all. Solana down to 138. I didn't touch Solana or Cardano. The only thing I bought over the weekend was some Ripple. I think it was 205 or 204. I'll double check it. I just put a bid out and got filled immediately when it was down. And then I haven't bought any more Bitcoin or anything like that. I bought Bitcoin at what was 105 or something like that, or 108, that first dip down, and that's obviously out of the money right now. But that's a little quick look at what's going on in crypto. And oh boy, man, we've been making back a little bit right now as there goes Google back in. So, you know, nice. We're going to bid 317.62s. We're still there waiting for that fill to come through again right into here. So that's going to be a good little trade for us. And then there's the reload. You want to talk about it? Like Joe always says, hey, Sean, like look at, or Katina man, thanks, Sharif. He says, look at that reload that Joe always shares. But Joe, check out this one right there, my guy. There it is right there at the top side for the Qs. And now we start to go to the back to the down. So we get stopped out right there, shorted again, bang, short again, bang. Took this, Neil, 6 cents worth of risk right now to make 20. So we're still holding on to a decent, obviously, portion of this trade. As we just take out a little bit of risk there, basically 1-to-1 as it starts to bleed in and just sort of top out what we have now on the day. So very, very good afternoon for us so far. And yeah, it's been a decent day, not a great day on the space for me. Took too many shares and still actually, and again, I don't have, I mean, you guys gave me credit for saying this earlier, but I say it every day. Like, be red. I took too many shares here on Nvidia early, but man, we've been battling back and putting on some big trades, obviously there with the Qs and with Google, and then, but it was Nvidia right there. So I've only traded 5 names, and I'll be 2 wins, 3 losses in red today, but fine. Hopefully this can come back in, and we will get a drip on these futures. But for now, I don't even really want to get out of them all, but I don't know. It's so, like, we're now only 20 minutes away. Like,
and they're
the
all
futures are
going
to go nuts when that happens. So to be sitting in this.
There's no stock that isn't on this list.
Yeah, isn't great, right? And
every stock is on this list. SPCE is a pretty large rebalancing. So if you're trading, probably on the book, like even Mara, even though it's really small. Like you get into Mara, it's a 90,000 expected sell. Now, if that was 9 million shares to buy, then maybe you don't take it. Maybe you don't take a shot at it. But like, just a random one, Mastercard is supposed to be 1 million to the sell side for this MSCI. And I just random because I happen to be looking at Mara. So we looked at the biggest one that was under M. So you can expect that as we get 350 coming in, you will see some big spikes. So at 345 or so, I don't want to be in anything new. So go right down into, remember I said the all-day trend on Mara? There's the trend line. So when it broke this upper trend into the all-day trend, take some out. And then if it closed underneath the all-day trend, add back in. So I'm shorting the original trend line break, and I'm only adding if it breaks either where we got in, or if it breaks this trend last push, potentially for the downside. David, thank you for the super chat. On the wrong thing, so it is Google. There we go. Google last 30 minutes checking out. So goes the market. Side note, acoustics in water utility infrastructure sparkle in my eye, in your eye. Okay. Acoustics.
I'm waiting.
Cryptic.
Yeah, some I don't know what his business is. Okay, so here we go. can only get filled if you wait. We told you we're waiting at 60s. When Google flushes there, we get that. So now we're going to bid again and see if that could happen. But that's what we are doing right now to the downside. Thank you, Ryan O, for those nice little Trader TV Live logos in the chat. All right, now Uber's not doing anything. I want to check it out. Bot list that's printing right now. So you can see in here, I don't know if you guys can see that, but Tesla on e-signal. I mean, we're $1 in the money on this Google trade. Hopefully it comes in for us here into the close. And we're now ringing multiple registers on these futures. I mean, I don't know if we're trying to hold on to some of these right here. Google downside, Nvidia, SPY, a little bit. There's Tesla coming back into 416. So we can have a little bit of a broader look at some of these plays here as we go. So Tesla's on people's minds. Nvidia 180 coming back in. Tesla, there's SoFi. Wow. SoFi back to 27. All right. We like that one with Robinhood as well getting. Obviously, we've talked about how crypto has been doing, so those are going to go boom in the night. SoFi, yes, sir. Iron's up for that one. Loving some SoFi, that is for sure. Netflix, will it break Hunch? I mean, we just split 10-1 on this name, so we got to watch out for Netflix trying to break through $100. That might be incoming, only being up 1/4 of a point in a day where the Nasdaq is up 2.6. Interesting look there. We really love Open Door. That's flashing around as well. Like Open Door off that 7. We've talked about that over and over again. And there it is. Like that came into play real early, 7 blast. So that's a great level. $7. We got to keep remembering that one. BM&R, we've already covered that, up 17%. Broadcom continues to go up 11%. These are the trade rate brought to you by eSignal. So if you have that software, I also highlight Google 52-week high 306. That seems funny now. Being at 320 is Google 318. Sorry. Right now for Google, is that still ripping? We just covered more Google, by the way, down there. As I was celebrating, it was tanking. Now it's ripping. All right, Amazon, Big Bear AI having themselves a day, so we go roar for that. As there goes Big Bear AI, nicely cooking now to the upside. That goes. Some of the red names, it looks like Coke, there, Verizon, eBay. What's up with that? Plug Power drops that offering, convertible notes last week, so that stock in trouble still. It looks like Plug Power. Look at this daily.
It's over.
For them, it's not. 450 high back beginning of October, down to 150 rate or 160 bounce off there for Plug Power. But okay, man, not reloading Google, but hoping that the Qs will give us the juice to the downside. I love gold too, everything gold. You looked at silver earlier. I don't even have any clue.
Oh, they were both.
Oh, gold's okay.
Yeah, they're both bouncing. It's
I'm still in the money on this trade. I actually made the mistake of opening up my account today and found that it was actually fine. I don't know, being down 3% on the NASDAQ, not hurting too much.
Yeah, I mean, we're too close to the highs. We didn't really pull back all that far. Mr. Westermeyer, Daniel, there you go, I can see it. I'll give you the early look imbalances. Now, keep in mind, it's still very early. There's like 17 minutes to go till these come out, so I don't want anybody overreacting. Walmart right now is the biggest at $5 million to the sell side. What is Walmart supposed to be here? Walmart is supposed to be a buy at 4.3 million. So this is in the opposite direction of what it's supposed to be up weight, and it's currently saying 5 million. Kenvue's always there. You got like HP, BAC, Pfizer, WFC, Philip Morris, Coke. Like there are a lot of like the defensive names in here that have the imbalance. So there's nothing too crazy that's a mover that usually would be pretty geared up about. Like these are all very kind of large, for lack of a better word, they're boring names on the early look right now. Like they're not the type very excited at all. Like Walmart, not usually something that we'd want to trade on the imbalances. You want those names where like they'd have to be huge on Walmart to be excited. And again, it's also the wrong direction. So be careful there. I am trying to reload at entry. It's still not breaking the all-day trend. Would have to close a bar underneath 1108 or so, and then you break that trend line. So for now, working off this first trend break and just it's already made one move. Let's see if it can make a second for us. And I see James asking why so much. I think on a day like today, like you can easily get wrapped up on, you know, when you have a rally like this. Okay, well, why is this stock 3 times the market and not why stock X market and not stock Y? And I think you can probably a lot of times you can just break your brain trying to figure that out. Tesla has a bit of a cult factor to it. That when we get relief rally days, sometimes Tesla is just going to squeeze the shorts more and squeeze out. And so maybe a lot of it could just be the size of the that it had to go through. Who knows? But you could, like if Palantir, load up here, Palantir had gone 10% today, I wouldn't be surprised. But like sometimes stocks like this, when they get beat up more than others on Thursday, then they tend to rally more on a day like today. So I think that would explain them. As far as Broadcom being 10%, like that one. For things like Palantir being up more than the market and Tesla being up more than the market, I think it's just like the whole like cult squeeze factor. When you get a relief rally, they just tend to be better on those stocks. You know, you're not going to be up 6% on a day like today on Microsoft. I can tell you that without looking. You're not going to be up 6% on Meta. This because they just don't have the same kind of juice. They're not built the same way, unfortunately. So it's a relief rally day in the market, and that just means Tesla's going to have a good one. You got to be careful for the stocks that are volatile, that have been beaten up a lot, and are not going much. Those are the ones that should scare you, like Oracle or CRM or Adobe would be an example. The ones that are relatively weak.
Just got a piece that we had just honestly went up to 319, and that was the high, and we got taken out, and then it just came back in another 25 cents. But I'm not going to. Google was an absolute banger today. Like I said, the biggest stock for me by far. Traders, here we go. I showed you the scanner already earlier. That was brought to you by eSignal. It's a trading platform that we all use here. So if you're in QR code right there, go find out what eSignal is all about. It is your first month free, so you can't go wrong with that. Check them out. Tell them you're from Trader TV Live by scanning that. You do get instant trading, lightning fast executions. They hooked up with over 50 plus brokers, so most likely you can trade off the charts and hook up with your broker as well. Download back testing, game-changing charts, and honestly, global markets. They work on an entitlement basis, so you can watch and track any market you so, whether or not that be markets or anything that's happening there in the CME. If your platform doesn't trading, or you have to pay, you just have to pay the market entitlement, and you got it with all these screeners. It just allows for easy back testing, easy data, while in control of your own scan. Well, you can even code in eSignal, putting out your own triggers, and they have a very huge knowledge base of shared studies that people have developed, right? Including ops and things like that. If you are interested in upping your charting game, definitely give those guys a shout. Tell them we sent you, Trader TV Live, by simply scanning that QR code. We love eSignal, ICE. We saw should be a good one there with Mark coming, and he's a good friend. He always brings those donuts. I don't think he knows that you like Apple. That because he would be more.
I don't know that I need more.
No, I don't think we should be doing any more apple fritters, but he just keeps on bringing.
It's a holiday season, man. I'm already going to be eating, like,
yeah, that's right.
It already gets
probably
bad.
like Halloween is so close to Thanksgiving, and then after Thanksgiving, that's why people are like, I'm hitting the gym in the new year, and then all of a sudden February hits, and then
how they do.
Okay, by the day up 4%. Sorry, 3.5%.
After I just said Meta doesn't move like that.
Yeah, it's moving like that a little bit there today.
Clearly better than the market, though. The market's 2.6.
Donuts are for winning trades, guys.
What are apple fritters? Ongoing news? Oh, boy.
What are apple fritters?
If you don't know what an apple fritter is, I think there's no point me telling you. What I would say is this, though. Instead of going to, like, a shop, if you can, and if where you are has, like, fall fairs or, like, farmers markets, just like a fall fair or a farmer's market and get an actual like fresh apple fritter. It's my favorite pastry in the world. Yeah, you know what? I'm not even gonna. I was just trying to think of like maybe there's something rare that I like. No, I absolutely love apple fritters, but they're the best if you get like fresh. We used to do when my daughter was younger. We would always go to all the fall fairs and all the different like small towns around the city, and we go to one. I'm getting an apple fritter. They're so good, but you got to try one. I don't mind generic ones either. Like I'll get them from Tim Hortons, but it's not the same.
Literally
it's not the same thing. They're great, but it's not the same as getting it freshly baked. You can't beat pastries from a fall fair or a farmer's market. You're just not at all.
You know, fresh bread. I mean, they're basically from. We have one of the greatest bakeries in the city, like a 2-minute walk from my house. So very spoiled. My kid just like, I'm going to the bakery. I was like, okay. The other day, we were at a hockey game, and we told him to just go and get whatever he wanted for lunch. He comes back, he goes, oh, Dad, I had that. I was like, oh, brisket. He went there at 10 o'clock in the morning and got a brisket sandwich.
Why not?
Yeah, exactly. I was like, okay, this guy taught this kid too well.
That's what I'm talking about.
Right there. He's like, I beat all the construction guys. He went there and got the brisket.
Like when I'm in Montreal, like
the veal is.
It'd be like 10:30 in the morning, and I want a Montreal smoked meat sandwich. It's just like, I'm like, it's close enough to lunch.
Baked beans, Chaz. There it is. Baked beans.
Baked beans.
They baked beans. I don't know if it's Walmart. If it's Maple. Baked.
Oh yeah.
Pretty good. We haven't had baked beans in a minute.
I ate a lot of baked beans. That was the dish.
Okay. Oh, do they?
Who?
Farm Boy.
Oh, Farm Boy.
We try to get some all the time. Farm Boy is like kind of like a Whole Foods. These damn parts. Okay, Walmart. This is why I said Walmart. So they're still ahead of my mind. They're a big sell. So you can see here, despite the futures kind of going high side there, Walmart low of 5.6 million right there. So 5 million shares to sell. Remember, these will all get populated. Right now, this is from our broker. BRKR, right there, giving us updates from the NYSE. So these don't update similarly on the NASDAQ. So when they do, we will have NASDAQ indicated here as well, and that's 350. So they all become public information. Toronto, which there be rebalances today on Toronto stocks. I mean, many Toronto names. We talk about Enbridge, which I really like Enbridge. Enbridge is doing great, man, up 20% year to date, plus a 5 or 6% dividend. Enbridge, the pipeline company here. Great story. So this could be another one. There could be a couple million shares in Toronto. So then you want to see what's going on in the United States as well. So there's that. See, here's Enbridge in Toronto, $68, $67. Take away the US dollar versus CAD, 47 back there. So there's many names that trade back and forth like this on both exchanges there. I know we talked a little bit about quantum earlier on today as well. And that just keeps on going, man. I mean, I'm going to have to do better trading smaller caps during this show, the 2 to 4 show, because, and not that Rigetti is a small cap name, maybe not by market cap, but you know, by the way it trades,
by revenue.
You know, breaking, yeah, for sure, performance, but breaking 25.50, like I feel like if we're going to be like this, so I'm going to have to think scanners and get them going a little bit again, because thinking about like levels where you're up huge on the day without too much news through it near the end of the day, that's going to create yet again another squeeze. So, you know, short this name not believing in it, you know, they would have won right there. They're celebrating like I was, you know, Google, and all of a sudden it breaks the top and then it goes. Obviously a name like Google, which we pretty much painted the top there again. Like, congratulations, Sean. You nailed the top again. You know, this name go through. There's ETF buys. There's lots of stuff happening that could create this name to continuously go, right? Getty, a lot of that is going to be squeezed. So whenever you see something like that happen, we should probably be on it. Damn you, Google. I had less than 5% left, so still milk on that one. Beyond Meat was what, $8 or $9 a month and a half ago or so, wasn't it?
88.
Now you're down below, right? You're broken down below. There it is right here. Down below $1 now, and it looks like there's still some trouble to come here on BYND. Beyond Meat continues lower. So yuck on BYND today. Just not, I mean, it's fine up 1.3%, but everybody that's been sort of supporting that one, like I thought that when they were moving up, they changed their name, but no, they still kept Beyond Meat, and now they're Beyond Profitable, and just going lower there for Beyond Meat is that's going to be a problem. And then if you want to talk, if you really think the market's going to go downside, Joe, I don't know what kind of options play would this be, but Micron, if there's any bubble, it's in the storage space. Micron, Western Digital, SanDisk. So those are the three names that I would watch out for, man. SanDisk cracked % in one day. So I would, if you think that this is just going to be a short-lived fad here, this rally in the market, get short on Micron. That's about, I think Micron eventually goes down here, 140, 150, and you could be talking about a week. So I'm going to be watching out for that if the market does for some reason. I don't know what that reason would be. I think we need more Fed speak to sort of quell the whole Fed talk. Like this to me is the problem right now. It's not a problem. It's great for the longs. I mean, I'm long everything. See what I said? See what I'm showing down here? Last week, right? We were way, way lower on 30 to 55%. Now we're starting to adjust, right? But just 1 week ago, November the 17th, it's too bad this doesn't go back even further. It goes back 1 month. But November the 17th was 42% chance of a rate cut. Now you're 85% chance. So pretty much giving that almost the okay. You know, it's going to happen. So rate cut right now helping this market, and that just comes with a lot of Fed talk and a lot of Fed speak on Thursday, Friday, change the tone of what people were thinking. So there we go, out of the futures, fine by me. We were just waiting for that one. We were kind of waiting to see what a 5-cent hit there on that last reload. So yeah, good on us, man. We're watching our net continue to sort of grow there. No trades here for the imbalances.
Yeah, and I was just telling some people in the chat, if you have individual names you're curious about that aren't showing up on that, throw them in there. I'm actually making a list, so it's easy for me, because whatever, I'm going to use the big list, the biggest ones, but I do have a list. People asked about Rocket Lab, Rigetti, and Webull, so I'm going to have a specific list where the ones that might not show up at the top, I can quickly reference them, and I don't have to go searching around. Because it's kind of hard to do in real time. There's going to be so many that are large that when people ask questions about a name, if I haven't put it on the list already, it's going to be difficult. So, you know, let me know. People said put Broadcom on there. I don't mind. Broadcom, if it's there, it's probably going to be rather large. I'm only in Mara, but my stop is not moving. Giving it to the high of the day. That was the stop before. That's the stop now. Don't expect this one to have a big imbalance. And even Rigetti is expected to be a very, very small. Be a very, very small sell. Yeah, Rigetti is expected to be 40,000 sell. So obviously, that comes out, like if it comes out huge one way or another, that's going to be a pretty big surprise. So with about 3 minutes to go, everybody in there, we'll see. There's no guarantee. BMNR just popped here at 3 million to buy.
Oh boy, on
BMNR that just came out. OKLO 2.7 million to buy. So things are starting to heat up a bit. I would venture to say that maybe BMNR could be a little bit more interesting, being up like 20% today. And that 3 million buy-in balance, I don't think it's supposed to be on the note. No. So the good news is it's not supposed to be on the note, already at the high of the day.
The thing is, it's already paired off a lot.
Yeah, the paired volume is pretty big. 2 million paired on BMNR, which is pretty much the imbalance itself. So that and OKLO are worth watching here. You want something that can move. So as I said before, probably not that interested in Walmart, and Walmart's expected to be a buy, and it's indicating a bit of a sell. So that's not going to be terribly exciting. The names like Google, like Amazon, the really big ones, you know, we'll be able to get to those and see them pretty easy. It's more the smaller names I was asking about. Like if you're asking about a random one, someone just put GitLab. Trust me, the GitLab is unlikely to have something large. So if you want it read off, you know, if you don't see it near the top of the list, it doesn't mean it's not. So many that are over 1 million today that a lot of things will get kind of lost in the sauce. So BMNR is on watch, at least for myself here.
Why?
At 20%. Relief rally. Go, Tom. Get it. Look at that.
Sitting right here to
Look at that rally.
It's a good rally, man. 20%.
Oh, it's great. It's just on the daily chart.
It's quite nice.
It doesn't look like much on the daily chart, unfortunately.
Nice. I just got the update that the car is fully charged, so thank you. At Tesla in the basement right here. So 3:48 now, a minute and a half to go as we will wait to see where these all pair off. I'm really interested in BMNR because it just showed up, and it bounced off the 50-period moving average and back up 50 cents. So we'll wait to see as we are now just a minute away from the imbalances. Look, like we got taken out of the queues at the top. Fine. That top is 7 cents from here, so not much going on. Just shows you how little happened here in the afternoon, but now it's and we have no idea what these futures are going to bring us. So here goes BMNR again with volume coming through. Now it's, you know, this is the pair. They've already accounted. It was 6 million at one point. Still holding out, man, with only 50 seconds to go. This could be a wild ride. If that million stays for BMNR, this thing could shoot up even more. I know it's already done 6 million, but they're going to have to buy 6 million of this at the end of the day. So this could really get going. There it goes even more. BMNR right here into the close, into the, not the close, but into the auction area, starting to pair off. There it is, 1.8 now. So there's more and more taking it out, but BMNR on the way upside. All right, with only 15 seconds left, I'll maybe move this up a little bit so we can all sort of see. Let's just put it right here. That way we can still see the symbol here. And then when I click on it, you know what, let's put it right over here. So when I click on it, we can also see the chart. So here we go. 3, 2, and 1. So BMNR upside there on obviously a buy and bounce. Right now rocking. We've seen this happen before. There goes Open Door up to 803 and change. Netflix probably, whoa!
That's big.
Geez. Pardon me. Netflix working out as well. Palantir with a whoopsie sell. So that's the other way there. MRISE, we've seen that on the, that's a, I know, I don't want to, that's Matteo's stock there, nicely cooking.
Holy
right
Netflix.
there to the upside, but it's not Netflix. Neil, that's what we went, whoa, for. There goes Netflix.
That's the algo been so big on that because you're not capturing that move unless you are an algo. But there's also Palantir, 4 million to the sell side is a pretty big one as well. Let me just quickly check notes because I don't think I looked at Palantir. PLTR is supposed to be a buy. Okay, so that might, this one, maybe we'll get a pair-off event here because Palantir was supposed to have slight upweight as that's a pretty hefty sell. So I think the pair-off trade could be one for Palantir here. Certainly Netflix might be a similar story. That was a big buy imbalance. And again, that's actually the wrong way as well. So Netflix was supposed to be a small sell and then that could also be a bit of a pair-off trade. Both those coming out in, I would say the wrong direction, but they were both small expected. He is 2.4 million to the buy side. So of all the names people ask me about in particular, Rigetti's is the only one with a significant imbalance. Rocket Lab is only 300,000. Webull is 77,000. Webull is insignificant. It's Rigetti of those three names that ends up being the big one. 22.4 million
there it is.
To the buy side on Rigetti.
Yep.
And there's the trend up. So unlike Rigetti was just trending up, like you had a smash up on Netflix, I guess that caught people off guard. Rigetti was trending up now 13% to the upside here for Rigetti. And I didn't see Nvidia on here.
Oh, there did I. No.
Oh, there it is. It's all the way down here at 2 million shares.
Okay, it's still huge. Like
it's paired off 20 million today.
Yeah,
so right now the closing interest on Nvidia is like 22 million shares at the close. But yeah, Rigetti big. Obviously, that Netflix was the biggest move. No question. And wasn't even expected. I wonder if this has anything to do with the split, but I can't see how it would.
I don't know what's up.
It shouldn't matter.
No, some of these names, no. There should be nothing about a split there. But, I mean, it could just be that now that it's split prices, maybe it fits more people's baskets and portfolios. So I could see a buy, obviously, for Netflix. Is that's starting to come back in just a little bit here. I mean, these buys, temporary shot in the market. It's like basically an injection into your stock one way or the other. It looks like we are with a shorts, but like we don't know. Google fell back into 317 again, and so did the. But again, like net, you don't know what's popping through here. Palantir still an aggressive sell, so we're gonna have to wait to see at 355. Many of these names can flip. So we're going to watch out for that. Was this the market bottom? No, I don't think so. Those of you asking in the chat, shout out to Tony. I don't think the bottom, no. But, you know, calling tops and bottoms is fool's gold. You know, you have no idea what's going to happen. I think you just always want to look for best quality names. And either way, like if you think the market still has movement to the downside, then get short weak names, right? If you think that like the market is going to look at Google, look at names that have held out well. Like if you think the market's going down more, this is your name right here, Palantir, down quite nicely from 200, right? Look at SPCE, things like that. So anyways, over to Neil, and then at 355, maybe we get a flip up here.
Certainly a possibility. And when you're trading, whether it's imbalances, whether it's for too long, it's meant risking your own money, or you just don't have enough capital to start with. Well, that fear of losing is on the sideline, and it's changing because Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the market. With its limited risk trading model, traders use funded capital while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows traders to focus on what truly matters: discipline, consistency, and growth. And when you hit the profit target, you keep 70% of the profits. No fear, no barriers, just real opportunity. This is the revolution of limited risk trading powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now to get 10% off your first evaluation. So shout out to Trade the Pool. Thank them. Already pulling back his Netflix, by the way. It's already back to 106. And that's with more or less nothing pairing off. It's still $6.5 million to buy. Oh, WBD. That's kind of weird. That was not there before Warner Brothers. Warner Brothers now $7 million to the sell side. Walmart's still sizable amount, but it was bigger before. Nvidia is now $4 million to buy. Nvidia's actually grown in the last couple of seconds, but Netflix, we'll see if it pairs off.
Whoa.
It did. Oh, there it is. Gone. The Netflix imbalance 100% flipped, paired off, and it went up. Oh my goodness, thank short that. If you had shorted the pairing event, it paired off and went 106.5 to 10. It just went $1 higher when the buy and balance paired off. I should
have been on Palantir.
Well, what happened to Palantir?
No, same thing. Like it just got waxed to the downside, but then it didn't pair off, and now it's trying to go back to green. I should have just highlighted Palantir. I was watching it. Now I have no idea where it is. Oh man, frustrating, because Palantir, I think, was also similar to what Neil was saying with Netflix there. Had to move down on that 355 and then right back up. So yeah, violence. The market shows violence here at the end of the day. Look at the NASDAQ. I mean, you're almost kicking 3 right now. Wow, what a day. Walmart still being sold off here. AI, WFC with a bid as well. Look at WFC going at the end of the day. There's Nvidia. Look at that. Wow. So many trades at the end of the day. This is why it's never a boring moment around these places, man. You never, ever. I don't know what Tesla did, but I can imagine did something there.
I'm sure it is.
Yeah, Tesla up to 422, back down. Like, look at that. 2 to 416 to 418 right now. Goes boom in the night. That's Tesla.
The other thing I forgot to mention, got wrapped up with the imbalances.
Netflix too, right?
CCL, no, the cruise line. CCL is down 7%. It retook the low of the day. These are still falling here. So we don't know what the story is. I couldn't come up with anything. Nothing was on Twitter. Nothing was on the news service. But you're continuing to flounder here. CCL, NCLH as well. So obviously Norwegian. Actually weird. Okay. Maybe it does. Okay. So the story people were talking about over the weekend, it was on a Carnival cruise, and it's Carnival, and NCLH is bounced. His RCA bounced as well. Yeah, that's weird. So it is just a CCL thing. Maybe it is that story. How it could be, but it's entirely possible because it is Carnival that's at the lows and looking incredibly weak, getting absolutely smoked. And a few of the Mag 7 names did have big moves there at 355. Like there was, like Meta was cruising, that just pulled back $3. The end of the day, good relief rally day. Microsoft was rallying. It was at the highs of the day. It paired all the way back to VWAP. That's a couple of dollars drop back in. So pretty violent in terms of those 355 curls. There's the only name that's still big is OKLO. So with 2 minutes to go, OKLO is still 4.7 million to the buy side. Rather large. I thought Oklo. And it's actually breaking lower. That's a little weird. So it's looking weak and actually breaking down OKLO, despite the fact that it is still, now it's that N. It goes from the buy to neutral. But it's still, there it is. You just flash back to 1 million still on OKLO, but it's certainly not behaving like it's a big imbalance at all. It's completely rejecting this bid.
Oklo.
If it can stay at the last second, there might be something there, but it's already paired a bunch. So this might be a bit of a trap here on OKLO, and I was going to.
Not too much time left. Thanks again for everybody for joining us. We've had a great time here today. Thank you for some of the kind words there about the good show that we've been putting on. And again, to us, it's a show, but it's also life, right? I mean, we're actually here trading, so we want to thank everybody for the continued support and all of that, as we try to show you the possibilities of day trading here for an income and for a living, and giving you guys as many opportunities as possible to enjoy the show and just talk about some of these names. But there goes BMNR near the high of the day. We actually went over this stock earlier today and sort of talking about what kind of a move this was happening there on Tom Lee and so on and so forth. Loved name, but there goes BMNR today. Oklo still with the buy. We can watch this right at the end of the day. It looks like this 5 million shares paired off 10 million. Actually surprised that it's going down. This is why is as it seems here, right? So you never know what's going to happen near the end of the day. It looks like Oklo today making moves. Low left. Right now, Walmart, I don't know, nothing on here that's of too much interest other than Oklo. We can sit here and watch this together with left right now. Nothing really.
It's still tanking.
So exciting right now. Maybe Tesla, but here we go. 10 seconds left. We can just watch Oklo, see if anything happens. There might be a little bit of spike one way or the other. All right, now we have less than 10 seconds left. Brought to you by Orogenic, symbol OGen. Please check them out and give them a call. OGen. Thank you for sponsoring the closing bell, which is already on. So there it goes, closing bell right there. So Oklo's going to have to print 5 million shares. I think this is going to just rip up right now. So we're going to have to wait for Oklo. Oh, did the print come? No. No ends yet. We'll wait. This might take a minute for them to print 5 million. They're going to have to print 11 million shares on Oklo. So I don't know where that print's going to go, but I'm assuming it's going to be a lot higher. That's going to be interesting, man, because I could have just taken unlimited amounts of shares there on Oklo, but didn't. So a little bit of a look. It's now 4 o'clock, still haven't printed, or maybe it did. I don't know. There's a big print right there. Yeah, that's 11 million shares.
It has to.
Was that?
I don't see it.
I don't see that print though.
I see it.
Where? Oh, there it is. 55. Wow, they did it right at the market. Okay. Congratulations. That's an awesome job by the DMM there. Whoever that market maker is, congratulations, man. You just nailed it right there on Oklo. They gave you the exact price. So that's the thing, right? These things can be gamed, but not when they're given that they see. So good job there and a good job today. Thanks everybody for watching. Be back tomorrow. Remember, it's 8 o'clock.
So glad that one didn't feel right. So yeah, because it's saying 5 million, that could have been.
I was wondering why it didn't move at all.
Yeah, it didn't move, so you don't have to take it. But that's a good point, Sean.
Thank you.
8 o'clock is permanent. We're back at 8 o'clock every day except for Thursday because it's Thanksgiving holiday. U.S. markets are closed. We're not going to be here. But 8 o'clock in the morning so we can go over more, so we can cover a heck of a lot more, prepare for more, get the numbers ready for you guys when there are economic numbers at 8:30. We do get some data this week.
Yeah, 183. Nvidia up 2% at the end of the day. Pretty good.
The market up 2.6. The NASDAQ up 2.6%. The ES only 1.5 because it was a recovery. So congratulations to anyone that bought the dip. But we didn't get back to the Thursday highs. That's the only thing that gives me a little bit of pause. Good. No, we're still not even where we were at the open on Thursday when everything fell off.
Are doing so much volume in the after hours. It's really crazy. Yeah, so many shares going through here. EMNR.
It's crazy.
Stuck or something. I don't know. Lots of shares going. 199, 199, 400. I don't know. Lots of stuff going on. All right, 70 million shares. All right, that's Neil. I'm Sean. Thank you so much. It was an absolutely fantastic day. Thanks, Brendo, Ramin. Fabian's not here, but thanks, Fabian. Anyways, Joe, Obi for covering Dara.
Obi.
And everybody else. Thank you to everybody for watching. Andre as well. So, all right, man. Monday night. I don't know. Oh, it's San Francisco, Carolina. I don't have anybody playing or any reason to watch. I don't mind watching young quarterbacks, Bryce Young, and see what he's doing. I don't know.
That game does not excite me whatsoever.
No, Christian McCaffrey, maybe.
If you have nobody going in fantasy or San Fran or Carolina, you ain't watching that game.
No. Chuba Hubbard's Canadian, right?
Yeah, Chuba's Canadian. You're a West Coast guy.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Yeah. All right, we're back tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Until then, that's Neil. I'm Sean. Ciao.